I'm awake.
We're excited to be here. I'm excited.
Thank you. Thank you for joining the mission.
Yeah. Thank you too.
All right. So for individuals that might not have, read your profile, clicked on your documents, would you want to introduce yourself to them?
Right. Yeah. So thank you very much once again for giving me the opportunity to speak on this record-breaking interview. So just as you can see, my name is Maxwell Biganim, and I have 3 major themes: that's environmental sustainability, technology and education, renewable energy, and climate change. Those are the areas that I'm particularly interested in. And I do a lot of educational projects as well in education. And yeah, so I do quite a number of things also. I think there's just something brief about me.
That's wonderful. Okay, so I always like to, learn how it all got started. So was green entrepreneurship what you wanted to always be? Have you always wanted to explore that field? Let's say when you were in high school, did you know about green?
No, at all. about this green and climate conversation. Okay, so let me take you back.
Yeah.
Way back, I did science, by the way, in senior high school, and then in the university, I was doing biological science. But the kind of biological science that we do, it's the true pass, acting, modeling, and all that. Yeah, so acting, modeling, and all that. Yeah, so
you did modeling.
Yes.
Wow.
I did modeling. I have
acting too.
Yeah, I did acting. In fact, if you search on my name, I think a lot of my acting profile will come. I acted. Yeah, I have about 23 stage plays to my credit.
Are you serious?
Yes. So way back on KNUST campus, I was like the so-called John Dumelo, kind of. Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, yeah, I mean John Dumelo is one of the season. Yeah. So I was just interested in doing stage play. So I did stage play with Nashoko.
Wow.
I have a stage play, yes, with Ajitanan. I actually directed one too with Prince David Osei. I've also done with, so in fact, Lydia Fossen also has a movie that I was in, Letters from Adam. I was in that movie as well. And other short skits. Those days, it wasn't really like now. We have some YouTube videos also. I worked with Paragon Studios. Not Parables, Paragon Studios then.
Right.
So I was directing also. I was into stage play and all. Yeah, but just as I said, sometimes all these detour lands you in something very big.
Yeah.
So yeah, fast forward, I was doing more of international relations with a lot of NGOs. I was setting up the organization in other West African countries. So I had an email from Green Stewardship International that they wanted to mobilize under their. This is how I got into the green space.
Right.
So they sent an email that they wanted someone to coordinate the activities, looking at how I'm already doing great stuff. And I'm like, okay, yeah, then I'm going to add that to my portfolio. So I started learning about the green space, and I got very interested in the green space. So I was doing more trainings, school mobilization, and I also have an education background. So I learned to teach. So I was teaching more people about climate change, students, senior high school. I was organizing workshops and all that. So fast forward, I attended one climate workshop, and my contributions there, I think the people liked it. So one organization also reached out to me that they would want me to be a part of their team. Then as time went by and all that, I told this organization that, look, I have this background of training entrepreneurs, even though I've not set up anything. So why don't we start something like this? They understood, we brainstormed, we put out a concept note, then there I was leading the green entrepreneurship project with the organization. So that's how the journey has been. It's been very interesting. Yeah.
Wow, that's impressive. I never knew you were in entertainment. Well, you have the flair, I should say, but I didn't know it was from practical experience.
Very practical. I mean, yeah. So with the stage play and this acting stuff, it came naturally, and I learned the skill also, and I had the opportunity to be within circles that were also very good in helping us develop the skill. So for stage play, give me a script. Give me a script. Yeah.
Wow.
Give me a script. So one of the biggest stage plays that we did was at the National Theatre. That was somewhere around 2013.
Okay.
His death in the 21st century with Dashoko and then Ajiti Anan at the National. It was one of the biggest. One of the biggest. And I had braided my hair.
Oh yeah. My man.
Yeah, I was yeah. The pictures are all over Facebook.
I'm going to look for some.
Please. Yeah, so, and I was also well built, and that's how come I was also a bit into modeling pictures. I was a picture model, let me just put it that way.
Wow.
Well, yeah.
Look at this world.
Very small world.
I know. Who would have thought?
Yeah. Nobody would have thought. But I'm of the view that sometimes life in itself is not unidirectional. That is where I have come to understand.
Yeah.
There are a number of things that directs you to a bigger picture.
Yeah.
So I realized that the acting that I was doing, the entertainment bit and all that gave me this edge that I'm able to facilitate events, I'm able to moderate, and even in my education career, it came very easy for me to be in the classroom, give examples, teach, try and act out scenarios, create scenarios. Because one thing about acting and stage play is it enhances your creativity.
Yeah.
You become very creative. And so when I'm facilitating an event and I see my audience being bored, I see there's a way I'll quickly adjust just to get them into, because is when you are doing stage play, one of the things that you have to also understand is to carry your audience along.
Right.
Other than that, they'll be bored. Yeah. So I think that I also learned that skill from there, and I'm able to just change the scenario and all that. Yeah. So I'm also now exploring more facilitation, moderation, events, and all. Yeah.
That's amazing. That's really amazing. Okay, so let me dig in deep. Was it the money that made you leave that career?
I would say, okay, that's a very tricky question, but a part of it would be yes. Okay. A part of it would be yes, because not directly the money, because even within the CSO space or where I am, it's not really about the money. It's not really about the money, but then it's about there was one person that I acted with, very known personality in Ghana. I acted with, and he gave me a very sound advice.
Okay.
That look, you are coming up, you are very good and all that. But even for me, at the level that I am, I don't really depend on this job because it really doesn't pay. And also you have to get to the zenith of it to be earning much. And for me, money has never been my motivation. It's all about impact. Because most of the stage plays that I did they were just paying us peanuts, but the vim in quote was there. I just loved to do it. It was just there. And I just wanted to do. We were traveling, and the traveling bit was also very interesting. We were traveling to Obuasi, Kubasi, Sunyani, Cape Coast campuses to art and all that. It came with that satisfaction. But when he gave me the advice that it is good that I have this, but then if I can do it as an addition where I can focus on something more productive as I do this, then it helped me. Yes, that's what he said, because he just saw the potential in me and he didn't want me to run around, just to be very tactical about it, and to also be very knowledgeable in the space. So I started reading more. I started doing my own research, digging, looking at actors in Ghana over the years, how they've lived their life. And I'm like, okay, so even if I'm going to do this, I need something that would give me more, like my revenue to diversify, so that even if this actor is giving me more money, then the other side of it also will be giving, or I can be earning money from the other side and be pushing it into my craft. So that was the mentality that I took. Okay, so let me go into the corporate world, and anytime that I want, and I'm able to gain that capital, I can either come back or I can support other creatives in that way, of which is part of my plan that I'll set up a production company in the future. So I have it in it. So the money was a big part, but I think I had someone to advise me to realign.
Right.
And I also look at how I want to go with my life. And I have never regretted that. I have never regretted it, because I think looking at the other alternatives that I had and learning from where I have been was also something that gave me, I think, run for my money. Yeah.
Wow. That's interesting. Okay. So now you are the green man,
so to speak.
Okay. So let's index on that a little bit. You know, a lot of people have asked, what is green entrepreneurship? So we might also have some individuals on the call who are wondering what green entrepreneurship is. Now they are in luck. You're here. Tell them.
Yeah, so there are a number of, if you look at entrepreneurship in its sense, it is very broad. We have the social entrepreneurs, also. But if you look at the green entrepreneurship, it's become very, very common, or it's entered the lexicon in the past 10 years because of the advent of climate change. So the whole conversation is about climate change, emissions, how are we going to cut off our emissions and all that. So that serves as a problem or an obstacle. And one of the things that Machiavelli said, Nicola Machiavelli, was like, when there are obstacles, there are opportunities. So the obstacle that we see, or green entrepreneurs saw, was within the climate conversation. Everybody is jumping on the climate conversation. Everybody is talking about the climate change, the doomsday, what the problems are, the effects. But as creative thinkers, or as
I noticed. Welcome back.
Yes, sorry, I dropped off.
No worries.
So I think I was at yeah. So within the space of climate change, the conversation became very big. Was what can creative thinkers do? So that's where innovators came around to go like, okay, then we have an idea of how to solve some of the problems within the climate conversation. So if you look at the climate conversation, there are two main pillars of it. There is adaptation and then there is mitigation. And I'll explain that. So if we talk about adaptation, already we are being faced, or we are faced with the effects of climate change. And so we have to learn to live with it. That is one. Then mitigation is to cut down on the emissions. So these two pillars present an opportunity to entrepreneurs to go like, okay, so if we want to solve the issues, which is called climate action, then we have to also be creative about it. We need to have solutions to solve this problem. And that is where green entrepreneurship came. So green entrepreneurship, it's more of an idea to solve our issues of environmental sustainability, creating business cases for climate action. So in other words, we are looking at not just profit, but we are looking at the planet. Those are the three major pillars that is often called a triple bottom line. So those are the foundational or the fundamentals of green entrepreneurship. We are looking at how we can make profit, safeguard the people, and also protect the environment. These are the principles that guide green entrepreneurship and sustainability businesses. So that's basically not a textbook kind of explanation of green entrepreneurship, but take a takeaway lesson of what green entrepreneurship is.
The Max Beck definition of green entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
All right. So, what's your aspiration? What do you hope to achieve?
So it's very interesting that you've asked this question, but we would all agree when it comes to the issue of unemployment and job creation, it's a very huge topic. It's very topical when you talk about unemployment, when you talk about job creation, when you talk about skills. And for me, I believe that green entrepreneurship from the global south, most especially from Ghana, I'll speak for the context of Ghana now.
Right.
We have the issue of unemployment. We have graduates coming out of school without jobs. And there's even an association in Ghana called I don't know if it's still in existence, but they are called the Unemployed Graduates Association. I think some years back, they used to be very vibrant. And you look at the numbers that are being popped out of our universities and the job vacancies that are also available. It tells you that if we do not take measures, we are going to topple over. And any system, any economic system, any society that has a lot of these unemployment issues are prone to other social vices and then also economic decline of, and we have a very young population in Ghana and in Africa. So that if we don't look at the issues and have pragmatic solutions towards these issues, then definitely no one is left behind if it cascades into social vices. And so for me, I believe that green entrepreneurship is not a concept that has to be alien to us, but then I believe that sustainability has always been a part of our indigenous knowledge system. It has been a part of us, but it's just that in this time, it is being defined in a specific context. So why don't we as young people look into that arena to look at the number of jobs that can be created, to look at the number of innovations that can also be created by solving our environmental problems. Now, Chris, let me even amaze you. I was reading a green entrepreneur handbook that in the US alone, green entrepreneurship yearly is estimated to be about $20 billion. And it has a potential to go beyond go to about $50 billion a year. That is even in the United States. So let's look at in our
context.
Country, if we also use that or leverage on that assumption that it is rising, then definitely we should also create a roadmap, a strategy to be able to tap into that sector. I don't know the statistics when it comes to Africa and Ghana, but I am of the view that since it's a trend, it definitely has the potential of creating more jobs. And the knowledge bit is also very important because you are only going to be exposed to opportunities based on the knowledge that you are exposed to. If we do not have understanding or knowledge about green entrepreneurship, how then do we even think around it? How then do we even innovate around it? So I think as a start, for me, I believe that creating awareness on green entrepreneurship, bringing young people who are already within the sector to understand green entrepreneurship and the potential of creating jobs, and also to inspire others who are looking for other avenues of creating jobs, other avenues of being an innovator. They should be thinking in green aspect because the green has a potential and it has that ability to also put us on the map or on the ladder. So for me, it's just about job creation, to have a lot of young people coming up with innovation, and also we would not be just just like in the Silicon Valley time and the issue, the technology discussions. We were just like a receiver. We just sit down to receive the technologies that come. But I think it is about time that we are inclusive in the process of creating this green entrepreneurship ecosystem. And that is my aim, and that is my vision, that in the sectors that are emerging, so there are a lot of emerging sectors within the green space. Talk about even in the renewable energy space, there is solar installation. There are also electronic vehicles that has also become very topical in the last 3 or 4 years. So these are all areas that have the potential to employ people and also for job creation.
That's impressive.
Yeah, so that's the way forward for me, or that's how I want to see the and over the past 3 years. So I've been actively in the green space, for the green entrepreneurship space, for 4 years. I started with a project called SNV Green. SNV Green did that project some time ago, where I was trained as a trainer of the trainer. So I was handling one hub called the Women's Haven in Kumasi, and I had the opportunity to engage women innovators for 2 cohorts. That was 6 months, 6 months. So that's where the whole journey of green entrepreneurship started. Then I moved into this organization that I was telling you about, that led to the Young Green Entrepreneurs. That also is leading to another conversation that we are now trying to brainstorm and look at how we can expand and go beyond just our green entrepreneurship. But Chris, it's interesting that once you start working within the green space, you notice most of our young people are very creative. Because if you look at the innovators that we have within our space, it's really, some of the things that they are doing would amaze you. There's one lady who is able to do jewelry with glass beads. We have briquettes. Briquette is organic charcoal. Let me put it that way. Charcoal, but this time it's organic. It's not a normal cut down tree to get charcoal, but then they are using organic substances. They put them together through a process, and they come up with this charcoal called the organic charcoal or briquettes. There are a number of innovators within the electronic way. A lot.
Yeah, no doubt, for sure.
Yeah, so my view is to have a platform that green entrepreneurs can feel safe, can discuss, more like a safety net for that. You'd also agree that when you are an entrepreneur and then you don't have that safety net, it's easy for you to live. You made a statement that I said I agree with during the YGE. I want to recall that it was a very controversial one, but I think I agree with that. Yeah. So if you don't have that safety net as an entrepreneur, you easily drop off, and creating that system will also make them strengthen each other, and then as iron sharpen iron, they'll be able to sharpen each other.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess priority for you is to connect them to each other and mobilize funding for them.
Yeah.
That's nice. Okay, so now let's look at one of the topics that I've had that I wish I had people who listed them to speak to. I had some student entrepreneurs. I was thinking, well, some students, since it's Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, I was like, yeah, let's mix it. You have all these big guys here. Youth leadership. Well, I don't know if you are still a youth. Are you still a youth?
I think I would say yes, because I work with a number of people. Well, for the standard definition, I have crossed the youth bracket. Yes, I have. Let me just be very honest. I have crossed the standard definition for being a youth. But I
youth at
think
heart.
that I still say I'm a youth because, even when the 40s and the 50s are even campaigning there, so I'm going to be the youthful person. So by virtue of that statement, I think I'm still a youth. Yeah, I'm still a youth. So yeah, because I work with a lot of young people, and I'm still connected to young people one way or the other. I'd prefer to say that I'm not youthful in age, but then I'm youthful in the spirit.
Right. So, what do you think is what young people want? And okay, so first the question is, do you think young people, the generation before us, are getting us wrong?
I think that's a very tricky question. I think there's an I think there's an intergenerational gap.
Right.
I think there's an intergenerational gap. The reason being that in the older generation, they had a way they saw things, and they had a way to think about things.
Yeah.
The so-called Gen Zs and all those have a different way of thinking. And so there is that kind of friction in terms of everything. I'll give an example. In our parents, I'll use our parents as an example. In their minds, most of them had a dichotomy way of thinking. One, 9 to 5 is what they want to see you as a productive young person, going to job, going to work. Now you come 5. It is the standard way of hardworking or defining you being, let's say, part of the working class. That is them. But for you to now explain to them that, look, we are in a gig economy. And the gig economy, I can do like 3 or 4 jobs, do 3 hours, do 2 hours, and even be paid more. All right. But then, and then also with remote jobs and all that. Imagine your mom having a perception of 9 to 5, go to work, they see you come. You have a remote job, you are just home with your laptop, connecting, doing meetings, and at the end of the month, you are being paid. It sounds too distant in their thinking, mostly if they are so tied up in their 9 to 5 ideology. And if you don't take care, there will always be friction that go out, go and look for a job, and then stop. You are always on your computer, you are always on your phone, pressing. And you're like, yes. So that's one of the intergenerational gap and understanding. So that is there. And when it comes to leadership, I think that in the Gen Zs, they look at leadership as more of a dynamic approach. You have to integrate creative thinking, inclusion, and everything in your leadership ability or how you govern. But then our oldies see governance and leadership also to be very different, as in kind of an authoritarian way, kind of a way that goes direct, says you have to do this. So there is also that kind in terms of leadership, that is also a gap. However, I think because there is that gap, there should be an intergenerational dialogue. There should be a consensus that we as young people should understand the times that they lived and also understand the times that we live in, and to be able to come to a common ground and have an understanding that, okay, because you understood things in this way, this is how we understand. Other than that, there will always be that friction. There would always be that friction in entrepreneurship, in leadership, in governance, even in making money and revenue streams. So, for example, I'm home now. I'm having this meeting with you. After this meeting, I need to submit some report meetings. I'm coordinating a project. I mean, Kumasi right now, but I'm coordinating projects in Tamale, in this, taking reports and all that. At the end of the month, I'm going to be paid. So imagine if my parents were to be here and they are going like, is this guy doing quote unquote fraud or something illegal? If I don't explain the concept to them, there will always be that friction. Regardless of the money that you are receiving at the end of the month, there will always be that friction. So yes, there is that gap. but I think there's also a way to look at having a dialogue with the grown-ups or the not youthful generation. It is not going to be easy. That is it. We should also understand that it's not going to be easy. Just like the generation coming after us will also have it very different.
Yeah.
Now, Chris, let me give you an example. I was traveling somewhere, and there was this child next to me, and at his age, he had a tablet. Sorry, he had a tablet, and on the tablet, he was able to navigate, go to the game, press the game, open the game, play the game, and I was just for like 10 minutes. I was just watching this child playing the game, having access to the device and being able to navigate the device, would even go to Play Store, download. And I didn't know the age of this child, but I could say that the child is less than 3 years. So it took me back to think about me when I was 3 years old. Did I even understand what this child is doing? I had my first computer in class 6, desktop. All right. And in my class at that time, I was the only one who had a desktop computer. Nobody had desktop computer. So it tells you a generation where we are coming from, and the generation who are coming after us, it's going to be very different. They are going to see the world in a very different way. Just let's look at even the advent of artificial intelligence and how it is shaping all of us. You meet professors, those days if you are doing your thesis, you have to go to the library, go get books, analyze. But now AI can even help you to synthesize your work, suggest topics to look at when you are doing your research, literature, and it's cutting down your time to actually do all these things. So there's always going to be a generational gap. But then the beautiful thing is once we have dialogue and each party is willing to learn, that is where we can make progress.
Yeah, I mean, the other day I was having this conversation with one of the speakers. Let me recall his name. Man, I've met a lot of people, so pardon me.
You have.
Evans Owusu Amankwa. Yeah, so Evans and I,
Yes, I know Evans. I know Evans.
Yeah. He and I was discussing it. He was telling me about his son, who is just about the age of the kid you saw. He's no stranger to tablet and phones and things. We're talking about that, and I was wondering, just for our conversation though, not in absolution of facts. Okay, so the Gen Z, for example, the generation behind us, as an example, they have they were born into the time when we have a more advanced technology and lifestyle accessories than what we had. But
right.
But then the question becomes, do they necessarily have a better quality of life than what we had? The fact that you have access to 7 active social media accounts, does it mean that you have more quality friendships or relationships?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, so
I don't.
Yeah, it's a discussion that will never end, because we also look at the baby boomers and think that all they did was to go and have fun and not think about getting into global discourse, I feel like every generation will look at.
It's a very tricky, Chris. It's a very interesting thing that you are bringing this up.
Yeah,
and I think if we look at the technology bit, it has its downsides. Technology in itself is immoral, and I think there are also downsides to some of these things. I watched a documentary called The Social Dilemma on Netflix that really spoke to some of these issues, that people have following or followers, but they are still lonely. So you can have about 4,000 people on your X, 10,000 people on your LinkedIn, 50,000 people on your Instagram, but people only connect to what you post and not, or maybe a lifestyle that you want them to see. But that kind of human interaction is always missing.
Absent. Yes.
It is missing. It is a fact that people are committing suicide. In fact, as at the time I watched, it said a lot of people based on social media are committing suicide, are also thinking about they are not good enough because they don't understand why a friend will post and will get 1,000 and they will post and get like 2 or 3. Then at that young age, they begin to experience a kind of depression and then a kind of unhealthy competition that perhaps may even has to do with your personality or anything, just that maybe people are not interested in whatever you are posting. And sometimes it happens, Chris. You post very interesting stuff or thoughts on maybe your ex and nobody even likes it.
Oh, yeah.
But then the day you post something like off your thinking, that is when
your friend list.
Yeah, you begin to go like, and that's why now everybody is calling themselves influencers for the likes and all. You may have all the likes, but there is still that, there may be still that if you get close to some of these people, they'll tell you the honest truth that in real life they feel very distant to people, but they live on social media. And someone would even quote that Twitter is not even a real place. You know.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that we need to, I mean, this conversation is as vital as it is current, because, you know, I just had a similar discourse with a previous speaker that spoke before your session. What's that name again?
Jikaya.
Yes. Oh no, Aisha though.
Okay.
Aisha. So Aisha and I were talking about you know, Satoshi.
Satoshi, is it a Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
There was a meme that was posted about his net worth, and you know, but still nobody knows who he is. And I was like, I like this kind of anonymity. But then
nobody.
Yeah, but then you do things that require that, you know, you have to use these tools, you have to be online, and sometimes you see people. The one that I I think about it sometimes, and it makes me laugh. Maybe you posted something right now, and then you see friend requests or follow requests coming, but the post you made that probably made them to notice you is still there. Those people that are sending you friend requests and follow requests have never engaged on that post.
That's the truth.
You know, so they just they just want to keep tabs on you. And then I ask myself also, how many times do you go online purposely to like all the posts that you see? So it's like social media is a place where we go to, you know, it doesn't look social anymore. It doesn't look social anymore. We go to keep tabs on things that we care about, not necessarily to socialize and, you know, find out how our friends that are not close to us are doing.
But come to think of it, Chris.
Yeah.
I started social media on Facebook. And I think when Facebook, well, it was only Facebook. And I think, no, before Facebook was like, they had one, is it MySpace?
MySpace, yeah.
So I was using MySpace before Facebook. And then you realize that at that time, because it was only Facebook, you could easily connect with people you've known, people you've gone to school with, and you could interact with them easily. what's happening in their life. But as soon as we got the other social media, Snapchat, X, LinkedIn, blah, blah, then you just lose count. You're like, the set of friends, and even tells you what to post. Because what I'll post on Facebook will be different from what I have to post on Instagram, because Instagram is just for the, pictures. So I have to put my best pictures there for people to just say, your picture is nice, oh, good, great, blah. Make sales. If it's on X and you go and put those pictures there, you might not even get likes.
Yeah.
So at X, you have to
be mean.
Prove a point. Like, be all knowing. You have to be like a kind of a bully. There are certain comments that if you want to gain traction, and people post fake stuff just to get traction.
Oh yeah.
People are just video anything and then be capturing it wrong just for likes, interactions, and Snapchats and all that. Yeah, so I think social media, one way or the other, is making us lose a sense of community, even though the idea of social media is to connect us, but it's still losing that. It's becoming very toxic in certain spaces. I've known people who have gone off certain social media just because it was so toxic to the extent that they just had to leave. Just recently, a friend of mine was being trolled, just because someone made a post and that this could have been a very harmless post, but for X, everybody can be taken to the altar to be slaughtered. Regardless of who you are, if they get you there, it's a different world altogether. So
they'll use it to gain attention.
That's very true. Yeah.
Yeah. So they'll use it to gain attention.
Yeah.
It's amazing. So but when you also think about it on the other side, you see companies, for example, are incentivizing such behavior, because some companies are incentivizing that behavior because when you have that number of followers that they require, they don't care. Well, not they. Let me not be generic. Let me not generalize. Some people would not care whether what you post is this or that. They will just give you ambassadorial, give you one contract. I remember back in the day, that lady that released her pictures and began to trend all over the place. They gave her award, gave her contract, and then you ask yourself, somebody is here building personal brand, posting insightful comments and produce videos, and no one is giving award to her and giving her contract. So is this a validation of what is acceptable as a way to gain partnerships? I don't understand it sometimes.
I also don't understand that, because and sometimes I had a discussion with a friend, and we were discussing just this, that it is also giving people the opportunity to do just anything for the numbers, because I need the numbers. So result, I can make my pictures that are not, sensitive, pictures that are very provocative, just for people to like, gain the numbers. Once I gain the traction, that is why I'll start getting
brand partnerships.
It takes no form of morality, no form of morality, no form of any test measure. So everybody wants to, gain that traction. And there is this particular person on social media, and you could see that it's a she. You could see that what she's doing is just off. And I don't want to pinpoint, but it has to do with the way that she consumes food. And she's getting ambassador. Yes, it's kind of, we are in a content economy, I understand, but there are, I think there should be a kind of, I don't know, I don't want to be like policing in terms of morality, but we should just call a spade a spade. If what you are doing is not right, let's just do it that. But no, it's gaining. People are like, and funny enough, people won't tell you the truth. Yes, we are in a situation where people will not tell you the truth. Everybody will be hailing you.
Of
now,
course.
if you look at
you know, the Gen Z will tell you when you are about to, like when you are nearing the pit, they will hype you up to fall inside the pit so they can have element of surprise and laughter, entertainment.
Exactly. Sometimes you go and then you see some of the content, young people abusing alcohol, abusing drugs with camera on them.
Oh yeah.
Like, what? Why? Like, why? And people like, what is happening in our world? And later on, in some years' time, these same people will be doing GoFundMe for kidney transplant, and I'm dying. And back in your younger days, you thought it was and the funny thing is, those on social media don't even care.
Oh yes.
When the issues come, they will start going to dig your old post to be using it against you. But that time they were supporting you.
Of course.
I did a project about online safety, digital safety and all that way back about 4 years ago in some schools. So one of the things that I realized as at that time was most of that generation, maybe I should have written a paper about it, most of that generation automatically landed in the social media space. There wasn't any track, any form of education to orient them into the world that they are going into, just by virtue of the fact that they have phones. They have this, they just land on it, and then they are just doing anything. As at that time, the statistics that we took in some of the schools were very interesting. So it was like, what do you use the internet for? About 70%, which were male, said that they use it for pornography and then betting. And then the next question that I asked was why? Because those are the things that they know. So I was trying to tell them, do they know about Wikipedia? Do they know about Khan Academy?
When was this? When was the project?
This was about, so the project was Kiwix in schools. It was a digital literacy project. It's even, it's in 2001. If you type my name, Maxwell Beganim, and Kiwix, it was a project that we did in senior high school.
You've been around though.
We were going to senior high schools to do that, and we're trying to understand the perception when it comes to digital literacy, because that's one of the things I did with my master's thesis. Like, I worked on computational thinking, so that also was a project that was very interesting. So we just realized that at that time in 2001, that was most of the senior high schools that we went. It was either pornography betting. They were not using the internet to learn. Most of them didn't even know that on YouTube you can have access to content that are being taught in a classroom on YouTube to revise and all that. So that was an opportunity to also show them that these are some of the tools that you can use. You can also use social media to learn. You can use this, because they were not oriented into that space. They entered, and some of us are also victims. Nobody taught us how to use Facebook. Nobody taught us how to use MySpace. We just jumped on. We saw what would gain the likes, and we're just posting anything. So we can do things differently by going back to some of these institutions, senior high school, junior high school, to shape them. Because now they have access to
everything
as far as home, like 4 years, 5 years. So I think there is time to now go into digital ethics, to teach them what to do, what not to do, what you can post, what not to post, and all that. And once we are able to do that, I think we can have a level of sanity. I'm not a prophet, but I'm just thinking that if we can do that, at least it will shape some minds on how to deal with stuff on social media, and also how we can interact online. And to let people understand that social media, you may think it's not real place, but it's actually a real place.
Well said. And you are right. You're absolutely right. The question is, who shall I send?
Who shall I send?
Yeah. Who will go? And It's a pressing need. It's a pressing need. And I believe that some of the young guys is just, they do it because their friends are doing it. They don't have any mental willpower to resist, the pressures, like all the girls that you see that wearing school uniform, they are in high school, obviously, and they are dancing on social media. So they don't know. But if there are counselors that give them a download of the implication, like what you've highlighted now, I think, as you said, they will have a different recourse.
So the project was called, we had a project, or we had a session called Digital Citizenship, how to become a digital citizen. And that was when my team highlighted on how they can be, just like you want to be a good citizen in a country, you can equally be a good citizen online. So we call it a digital citizenship.
Are you planning to revive it? It would be nice.
Sorry?
Are you planning to revive it?
We did that, and we also trained some people to around that to also go into schools to do digital citizenship. But just as I told you, the workload becomes a lot. But I think I did my best to train people to equally take up the mantle to do that. But now most of the young people will not, just like how I had the edge to just do it freely. Most of the young people now are not ready to commit their time to offer any kind of, to learn a skill, to be able to transfer the skills for free. No, they are not ready to do that. But I believe maybe one day in the future, maybe if I get a lot of money, maybe I can start my foundation about digital citizenship in junior high schools and senior high schools. Or maybe we would have a benevolent individual to say, hey, Max, I heard you on Chris's
Global Student Entrepreneurship.
Yeah, and I think I like, let's come up with a project on digital citizenship from this interview, and then I think it would be a very good outcome. But if it doesn't even happen, I know that one day in a life, maybe someone hearing me here would even pick it up and do it. And that's the beauty of it. I'm always available to provide any kind of guidance, any kind of materials that you need, training, capacity, and all that. That's also what I can also offer.
Yeah. So let me join positive energy to it so that we can send it to the stratosphere.
Yes, please join. We need to send that.
We'll send it to where it should be.
Yeah.
My man.
Because we need it. We really need that.
Yeah.
We really need that.
Okay. We're coming to the top of the hour. Closing comments. What inspires you? What makes you wake up in the morning?
One thing that inspires me to wake up in the morning is I wake up every day thinking about how I can impact life. That has been my guiding principle. Like, how do I impact lives? I sleep with it and I wake up with it. And so by that, I think I also send that energy into the stratosphere. And every now and then people are coming to me, Max, there's this project that I'm doing. Can you come on board? Can you help me? Can you, in my own small way, can you help me? Please, there is this. And I realize I am very good at ideation.
What is that?
With a lot of ideation.
Right.
Yeah, I'm able to bring up, like, once we are having a topic, at the end of our conversation, I can bring up, hey, why don't you do this? I have that. I think that's my strength. I have that very creative way of coming up with ideas. And so there's so many projects that are going on that it was just because I had conversation with people and I went like, oh, try this, let's do this. Maybe you can try this. Oh, Max, the idea you gave me is working. How can I? Yeah, so I just wake up every day thinking about how I can also make the world better. at least if I cannot make the world, I can't add anything to the world. I don't have to make it worse off. So I think about that every single day, because a time would come I would have to leave this earth. Would I leave this earth as a better earth or as a better world or what? So that's what keeps me alive. Even when I'm sick, I need to just show up.
Right. Yeah. And you were not feeling well today.
But you can see from my eyes and my voice,
Yeah.
I was really struggling to. In fact, yesterday, I took some medications that, you know, when with the flu, those medications, if you take it, it really makes you drowsy.
Right.
So I was so drowsy this morning, but I said I would show up. Like I have to be here. Yeah, because I've been thinking about this just to make Chris.
Oh man.
I just wanted to be a part of history.
Yeah.
And I had to show up.
Yeah, and you are. And
I don't take this for granted. Like I don't take this for granted at all. Sully Briggs once said that if you don't come up with your own dream, someone will hire you to build their dream. But I have a different version of that. I may not be able to have what you are dreaming about, but I can tag along, all right, to make your dream a success. And I am a believer of that. In my world, I am not thinking in any dimension that I would one day do an interview like this. But if Chris is doing an interview and he has to succeed and I can tag along, I need to put up all my arsenals to make sure Tom-Chris gets this award. And I know we are going to get this award.
Yes, yeah. We will. We will. And we will, yeah. I release some of my blessings of goodwill to you as well.
I receive it.
Yeah, whatever you want to do in these next few days, having sacrificed for me, may you also get people to sacrifice for you.
Thank you so much. I'm grateful. Yeah. Amen to that. I'm so grateful. Yeah.
Okay.
And it's been a wonderful, like I've really enjoyed. I never thought, in fact, we started with green, ended up in digital.
Yeah.
It's been a very great conversation. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I like for it to be conversation because, you know, we are tired of the Q&A and, you know, the structures are changing.
The metrics.
Yeah. It's always good because anyone who takes a microphone to stand in front of people should have been prepared. You don't prepare for an event. You go to an event because you were already prepared. So I can't go and start prepping for what I will say to them. I tell them my life, which is a prepared message. Yeah. And if someone, that's my expectation of the experts I invite. And, you know, I believe also you are a consummate professional in your own kind.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So Udo is joining. Just give me a few moments so that we can do a seamless transition.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so before Udo comes, if anybody wants to get to me, the name is Maxwell Biganim on LinkedIn. Yeah.
Hello, Udo. Hello. I think she's still fixing the gadget and things. It didn't seem to work.
So you've done 76 hours already.
Yeah, 76%. We keep going.
76%.
No, whoa, hours. So I'm counting it in percentage, so that it will be closer.
Wow. This is good. This is good.
Yeah.
This is good.
We keep going.
Putting a lot of work.
Well,
I'm so proud.
everyone here has worked so hard. The guys have, outdone themselves. We have combated the forces of nature, and it's not been a joke at all.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? I
Yeah.
know.
But to God be the glory. I mean, we are still streaming in spite of the data cost and ECG cost and everything else. We are still very much active. The UPS is working, the devices are working, none of them has blown up, which means we are very, very much covered. So it's just about, outlasting the tiredness.
Very.
I think she dropped off. So please, let's give her a little moment to reconnect.
Okay. Sure. Sometimes our internet always becomes an issue.
I know. I'm so grateful actually, because when we were about to start streaming, I had to go and send a message on social media that Tele said they should consider us and give us good internet, because without good internet, how you do? You're back.
Hello, nice to be connected.
Okay, are you good to go now so that I can let Maxwell go and rest?
Good to go.
Okay, Maxwell, thank you so much. Cheers.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah. All right. So we are talking about food and agriculture beyond 2030 and how Yemet contributes. Okay, would you mind to introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Udokama Jadwil, and I'm the co-founder of Yemet. I've been in this space for a while, currently innovating in the agricultural industry. And I mean, I really get to wear what we do at Yemet, but yeah, that's just pretty much who I am. I drive the team and I lead the vision.
Wonderful. Okay, so what's your vision for food and agriculture beyond 2030?
So my vision actually is one where we have food sovereignty. And food sovereignty, I mean that we particularly grow the food that we eat. We grow nutritious food that can be distributed across borders within Africa. I also want a vision where I want a continent or a world where technology drives some of the innovations that are springing forth every other day, to just ensure that we gain a good level of food security within the continent. But yes, that's just pretty much my vision for 2020. 2030.
Okay, so how did you get into all this agriculture and food security and things?
Thank you so much. That's a good question. And it's something that I get all the time. But yes, my journey started a few years ago. But then on a positive side, right, I was doing a lot of consultations for agricultural companies who were solving, market access for farmers. But I thought that maybe people are doing the same thing over and over again. How about we maybe take our attention a little bit, or we digress towards farmers who actually provide the food that we eat? How are these people being catered for? And also extending to the crops as well. What is the process of getting food from farm to table, and even from the farm? How is that entire planting process? How does that happen? But yes, it was out of this curiosity that I decided to dig deeper. And so when the thought of EMS also crossed by my mind, fortunately for me, while I was helping my mom sort out her health insurance, I particularly took it serious, and I took it maybe as a vision from God, because in that moment, I thought, I mean, so many things could have crossed my mind, right? But this particular one still stuck with me, and it was almost like if I didn't do anything about it, I wouldn't have peace. And so that's how I started to, do a lot of research and to build upon that single idea that randomly crossed my mind. And this was pretty much, in line with food security, right? As I mentioned, going back to the grassroots, to the very lowest level of the people who form that value chain in the food industry. And so I started to pay a lot of attention to it, and that's single idea and thoughts. It's pretty much what's bettered Yemet and what we're doing today. So it's just very simple. How do we catalyze the space for not just farmers, but then going to that grassroots to say that the people who spend their day and night tilling and toiling the soil to ensure that we have the nutritious food that we eat, are they being catered for? And not just them being catered for, how are the crops protected? And that's sort of led us to answer some of the questions that we're working on today. So it's literally from answering so many questions that has bettered like the innovation that we have today that is now continuing to champion food security in several parts of Africa.
How long has this been around for?
Pretty much under 2 years.
Okay. So I know you said what you were doing before, but I think I need for you to help re-echo it again, because I was wondering the linkage.
Okay.
It seems this one is of more.
Yeah. So please go on.
No, you go ahead, please.
Oh, okay, awesome. Okay, so a lot of what I was doing was on a consultancy level.
Yeah.
Working to help people who are building the innovations, particularly e-commerce solutions that would take food to the consumers.
Right.
So take food from the farm to the consumers, but then being powered by technology in that sense, as an e-commerce platform where people can usually find food to buy, and that food is being taken from one point to now another point.
Okay. Where are you based now?
Currently moving across cities, but I'm currently in Nigeria, and that's because this is our biggest market, and we're trying to, cover the market here, and then slowly move to other parts of Africa.
Where in Nigeria?
Abuja, precisely.
Okay, so where did the accent come from?
I've lived pretty much all my professional work experience in East Africa and part of South Africa, Southern Africa. So you usually find me speaking like East Africans, but yes, I like to think that I'm an adopted East African and maybe partly Southern African. Yeah.
One of the displaced Nigerians, I see.
No, I'm so full-blooded Nigerian. I'm full-blooded Nigerian, but sometimes it's good to share yourself to the rest of the world, and I'm taught to work too.
I see. Okay. Which company was it you were working with before?
To be honest, I've done a lot, and I mean, in the last 5 years, I've been independently consulting. So, but prior to that, I did a lot of international non-governmental organizations. IYF, the International Youth Federation, with ISEC as well. Also work with some local non-governmental organizations, and other ones are pretty much small startups that are tech based. But yes, and more of I'm partly product management, helping people within the computer software industry to build, software products that's they can launch easily to the African market.
Interesting. Okay, now you've been thrust into the center of trying to rework food and agriculture beyond 2030. By the way, there was a recent movement in Nigeria, no movement anyway, but discussion, lots of fervent social media discussion about GMO. What was it about? Do you have first-hand understanding?
I won't say that I have first-hand. I mean, just like every other person, I was part of people who saw the news in passing. But yes, it was such a controversial conversation.
It's in your industry.
Not again?
It's in your industry, or you don't want to discuss that aspects?
It is in my industry. Like I said, it's quite a controversial. It's quite a controversial conversation. I mean, I'm not picking a side. I usually tell my fellow counterparts that I am indifferent about it. I'm taking neutral. I'm not taking sides to anyone because I do understand the value of GMOs, as well as the downsides to it. So I feel like, I mean, just to stand on still the neutral side, if it's been properly integrated into our system, I think that it has a potential of helping the food industry to move forward. But yeah, I guess I'll leave it at that.
If you make that submission, you open the door for me to ask question. Because
I think that I'd like to leave the conversation at that rather than take a side, because that's what you'd be pushing me to.
No, I asked your understanding of it, and you made a submission which requires that I seek clarifying question, but it's okay. I see you're doing political stance.
I mean, sometimes diplomacy does the trick. What's it?
Let's talk about how objectively we can get all Nigerians to not be hungry beyond 2030 as you have aspirations of. So effectively, what are the steps? Is it by private organizations like yourself, or is this beyond the capacity of what individuals can do or collectives can do that government needs to come in? What are your views?
Okay, thank you so much for that. I mean, I've always been on the side, I've always been leaning on the side of individuals or private companies can't do all the work in terms of taking us from where we are to where we need to be, even in before 2030 or even beyond 2030. It takes a collective effort. No one person can fix Africa's food insecurity anyway. So even for what we do, or what we encourage in our company, is active collaboration, and that's what has gotten us to this level where we're at really quick. We leverage on partnerships, and that partnerships can come in pretty much public-private. A lot of the work that we're doing is at the grassroots level, and I know that I have one of my uncles who used to tease me about getting into politics, because if we want to solve things even at the local level, you need to work with people who are at different leadership points, and people who serve in the government, because those are the people that have the touch points and can get you what you need. I would usually laugh about him nudging me to get into politics, but now I see it, right? Because when you get to that level of working or even trying to provide a solution, you need all the hands that you can get from the local level all the way to the very top. And that's what we're leveraging on at this time. I never thought I would even go to, not that we're politicking anything, but it's just the idea is working with different, sets of people within the public sector, and also us as in the private sector as well. We also do a lot of work with other companies who are still innovating all we're thinking of is we can't do this alone, because the more you want to solve things, the more problems come up. And you're wondering, like, am I even doing the right thing? But it's that, yes, you're doing the right thing, but then the problems are just too vast. You need now to work with other people who don't necessarily do the same thing that you do, but have like some fragments of other aspects that they could come in and solve. So yes, I'm leaning on the side of public-private partnerships any day, because we can't do the work alone. So yeah, we need everybody working collectively.
Okay. Have you explored such partnerships before?
Yeah, that's currently what we're doing, as I mentioned. We're currently also working with example would be, I mean, that conversation is ongoing anyway. But yes, on the top side, we're championing a partnership that's, we want to pilot with the Ministry of Women Affairs in Nigeria. And then on the local side, we're working with different local governments and their legislative council to expand the work that we're doing. Yes.
So for individuals or companies that want to explore government partnerships, what strategies can they execute to make it happen, based on the experience of what you've achieved?
To be honest, there's no one way to share this, or to even let them know that this is one path, right? But then start with even writing to the office that you want to work with. I guess because of the high level of bureaucracy in the public sector, that's not going away anytime soon. And I mean, we all need to be realistic about it, and still find a way to push through. I also remember one of our advisors in the early days when we started, who would usually nudge me to write as much emails, write to this office, write to that office, write to specific individuals in the specific government parastatal. Don't worry, just write. Write to even like the AFTB president. You just never know. You just never know, right? I would say that we've explored that on that level. And I would also encourage other people, right, to explore it. Will it give you the results that you need? I can't guarantee you that, but it would usually help. One thing that always helps is to find an individual who is within those offices that you want to work with. It makes the work a lot easier, right? When you find a key person who can now direct you to somebody else, and that's even like coming down to the local level. Right, with some of even like the local governments, the chairmen that we've even been able to meet, it was one key person within those places, or even outside of those places, who knew somebody that could point us to the authority that we needed. So it was just asking everybody, and particularly I would advise, because this is what has worked for me, be proactive in reaching as much people. I've asked my advisors to connect me to one institution or the other, right? So it's just spreading your tentacles as much as you can, because you just never know. With the Ministry of Women Affairs, we were privileged to have had a specific connection to the minister herself, who then asked for a meeting, a private meeting, and then that's how we took that forward. And now we're literally seeing ourselves working with the entire ministry. But yes, it just takes one or two people who would make these connections for you. But aside that, don't relent, write directly. I know, like, I've even gone to other ministries myself, dropping letters myself. I haven't really gotten any call back from them, but it doesn't mean that I'm relenting. Moving on, and also my team is actively reaching out to other people who would help to facilitate the responses and connections that we need to penetrate any level of public office. But yes, that's pretty much what I'm going to say for that.
Okay. All right. So the next consideration will be, let's assume that you write, you do the legwork, and it works. How do you ensure that the partnership can be executed without hiccups? How do you ensure delivery without? Because since it's
to be
private...
honest, okay, sorry, I'll let you finish.
No, I was gonna ask, from your own experience, let's say somebody who's just getting started and wants to collaborate with a government agency in his country or her country, has done what you said in writing and doing the legwork. Now they've gotten some yes, so they are wondering, how do I ensure that I just do this thing correctly and create some pipeline that could potentially give me another opening? I remember you said you are working with the local government and some women agencies in the government. So is there a possibility that what you learned from that experience can be applied by our hypothetical individual?
I mean, yes, for sure. So I would say that, right, for me, one principle that I hold into, that I was being taught by my parents, especially my dad, my late dad, will be that opportunity needs preparation. So I don't like to take things to chances. I don't think that people should. I think that people should start to develop that habit of always being prepared for opportunities that they're looking for. I usually tell, anybody who would ask me that, yes, as much as I'm a faith person, like God is the center of everything that I do. One thing that I like to do personally, and one principle that I uphold, is to be diligent in whatever it is that I'm doing. And everybody around me knows this. It's that I put my heart into the smallest of projects. I don't want to start to preach now, but I would in relations to another principle that I hold so dearly, is that if you're faithful in the small, you will be faithful in the big. And so with regards to opportunities that I've been able to have on a local grassroots level, with the local governments, and even with now on a bigger level, the ministry, it's that I've always been prepared for this thing, right? So it's like, when that opportunity came to meet, those key persons, we were ready. Like, we were always ready, and we were ready to say, hey, whichever that meeting or the partnerships way to, we're ready to take on that. If it's a small project with the smaller, like on the local government level, we have outreach programs that, we are actively hosting in these smaller communities with the local governments. And then on the bigger side as well, we also, the existing projects that, we're looking to, contribute to what is existing, and see how that works, right? So my answer to this is, be prepared for that level that you're getting to, whether it's a small level or the big level. And then when you get that opportunity, give it your best. If you say you're going to do A, do A. Like, if you promised whatnot on a particular project, make sure that you deliver your own side, right? And so that they don't find you wanting, and so that relationship can blossom as much as you want to, right? So for us, even on the local level, we're giving it our best, right? We have outreach programs that we're hosting in these local governments, and we're giving it our best. And we also want them to see, how well we're doing, so that when we come back again, to, for sustainable projects or for sustainability, basically, they're happy at what we're doing or what we have done, and are able to give us a lot more audience on a bigger scale. The same thing with the ministry as well. But yes, that's really what I would encourage everyone who's looking to work with, public or go on a public partnership, is that first things first, be prepared. Secondly, deliver what you said you're going to do. Don't falter on your promises. If you say you're going to do project A, make sure that you do it and you do it very well so that you sustain that relationship. But yes, that's what I'm going to say.
You mentioned you also try to show them what you're doing. How do you show them?
How do I show them? Well, we point them to the plate. First of all, we have a technology that is pretty much live. So it's really about, hey, this is the number of people who are currently using our tech, and this is what the tech can do. So it's not like we're telling them; they're actually using it. They are seeing what we have going on, and they're excited about it. They're excited about how now. I mean, what they're now saying is like how what we currently have benefits their market or their audience, right? So in the case of on the local side, right? It's not, we obviously like gave them our technology system, which can be accessed without the internet, without a smartphone. And they were able to try it out. They were able to see how it benefits, their community, and they're excited about it. So it's a more of showing them and not just telling them that, hey, this is what we can do. But yes, basically, otherwise, we also showed them also how many people are currently using our platform, and they were really impressed about it and want to now work with us.
All right. Some people say women and girls are misrepresented when it comes to investment opportunities on the continent, or let me say in Nigeria. Do you think that's a fair assessment?
Well, first things first is I'm a woman, and just putting myself in the situation, I would say that it's not been the easiest. And even with me, I'd like to think that I have a good social capital. I like to also think of people who don't have the level of social capital that I've been able to build all these years, and still access to financial resources is pretty much far-fetched, right? Not to say that they aren't, but it's how is it distributed now to the people who need it the most? I did attend the program a few days ago, and in like the organizers of that program, it's a community that I'm a huge representative of. I did see that in that program there were a lot of there were opportunities for spotlighting, people who were innovating and doing something that really stood out. But then we weren't there, right? We weren't there. We weren't showcased. I attended, and I wanted to just find out how were the people who got here or who were spotlighted, how were they selected, right? And sometimes it baffles me that maybe the people who are doing the actual work are the ones who don't get recognized. But the people who pretty much, are more of a telling than doing the work are the ones who get some of these opportunities. And so, I mean, I feel like maybe it won't go away, pretty soon. But we're hopeful that people will start to become more and more spotlighted, so that the work that they're doing is not just being behind the scenes. They're out there. They have the resources. I mean, just obviously spotlighted so that they now get the resources that they need. But yes, it starts with putting people or recognizing the efforts that innovators are doing, so that they are now at the forefront of being recognized and getting the resources that they need to scale and move forward. But yes, in a nutshell, I would say that that is still a big deal. That's I think that it's maybe being paid attention to. Because I mean, recently we also got spotlighted, and that opened a lot of doors for us. It didn't give us financing in a way, but yes, if we have these opportunities coming, particularly for women, I think that we pretty much move forward really quick in terms of um, solving food insecurity in the continent. But yeah, there are a lot of women doing amazing things. I can't even begin to too numerous to mention. But yes, if we start to get recognized, start to get showcased, then we now have the right people seeing us first of all, and then taking notes into how can I support these people financially to get to the next level. But yes, it starts with recognition, it starts with visibility.
When you have, I suppose now that you are closer to individuals who can and do provide such resources, recognition, and capital, when you have told them this, or if you have told them, what did they say? Did you tell them? So, two questions in one direction.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I don't like to. I like to have my voice out. I like to be sure that my voice is also heard. Um, but yes, in different rooms, I've mentioned this. But usually you will get, we're going to do our best, right? And we're going to. I mean, they can only do what they can at the end of the day, and it's not even just in the cases where we're being spotlighted and we're thinking of, okay, now that I mean, people have seen what we're doing, how do we now become positioned where we now get that actual resources that we need to, move forward or get from point A to point B in our growth? And the response would just be, we're going to try our best, right? It is not satisfactory. I wish that they could do a lot more than throwing those words around. But yes, I guess it's about taking it and just hoping, right? It's about keeping your hope alive that something positive would happen afterwards. But yes, there's really not much that we could do aside drinking it before them and then waiting or pushing them slightly to see if there's going to be any change in terms of providing the resources. I also got an opportunity to attend a financing forum yesterday for climate-based innovations. And I asked these questions, right? Like I said, when I'm in the room, I like to make sure that I share and get my voice heard. And so in that room, I asked particularly about what these stakeholders who do wholesale financing and retail financing, pretty much what they do in terms of supporting the businesses, small businesses, MSMEs, who are now in the climate financing industry, like us. And so it was just those cliche responses like, oh, we're having a pilot program and this is how much has been committed. I was particular about how is that financing distributed across board. But the response again, as will be cliche responses. And so sometimes when you hear these things, you really don't have much to do, right? But just be hopeful that in your journey, you would eventually find somebody who is, I guess, impact driven, who connects to your vision and is able to say, you know what, I'm going to put my money where my mouth is, just so that this company can get to the next level. But yes, I guess until when that happens, we won't stop the work. We'll continue with providing solutions just so that we make progress in our goal of strengthening our food security.
So you mentioned you have commendable. Well, you didn't use commendable, but I think that's the word that could be used in a synonym that could be used there. Social capital for someone who, our hypothetical individual who is just starting out with such equity. How can they now mobilize resources owing to the fact of your response to government's availability to fund or support SMEs?
To be honest, it's not a one size fits all thing. I mean, people need to recognize, first of all, the industry that they're working in, and then also pay attention to the solution that they're providing and be able to sell that in a manner where somebody is able to believe in what you're selling. And it's not even just selling, it's that you have something to show for it. So even, I tell my friends this thing that yes, I do have some good level of social capital. And I don't take them for granted, right? And I wouldn't say that they're the people that I would easily rush to without having something on ground, because I myself am in that space as well. I mean, I'm talking the private equity space and venture building. So I understand what may be required at different levels of growth. So I would say the same thing to any entrepreneur who is building any solution and they're actively fundraising or looking for resources. Usually, you'd hear people say, start raising from your friends, friends and foes, in that sense. But yes, I would also echo that to say that start with the people in your small circle, right? If those people maybe don't believe you, then maybe look elsewhere, right? But then don't stop looking for funding resources. Ask any and anybody, right? Put yourself out there. I wouldn't say just jump into people's DMs, but strategically consider their profiles and maybe their investment appetite or what it is that they are even about as individuals before jumping into the DM. So I'd say that fundraising is pretty strategic. It needs you to do a lot of calculations, and it needs you to also be authentic as well, because first, I myself, I deeply can spot people who are inauthentic from our place, right? So even before you even approach me to tell me about what you're doing, I can sense it if you're maybe just in it for short term, or maybe you are in it for the long term. So I'd say that don't just start to throw your efforts here and there. Plan for it and make sure that you put in the work to get to particular points where you are ready to get some level of funding resources, because there's the other side of funding that maybe people are not talking about a lot. And that is, are you actually ready for that funding? Like, if you get an amount of money that you've been asking for, how are you going to use it? Are you going to be a good steward of that financing, of that resources, right? And that's why you hear a lot of businesses who start off, raise capital, and then close shop in a year or two. It really just begs the question, and you can literally see that these guys were not ready, right? They had beautiful innovations, but it's the management of the resources that you get. And that's the part that people don't talk about enough. And maybe that's why you find venture building platforms hosting investment readiness programs, because it is a very vital part of fundraising. It's not just about getting access to the funding. It's about, am I ready to manage the resources that I get? And it's not even like big capital, right? It's even in the 1,000 words USD that you have access to, maybe that you raise from your friends. It's, are you able to manage even the small resources that you get before even getting access to the bigger ones? So yes, that's just.
Okay, as we draw closer to the top of the hour, is there anything else you would like people to know about your work before we go to final comments?
In our work, right, we try to build, first of all, a culture of resilience in our team. In this journey of what's less than 2 years, we've faced all level of adversities. I'm not going to lie to you. There is delays, there's been rejections here and there. We've had to, I guess, restructure our model. And also coming back to the talents pipeline has just really been messy, and in a way it has affected a lot of what we do and progress, right? But every day we count our small steps, and we appreciate how far that we've gone, even the little progress that we've had. We've been resilient enough to come back from every setback that we've had. And this is not even just the culture that we're building, within a company. It's also how it translates to the solution that we're providing for our farmers, because the essence of everything that they do is pretty much resilience. The agriculture is a very peculiar and dynamic industry compared to any other industry out there. But what exactly drives the work that happens from the ground all the way to the mouth or the table of people is resilience. From every single step, every value chain is pretty much resilience driven. And so it's even also translates to anybody who's looking to come now into the agricultural industry or set up an agribusiness. Is that you from yourself, you have to imbibe that spirit of resilience and continue to push even in the face of adversity. But yes, we look forward to the next few months, because there's a lot of changes that's going to be happening within the Nigerian market, and then scaling towards other parts of Africa. And we're really excited. Every day that's we sleep and we wake up, we think about how much impact in the work, how much impact there could be in the work that we're doing. And it's like every single day we're seeing it, we're seeing the changes, and it keeps us hopeful for the next few months and years. But yes, I'll just let you continue.
Yeah. Anyone else you want? Is there anybody you want to shout out to? I'm out of my questions. I know we still have a few minutes, but if you have any contact, yeah, go ahead.
Not particularly, but really, to be honest, we couldn't have gotten this far without people who believe in us. So I'd really like to shout out to them. Most importantly, shout out to our team, especially the technical team. Those guys some days, don't get a good sleep because they're trying to see that this works, right? And every day I feel like while I challenge them, they also challenge me as well. So it's pretty much us challenging each other on the team. But yes, I'd really like to shout out to them. They are pretty much the backbone of our solution and why we even exist. This pretty much started as, like I said, a random idea, but even as somebody who has been in the consumer software industry for a while, and working on bringing ideas to life through software. It's a different feeling when you are saying something that you just thought maybe, was this big, audacious, daring idea, and you're wondering how. At first, one of the questions was, what sort of technology do we launch that would drive the solution that's we're providing or we're looking to provide. Like I said, we've had to remodel our business generally so that it fits into the technology that would serve our smallholder farmers. We didn't build a mobile application, didn't build anything complex, but every day just seeing how that's low technology that we thought was, I mean, we were thinking in the did a lot of innovation, did a lot of conceptions, and you know, drawing board sessions and sprints and whatnot. But just seeing every day the team bring this thing to life and having one feature, having test one feature. Very recently, we also like, closed a partnership with MTN Momo PSB. And at first, one of the key things that we wanted to solve was how do we integrate finance into our tech, into that low technology, right? We thought of all the platforms that we could integrate. Eventually, just kickstarted the conversations, and that conversations, yes, there were a few delays, but just seeing how that has translated into, oh, people are actually now using it. They're now, you know, able to pay for it. Transactions are coming in. I mean, it couldn't have been possible without a wonderful team. So I would always go back to my team to say thank you to them. And then we do have amazing advisors. We have one of the best advisors, right? Some days it is hard. Some days it's hard. I mean, you know, you can have different views, you know, pouring in. You also have your intuition of what decisions to make, but then just clarify and just to check that you're not running mad or you're not going crazy. They're experts behind the scenes that believe in us so much that we can go to at any time to run our crazy ideas with, and then they share their wonderful thoughts and opinions on, you know, how to go about things, point us in the right direction, which is the most important thing. But yes, to every other person who has ever come across our solution and have used it and have validated it, we owe them all the shout outs and all the thanks. But yes, and I'm going to stop there for now. So on about, but yes, it's basically the people who believe in us to see the vision up to where we're at that deserve all the shout outs.
All right. That's where we put a pin on it for today. Thank you for your time. Appreciate your support.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, I wish you the very best in the rest of the operationalization of your vision.
Thank you so much, Tom-Chris, and also wish you the best on this lofty goal and dream. And I hope that you get so the approval and, you know, recognition that you need. This is a lot of effort, and I really do commend you. I was telling my friends the other day that there's not so many people who can start something and see it to the very end. And I really love that you've gotten to this point, maybe the last day, or the second to last day. And yeah, I really do want to commend you. Thank you so much for having me, and all the very best on the remaining sessions.
Thank you. Hello, Madame Parminder.
Hello, Tom. How are you?
I'm alive.
No, you're more than alive. You're looking so fresh.
Oh, I do. I have lost half of my body mass. I can see my
good. It's good to be fit and healthy. But this is a crazy good idea, right? That you took on. I'm sorry. But and so much support behind you. So we're all rooting for you.
Thank you.
Loving the idea of having conversations.
Yes. You know, the media landscape has been changing. You are an expert on that, so I don't need to say. So I thought, let's have conversations and give people the opportunity to share some of the thoughts they've always wanted to share, but Q&A doesn't always allow. So yeah, welcome again.
Thank you, really. But it's also what you're doing is amassing phenomenal stories.
Yeah, there's there's so much we could do with this. The content alone is amazing.
Yeah.
Like we've had lots of inspiring conversations, and I'm thinking I have lots of ideas of what we can do with the content that we produce from here. But we'll see. God will help us.
But yes, okay. I'd certainly be happy to share ideas because, the word content gets used quite sort of, I don't know. There was a time in, one talked about films and the stories and the depth of the stories. So for me, it's not just content you're creating. You're building a data bank of, as I said, phenomenal stories.
Yeah.
And you will find ways of amplifying that stories beyond you achieving your Guinness record.
Yep. Well said. Oh wow. Happy 70th. You don't look any hour older than 50.
Oh my God, thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you your secret and we'll have all that conversation. But for the sake of those few, maybe one or two people who haven't clicked on your profile all these years you've been on the continent, doing all the work you've done, please introduce yourself to our audience.
Wow, thank you so much, Tom. This is a pleasure. We've worked on other things together. Well, who am I? I'm Carmen Javier. I've had, I don't know, really, 70 years of an extraordinary life, right? Of those from the 20s, as I marked my 70th last week, I was reflecting on those 7 decades and what a gift of God, what a gift from God that I've been privileged to be able to do the things that I love and that I feel passionate about, from the arts to making films to coming to your beautiful continent, and living there for over 6 months and traveling across the continent and meeting the heartbeat of Africa, which is, for me, African entrepreneurs.
Amazing. Okay, so let's piggyback to when most of us gain our epiphany. Epiphany moment always starts from high school or earlier for some people. But if I was one of those flies on the wall in your room, what will I think of you in those formative years of your high school? Who was Parminder?
I think, even before we get to high school, because high school was quite painful, and I'll tell you why. I guess my story really begins as an immigrant, as a child of an immigrant. I left a country and a continent I was born in, which was India, a tiny village. And the day that I left, I traveled from my village as a 9-year-old to the city, which was Delhi. And then from Delhi on a plane to London, to Heathrow Airport. And in that moment, that was the moment of an absolute transformation, arriving in a totally different culture, in a totally different country, not speaking a word of his language. I read and spoke and wrote Punjabi in India, in Punjab, where I was born. So I think those formative years were one of finding myself in a completely new culture and in a new country. Understanding Britain, and for the first time having lived in a kind of, was born in a monoculture, i.e. in the Indian subcontinent. I found myself in Southampton, in fact, which is where my father had bought a house. We were very lucky that we had a house to go to rather than a rented accommodation. In 1965, I'm talking about, Britain was a very different country. The world was a very different place. But then discovering, that I had Chinese neighbors, Africans across the road, West Indians, and and people from Pakistan and Bangladesh, i.e. the world lived on my street. So having gone from, a village in Punjab, I was suddenly thrown in this and of course they were English, our neighbors were English as well, thrown in a very multicultural community. So I think for me, it's really those. And in that, I remember that summer, we arrived in July 1965, and I couldn't speak a word of English, but there's a lot of, suitcase of culture that I had brought with me. And I remember meeting, young people of my age on the street. We didn't have, big playgrounds or anything. We made the street on in where we lived, our playground, and teaching them games that I had played, playground games that I had played in India. And that became a way of me really bridging that, or building that bridge to learning and being in a completely new culture. So I guess migration from Punjab to England is really what shaped me and continues to inspire, which is a sense of curiosity, a real, courage and an imagination that became really my early companions when I was growing up in Britain. And then dealing with going to school, making friends, learning English, dealing with overt racism in schools, finding my passion in sports, I guess, was my first thing, because there I could be very competitive and you could really, really engage with people that were calling you names, but on a hockey pitch or any other sports pitch, netball, we were, it was all, I could take them on in within the kind of rules of the sport that I was playing. So sports became a very important another bridge through which I connected with people from different cultures and different communities. I don't know. I think in terms of my education, I was an immigrant and I was at a school full of other children from of immigrant parents. And, in those days, the education establishment didn't have a lot of hope and aspiration for us. I think they thought that most of us would become really fodder for the local factories. That was the highest ambition that they had. But I knew that my father had been a teacher in India and that my grandfather had also been a teacher. And I sort of veered towards, okay, you know what, I'd like to be a teacher, and I'd like to be a teacher of sports, and also geography was the other thing. But I guess, really in fact, I'm writing about that period at the moment. But, really that it was challenging. It was a very challenging time, both for me personally, but also for the immigrant communities. In Britain, 1968, we'd had Enoch Powell talking about rivers of blood, overt racism, as well as covert racism in Britain was very prevalent. And as I grew, I realized that our parents' generations had almost like swallowed it and said, we are here, we need to keep our head down and we need to do the jobs, whether it's bus conductors, working in factories or whatever, or in hospitals. all the service sectors. But I think my generation said, to heck with this. No, we are going through the system, but that system needs to be challenged and changed. That's a long answer to your question.
Oh, yeah. It gave a perfect context to, your upbringing and the stories that shaped your reintroduction into, I should say, the culture that became the primary one before you began to seek participation into corporate and leadership. So here we begin now. Education.
Education.
Yeah. How was it?
Okay.
Yeah. How was it during those formative years?
I mean, so I did pursue my passion. My first passion was teaching.
Yes.
And it was to be, I trained as a physical education teacher and geography because then I dreamt of traveling the world,
Mm-hmm.
Then and geography was for me a fantastic way of learning about different parts of the world. So I did that. I graduated. And the irony is I never taught. I graduated with the Bachelor of Education. I think I applied for one teaching job, even though I had enjoyed all my teaching practices throughout my, when I was training to be a teacher. But that was, by 1978, I think it was 1978 that I graduated anyway. But, Britain was really changing. My generation, we were being educated here. Most of them were going to universities. Those who were going to universities, or as like me, pursuing I guess what I called, what do they call it in those careers, which are more practical career path. Yeah, I didn't go off and study philosophy. I trained to be a teacher. I didn't teach, but I found myself, I was, it was, these are all chance encounters, meeting someone who'd founded an organization called Minority Arts Advisory Service. And I said I had 4 or 5 months, and before, having graduated, looking for a job, and I would be happy to do a piece of research for them, mapping the ethnic arts. That was really meant Black, Afro-Caribbean, Asian arts in the UK. And I, traveled around the southern part of England. But the important thing was that it sort of made me, that was the second passion, which was actually that what I discovered, I knew nothing about how artists got funded, how artists got supported, how arts institutions worked, how cultural institutions worked. But I learned all that in 6 months and then decided that, you know what, I think I can bring some value to this. I think this is something that I would like to pursue. And so spent the next decade of my first career, which was in arts and culture, really, I guess, from mapping to programming to funding Black and ethnic minority artists in the UK.
What were those days like?
They were the most exciting days of my life.
I can imagine.
The next excitement, in between I made films, was when I came to Africa. We'll come to that story since we're following this kind of linear approach.
Yeah.
I think, the 80s were tough, but they were also transformative. That previous generation, and I'll talk more specifically share with you my journey in arts and culture. The previous generations had laid the foundations of, that the arts and culture that they had brought with them and that they were developing in the context of Britain, from the Caribbean, across the Caribbean islands, from various parts of Africa, especially from Ghana and from Nigeria, but also other parts of Africa. and the Indian subcontinent, of course, and then, China and other ethnic minorities. I guess, the 90s was really a pioneering time for what now we look back on it, we call it the Black Arts movement. And to be at the center of it, to be a catalyst, to have the resources to actually fund artists, to initiate amazing cultural programs as I did, and to also, most importantly, to really, I think, challenge and change the mainstream cultural institutions in the UK with regards to representation, employment, really race equality policies within those institutions. So it was it was a very exciting time. And many of the artists who came through the programs that I led, the funding that I provided, are now today internationally renowned.
Wow.
John Akamfra, who is from Ghana, internationally renowned visual artist, Isaac Julian, Shyla Berman. I mean, I could name a lot of, a long list of those living artists today, as well as, many who passed on, like Aubrey Williams, who was Guyanese artist, Horace Ove, who was a filmmaker from Trinidad and Tobago, and many, 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 many more. So it was, it was a really transformative time.
Amazing.
Because it's interesting that today, it was literally the last institution I worked with in terms of arts and culture was the Greater London Council, and it had a more progressive approach to making London a vibrant city from 1981 to 1986, when when Margaret Thatcher, who was then the Prime Minister, abolished a lot of the metropolitan councils, including the GLC, and that with it, my job as the head of race equality unit, and before that, as the ethnic arts officer. But it was exciting. I organized Third Eye, London's festival of Third World Cinema, and brought filmmakers from Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean to London. I launched a Black theatre season. I put together a tribute to Paul Robeson with an exhibition, a memorial concert with Willard White, and screening some of his amazing films. The interesting thing is that after the GLC was abolished, I had a lot of the material that I had gathered over those years. I put them in boxes and had locked them up in my loft. And it's only in 2022 that I brought them down and began to reopen them and saw what an extraordinary, boxes full of stories. And I guess one of the things that I want to, really share with people who might be listening is, I now appreciate the significance of what I did intuitively, which is to, document my journey. And I would say to young people that you too must begin to do that across the African continent.
Wow. Amazing. So was it after this career path that you transitioned into filmmaking?
Well, after the GLC was abolished, even during the GLC, I'd funded a lot of Black filmmakers. I organized the first Black Film Festival, bought film from Black independent filmmakers from America and British way back in 1982, and then developed a policy for funding Black film. And when I use the word Black, we used it then as a political term of really how people of African descent, people from the African continent, the Caribbean, and India, or Asia, as we're called here, united in their struggle and in their fight against overt and institutionalized racism. So I would say that yes, that 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 in a sense, filmmaking and film as a for me is a very powerful medium through which to tell your stories. Yeah, and at that time on British television and also on British film screens, we were not represented. Our stories were not seen or heard. And I knew that, I'd always wanted to tell stories. I'd always wanted to make films. So after the GLC was abolished, I pivoted and started at the bottom of the pyramid, at the bottom of the scale or whatever is laddered, and joined the BBC as a researcher to see if I could tell, I guess maybe, take on the kind of British film and television sector in 1986. Yeah.
Amazing. Okay, so now you've transitioned into where you feel your skills can be used to make greater impact. How was the experience?
Well, making, again, it's like, okay, in the GLC, I'd been looking at it across sectors, cultural institutions, but now I was really going to be doing a deep dive into one sector, which was film and television. I think in the end, it's like when you're a writer, it's your body of work that speaks volumes, yeah. But for me, it was not enough just to make films. So I made extraordinary films for the BBC with Channel 4, through my own independent production company, Formation Films. I learned, remember, one of the things I should have said is I didn't have a degree in arts administration, but I did manage to not just sustain, but to make a transformative impact in arts and culture over a decade. When I pivoted to working in the film and television sector, I'd never been to film school. I hadn't studied films, but that didn't stop me from having the audacity to think that I could make films and that I could work in television. And I think for me, it was the first 6 months I spent in the BBC learning the skill of research. And I think one of the young people, whether you're an entrepreneur, no matter what sector you're in, research is fundamental to how you build a story or how you build your product or your service. I think some of the most amazing films, what's so beautiful is a film, for example, a feature film that I produced and it was released in 1998, only 2 weeks ago. There was a screening of it in Brixton, and I'm just amazed how the younger generation, today's younger generation of today, is discovering that film and discovering themselves in that film. It's a reggae musical set in Northwest 10. But other films that I made during that time, like Algeria, Women at War, I was intrigued by what happened to the women who fought in the Algerian Revolution. I remember watching Battle of Algiers and seeing how the role that women play as mujahideens, hiding bombs and passing messages, etc. And then I thought, what happened to them? And I found them. I found the women who fought in that revolution, their daughters who inherited, an independent Algeria, and the granddaughters who were now fighting again between, I guess it was the modern Islam, the modern Algeria and the Islamic, and the more traditional Islamic Algeria. This was way back in 1992. But, they were all about, I guess what telling those stories enabled me to do was really to I guess, challenge and break the stereotypes and actually to project new narratives. I always said it was about giving voice to the voiceless. Many of my films I made were across the African continent, always working with local talent, writers and directors and producers. Films definitely gave me the tools to tell those untold stories, especially of those who have been silenced or unseen. I think for me, the message for young listeners is that storytelling is power.
Yeah.
And it's, that you must, particularly across the African continent, use it responsibly, use it to connect, and use it to imagine a better world, a different world. Use it to change the perception of Africa and the African narrative. I've painted a really, a glossy picture of how it was not easy, obviously, as a woman of color, or in an industry that's in the British film and television industry then, in the late 1980s, to break into that and break into it without those kinds of degrees as your crutches, as it were. So that meant that I couldn't just make films. We also had to take on institutionalized racism, discrimination within the film and television industry, whether it was creating around training, around representation. There was no excuse for, all white male crews, or, only, that the British television and the British film industries on-screen talent was not reflective of a growing multi-ethnic, multicultural society. So so one was always, as one running and managing and raising funds to make your next film. I think if I had just focused on that, maybe I might have been by now a very successful media business owner. But I guess I never joined the industry to make money. I didn't join it for that, thinking that it was glamorous. I joined it to change it. I joined it to tell the stories that I was not seeing reflected, on our television screens.
Okay. Wow. So I have a front row seat in unpacking all this eccentric and flamboyant journey. Okay. So, I mean, if I was a young lady aspiring to a career like yours, it would be nice to know some of the learning curves, even though I know the industry might not be the same now, but the ethos of becoming successful on the job sometimes is still the same. So what would you tell somebody who would like to, live a career or live a legacy like yours in that kind of career before we move to the next phase?
What, the career from arts into film and television? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if there are people out there listening who aspire to work in arts, media, creative industries, I'd say do what I did, which is ignorance is a bliss. I had no fear. I consumed a lot of good films. I, watched, when I was programming film festivals, I fell in love with cinema. I fell in love with storytelling. And I fell in love with cinema from around the world,
Right.
Even before I started making films, I'd watched films from your amazing country in Ghana, from, Senegal, Ousmane Sembène, Safi Faye. These are people I knew and I met, Gaston Kabore, and many, many, yeah? So you can't just say, I want to be a filmmaker, I want to work in the creative industries or arts and culture. You have to find that fire in your belly. Maybe, in today's world, it's becoming more of like, it's less of a creative drive and more of a business. It wasn't in my days, and I think those were unique days where you woke up in the morning and you started working on your film project or your television series or your, arts and creative, because you were passionate about that. And I think, for anybody today, and I would still, even though it's become much more about algorithms, it's become much more about, the number of, clicks or whatever, I would say that that it's, the creative, the people who really pursue creativity as a career path are the most blessed people. And societies, wherever they are in the world, are blessed to have them, because imagine societies without people without arts and culture. Can you imagine? Can you imagine a Ghana without your amazing festivals, your amazing painters, your amazing musicians? Yeah, it would be a deadly, boring place, right?
I know.
So I would say really find your passion, within this. First, find your passion. What is it that you really want to do? I knew that I didn't want to direct. I didn't want to work in the technical side of film production. I wasn't going to be a cinematographer or a sound recordist or a lighting person. I certainly didn't want to work in kind of the management, the production management side, i.e. be a line producer or even in post-production. I had no desire to be an editor. So I found that, what my skill set was as a producer, bringing all those elements together around a single idea, and then taking that idea from an idea to the screen, working with a very talented group of people. So find your passion. Do you want to be a director, writer? What aspect of just focusing on the film and the film and television sector, or television? And nowadays, television has just become another platform on which you broadcast. But there was a time when television was very, very important. So I would say find that, yeah. And if you would say also remember that film, art, and media are really tools of power, and particularly so across the African continent. I think it's important for you to use them, as I feel I have done, is to tell the truths and to help connect people across the boundaries. I know that when I've made film in Algeria, that, it's a film that has resonated with people around the world. Similarly, when I produced the reggae musical, and also that film still continues to resonate, across boundaries. But I guess, in all of the things that I was doing, and I think you as a creative is doing, what you're doing is imagining new futures. And right now across the African continent, boy, do we need storytellers who really help us to imagine a new future for the African continent.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, there are so many stories that need to be told, including yours,
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, coming to Africa, and then I suppose that was around the time when you began with the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
Yes. Well, that in itself is an amazing story.
Yeah.
I mean, here I am sitting in London. By now, I've had this amazing career in arts and culture, in business development. I've made films, and I'm now 58 years old, thinking, and I've now raised two beautiful daughters who've gone out into the world, gone through their university education, sustained, the most loving relationship and marriage. I thought, Parminder, you're 58. I think you should now just stop working. And when I said that to people, they just couldn't believe it. I said, so what are you going to do next? I said, what is it about me stopping working don't you get? I'm saying no more. I didn't know what I would do next. And it's interesting that when you create a space into that space, I suppose I had the confidence to say, I want to stop working. And I created a space, and into that space walked Mr. Tony Emewulu. I met him on the 11th of April in 2014 in London. And I thought I was offering my experience, because I had done quite a lot of work in Nigeria, and I'd fallen in love with Crazy Lagos, and thought, wouldn't it be, I would love to find a way of giving back or doing something in Nigeria. And lo and behold, the foundation in our first meeting said, we want to launch an entrepreneurship program. The founder, Tony Emewulu, wants to commit $100 million of his family wealth. We're looking for a director of entrepreneurship. Will you come and help us operationalize that vision? Now, for most 58-year-olds, and that means moving to Lagos. Well, that would be, quite a real, oh my God, okay, absolutely not. I'm really comfortable in London. I have a beautiful home. My husband is still, working at Goldsmiths University. And, children have left, and I should really enjoy the peace and quiet of my home. I think it took me 3 seconds or something. I can't remember, but I said, okay, let me talk to my family. And they all said, yes, you should take the job. You should go. I said, what? Go to Nigeria? I didn't realize you guys were so keen to get rid of me. But they said, no, Mom, you will get bored with this notion of, you're not going to you don't want to work anymore. Go try it out. You can actually give them a blueprint within 6 months and then see, whether you'd want to stay or not. So that's how I ended up. So I meet him on the 11th of April, 16th, I get a draft contract. And on the 24th of April, I'm sitting at my desk in Lagos, in Ikori, in their office with a blank sheet of paper to start designing the entrepreneurship program with the staff. And it's, I think for me, the kind of insights is really that you don't, you create your own opportunities, but you must also seize the opportunities. And what is that, quote, opportunity meets preparedness, or, that I realized when I arrived that this was a destiny call, that this was a destiny call. This wasn't a job. I wasn't coming to Nigeria, Lagos for a job. It was a mission, and that everything that I had done, all the skills that I had amassed while I was up to that point, were going to now be brought to bear on designing Africa's largest entrepreneurship program, which is what I did. The program is, everybody across the continent knows. I guess I brought to it my kind of filmmaker's mindset, which was clarity of vision. I'm working in collaboration. Films do not get made by one person. And the courage to execute, going from making documentary films to feature films. Nothing could faze me. The entrepreneurship program, certainly by 2024, I ran it. I stepped down from the foundation. I stepped down from the job as the CEO in 2019. And again, it's because I hadn't gone there for a job. I wasn't going to hold on to a job, right? I had completed my mission, and it was time to hand over the baton, which I did, and then joined the board until 2021, when I moved on from the Tony Emewulu Foundation. But what really makes me so happy is that the foundation, we celebrated, marked the 10th anniversary in January this year, that the foundation has, within those 10 years, empowered over 20,000 entrepreneurs, invested, the $100 million with the skills mentoring and the seed capital. One of the amazing things for me is no matter where I go in the world, I was in Tunisia recently, I will meet the entrepreneurs who came through that program. There was even an entrepreneur who had traveled from Djibouti to come to Tunis for this Big Tech Africa festival, or summit, sorry. And he said, Ma'am, I'm a 2018 entrepreneur. I was speaking at an event 2 weeks ago in London, AfriBonds Forum, and a young man came up to me afterwards, said, Ma'am, I'm a 2018 entrepreneur. And now he lives in London. I've done, when I've gone to Gabon, and certainly I know that when I come to Ghana, and if I write, I'm going to be in Accra, and I would love to meet the entrepreneurs who came through the program. There'll be so many entrepreneurs. In fact, that is where I institutionalized my first meeting with the entrepreneurs who'd been selected on the program in 2015. Was in Accra in Ghana, and I saw the value. All I did was to say to them, I'm going to be in Accra, I'm staying at this place, if you I would love to meet you. And I thought 2 or 3 would turn up. 40 of the entrepreneurs showed up from across Ghana, some traveling for a day too to get there. And I saw the magic of bringing just within Ghana, the entrepreneurs, the Ghanaian entrepreneurs, and who then began to collaborate and work together. And that, in fact, I just want to say, not because, that's where that whole idea of then institutionalizing meetups, wherever I traveled across the continent, we would put out a call, and entrepreneurs would come together. It was also a way of actually now physically seeing them, because the program was, as you know, an online program. I think entrepreneurship is a new art form. I think it's about creating value from that imagination. I think for me, really that, in terms of the impact. So there was the impact on the entrepreneurs, but there was also a big impact on the entrepreneurship ecosystem. And I think when I arrived in 2014, yes, we talked about entrepreneurship accelerators and incubator, but there wasn't a critical mass. Now, and I know, you can travel to every city, even the more emerging economies, Central Africa Republic, Sudan, Djibouti, as I was mentioning. You will find incubators, hubs, you will find accelerators, i.e., and you will find that many of the government leaders in public sector have embraced entrepreneurship. I think for me, the biggest impact was how the academic, the educational institutions from colleges to universities have embedded teaching entrepreneurship as part of their curriculum. I think, so that was a whole ecosystem. I think the other fundamental impact that I feel that I had in my tenure as, during my time and as leading the Tony Emewulu Foundation, was also to begin to advocate for change of mindset amongst the donors, the philanthropists, the DFI, the development agencies, and get them to think about that Africa does not need aid, that Africa needs investment, and to bring that investment and to begin to embrace entrepreneurship as a means of really empowering those entrepreneurs for the economic transformation and growth of the continent. I was just thinking, I was writing down some of the, if I may continue, maybe some of the lessons for the younger people.
Yes, please.
Yes.
That would be glorious. Please share the lessons, yeah? Okay,
so I guess for me, what was it? It was really, imagination and imagination, I guess, it was applying imagination, but, seeing what doesn't exist, what doesn't yet exist. The entrepreneurship program didn't exist. But we all brought our imagination to bringing it into existence, yeah? The 7 pillars of the entrepreneurship program emerged over 9 months of really, just deep thinking. The easiest thing for me would have been to just parachute a pre-existing program from outside of, from Africa, Asia, pre-existing program from US or Europe, where they were ahead of the curve in terms of designing incubator programs. That would have been the easiest. But, when I arrived on the continent, it was like, no, you have to build from the ground up, and you have to build based on the lived realities of African entrepreneurs. So I think from, the framework of you is the kind of, the core values is imagination. And I think you can see that in my work in arts and culture, absolutely in film and television. I think the other is courage. I think is constantly, I stepped into the unknown when I started working as in arts and culture. I stepped into the unknown when I said to myself, I wanted to make films. I stepped into the unknown when I took on the challenge of designing Africa's entrepreneurship program. So I suppose the point I'm making is really that unless and until you step into that unknown, you won't understand that growth begins outside of your comfort zone. So I think one of my key things has been always to be working outside of my comfort zone. I think the third thing is collaboration for entrepreneurship. For entrepreneurs is absolutely fundamental.
Yeah.
That no story is written alone. Integrity, that is, more and more as we see the world is losing integrity. The more and more we must find integrity in everything that we do. And that means staying true to your values. Is the purpose, is the values that sustain you after everyone has stopped, maybe congratulating you on a job well done.
Right.
So I think, and finally impact, for me is asking not what can I achieve, but what can I change? And I can distill these things for you now, but I don't think I knew that. But clearly, when I look back on it, I'm thinking, oh my God, these are the things that have really, that have been consistent kind of threads of my, in terms of my, just the work that I've done or the life that I've led.
Wonderful.
Are we nearly?
Yeah, that's wonderful.
Oh, wow.
No, you still have some time.
Okay.
So you are at this point when you are putting your frameworks together, writing, consolidating, and looking at what you leave to the next generation of thinkers and operators. So I know your book is coming soon, but what else?
Thank you.
Yeah. What else should people expect to, receive from you in the next few months or years?
I don't know. It's very interesting. I'm really good at telling everyone else, write your story, document your journey. And I look at myself and think, why haven't I done that, myself, because there was always the next thing to do and the next thing. But they weren't just next things. They were really mission critical, impactful things that I took on doing, I suppose. So no, I am, so by 2021, we all came through COVID. And I guess it was opening those, going back to arts and culture, it was opening those boxes that said, wow, the information contained in these is so, so important and relevant, yeah? So the first project that I embarked on was really digitizing, was sorting out the archive from 1979 to 1986, and then digitizing it. And that's been a very interesting experience. There's, literally about 3,000 documents, digitizing them all. And then working with really, a magical, I guess, web developer to build an archive portal. So the first portal that I'm building is really be a depository of all the GLC archive. I'm learning a whole new language. Remember, I was born in the analog age, right? And I pivoted to the digital age. In the analog age, we barely had a landline. Letters took a month to arrive from England to India when my father was in England and we were still in India. Phone calls, you waited in line in somewhere to make a phone call. I didn't get my first mobile phone until 1996 when I was in production on my feature film. Fax machines, emails, all these things that you young people take for granted didn't exist, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, you guys don't have any excuses for not telling stories because you have your mobile, you have an iPhone, or you have, I don't, I have a Samsung, but you have an iPhone and you can begin to create and really tell those stories. So I'm and all of these, as I reread those reports that I wrote way back from 1979 to 86, I was thinking, my God, I used to handwrite these reports. I would handwrite them and I would send a handwritten down to the typing pool and they would type it. I would read it, I would correct it, and it would go back to the typing pool, and then the final copy would come back to me. Now we can just sit at our computers and do them in no time. So I think so I am, and that my aim was to launch that portal by to mark my 70th, but I will launch it now in my 70th and my 70th year and in the kind of the 7th decade of my life. And accompanying that will be a narrative book, because that's the other thing I found, is that because I hadn't written about what it was that I had done in that time, other people have written that story, but they have completely tipexed out the person who was behind many of those initiatives, yeah? And it's a lesson I took to the to the foundation. And in the first year, I remember saying, we must document visually as well as in writing what this program is about. How did we design it? Why did we design it? What is the mission vision behind the program? And I produced a documentary which sits on the foundation's website, and then went on to make 4 others, simply because I didn't want someone to come 10 years later and say, oh, wow, have you heard about this, the foundation and the program? How did it, who created it? How did it start? And then, write out many of the pioneers out of that story. So for me, writing yourself into the story now is what I'm doing. So that will certainly, the idea is that you're right, that narrative, as either is it a book or is it a Substack series, whatever, is released. The portal where people can go and download and read, and extraordinary stories behind many of those initiatives during that early period. My second big project will be Africa and African entrepreneurship, because I didn't just leave. I moved back to London in 2020, but Africa has not left me, and I will not leave it, and I will not leave supporting
impressive.
African entrepreneurs. And I feel that now, having developed my writing muscles and the discipline to sit at my desk, I will now begin to write the stories of the African entrepreneurs that I met, and that and really, and their growth, and but also, more importantly, to write about why African entrepreneurship in the context of the new scramble for Africa matters even more, right? The new scramble for Africa being that suddenly India, we know China and Russia is already there, but India is looking to Africa big time. Saudi Arabia has just suddenly committed, billions of dollars to support African entrepreneurs, i.e. the Middle Eastern countries and the North African countries are also turning to the Sub-Saharan Africa. Africa matters because it has, as we know, the youngest population in the world. And for me, Africa's biggest and the most valuable asset is not the minerals. And yes, the wildlife is really important, but for me, it's the human capital.
Absolutely,
and that human capital is youngest population in the world. But not only is it young, as I experienced traveling across those 54 countries, not only is it young, it is also aspirational. It's also determined to succeed no matter what, yeah? So those are some of the things that I am doing. And then parallel to that, I will also begin to write about making films, from somebody who's never been to a film school, and sharing some of the challenges and some of well, not just challenges, but really some of the lessons that I learned about making films. For the biggest one that I know that I took again to African entrepreneurs was raising capital, right? And I always say to people, entrepreneurs across the continent, capital is not the problem on the continent. It's the investable opportunities. And African entrepreneurs, you must build investable value propositions that investors from within the continent as well as from outside of the continent are able to then begin to invest in. And that was one of the most amazing insights. I met, really the next generation of what I called ecosystem builders on the continent. I met, and I'm writing about them now at the in Tunis at the Big Tech Africa. How they are. It's they're not just writing checks. It's about a journey. Once they find an investable value proposition, is going on that journey of development, of growth, and of long-term relationship, and rather than just rather than checks. Checks are very easy to write.
So, before you go over to your concluding statements, you made a vital comment about the new scramble for Africa. In light of that fact, what do you tell my generation, we that are building and getting into opportunities to create the solutions to the problems that we've identified? Individuals that are also looking to find their first jobs and participate in the conversation in whatever capacity they can. What do you tell my generation about what's happening, what's about to come, and what their role is in that context?
So for me, that's such a beautiful question, and it's something that I'm really, really, really passionate about. I was watching the G20 gathering in India. I was watching it on my screen. It was happening in Delhi in, I think it was 2024. And until then, the African continent, the African Union, had just been an observer. This is G20, right? And I was like, I know that various leaders have said, Africa, and it was only represented by South Africa, yeah? And that's really unfair, given that there are 53 other African countries. And I was really blown away when Prime Minister Modi, not only did he bring the African Union in terms of full membership into the G20, he didn't start the G20 convention until the African Union was sitting at the table. So he opened the G20 with inviting them to full membership of G20, and then beginning to proceed with their agenda. And that really, wow, it's taken this long for the African Union, for the African continent to be represented in this very powerful club, an economic, social, political club. And then I notice how in BRICS, again, South Africa is the S in BRICS, as you know. Again, again, how BRICS was being opened up, and Nigeria and Ethiopia and other African countries are being invited to be a part of BRICS. So G20 and BRICS are fundamental global South platforms. And the question that I keep asking is, and where are the African entrepreneurs in that conversation, in that agenda setting, in that, what is there, what kind of an Africa and an Africa that they want to build and they want to see, the young leaders like yourself, as well as young founders and startups and entrepreneurs. So and I've written about this and published several articles on the new scramble for Africa and the role of African SMEs and entrepreneurs. I feel, for me, it's really fundamental. It's really important that young people, African entrepreneurs, African startups, African SMEs, and entrepreneurs, young technocrats who are working within governments, really begin to have a voice at not only just to have a voice, i.e., observers, but actually to drive the agendas, so that it's they who are setting the agenda in terms of the African continent. The G20 is going to be meeting in November in South Africa. And, I was in Tunisia and I was asking people, so are you going to be, what are you doing with regards to the G20? It's amazing how very few people outside of South Africa.
What happened? Would you end the other one? The one that is showing on Facebook. I ended already? Okay. Yeah. There are two now. There's one. She's here on my laptop. So connect her. Either move us to where you are or come to this one. I'm not sure. There are several of them then. Just end that one. Use this link. Yes. Yes. Sorry. Zoom and Zoom. Hello.
Hi.
Yeah.
This is Parminda. So can I leave now? I think we're done.
I was trying to get your concluding statements, but it just dropped.
Mm-hmm. You still want to do that?
Well, I would love to conclude it in my head because you were giving this wonderful advice and it dropped. I would like to get a summary statement in my head, if you may.
Can I do that?
Yes, please. Yes.
I mean, I wrote it. In fact, I wrote it down. So this is my concluding statement, that imagination is our human superpower. Whether you're a filmmaker, entrepreneur, coder, or an activist, use your imagination to serve others. From Punjab to London to Lagos, my journey taught me that purpose is the bridge between what you love and what the world needs. If you can imagine a better world, you can build it, but you must begin today.
Awesome. That was powerful.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Parminder. You have been instrumental in the story of my generation's entrepreneurial impulse exploration. I remember when I met you through the foundation and some of the lessons that you shared with us. And of course, you've remained connected to my community and you've supported me in different dimensions. And, you know, I don't take it for granted that in this special 7-decade anniversary of your work and your life, you are joining me again to make this global history. So thank you so very much. You shared candid lessons that I believe everyone who, you know, participated and watched and took notes, they will be transformed by the lessons you shared. So thank you so much.
I'm deeply, deeply grateful to you for all the times that we met and especially for what you're doing today. Build this data bank of stories and we'll do amazing things with it.
Thank you.
And stay strong, Tom. You're nearly there.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll do my best.
No, more than that. Thank you. So I can leave now, can I?
So let us welcome Jacqueline to the stage, then you can leave. So it will be a seamless transition. Okay. Wonderful. Okay. Thank you so much.
Oh, she's in Ghana.
Yeah, she's in Ghana.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Are you live on? Okay. Is this one okay? Hi, Jacqueline.
Good afternoon or good evening.
Good evening.
Tom-Chris, how are you?
I'm alive.
You're doing well.
I'm alive. I'm
awake.
awake.
I have to congratulate you.
Yeah, thank you so much. We are getting to the final mark slowly. 78 hours. So very soon we'll get to 100. All right. So I know we have your LinkedIn pinned somewhere. Okay.
I didn't have a LinkedIn.
Yeah. Which means.
But I did send Selassie.
No problem. I was going to say some of our visitors, some of our followers would have, clicked on your LinkedIn, but please introduce yourself to our audience.
Okay. So my name is Jacqueline Edwards. I'm of Jamaican parentage, but was born and raised in the UK. From a very young age, I knew I didn't want to stay in the UK. I always wanted to go and live somewhere hot. I couldn't take the cold weather. From very young, I used to stand over the heater during the winter till the point where I'd burn myself because I just didn't like being cold. So I travelled a lot in my late teens, 20s, 30s, and just looking for somewhere to live. Spent time in different West Indian countries, went to the States, went to hotter European countries, but it never occurred to me to come to Africa. And I'm not sure why, but I guess for us, when growing up, we were always given these images of Africa just being this poor place where there was starving people, and it was always just about sending money to the starving children in Africa. So it was never a place where I thought, oh, I could go and live there. Until 2014, my sister came to Ghana, and then she rang me and she said, Jackie, you should come to Ghana, come and see it. I was like, really? She should just come. So I came for a week, and I was shocked at how peaceful I felt when I got here. It was just like my whole soul was at peace just being here.
That's so good.
And I was like, yes, I could live here. So I thought about it, but at that time especially, you have light off, water problems. There was issues that I was like, I don't know if I could live with my lights going off all the time and we not have any water and things like that. So I went back and I was talking to my sister-in-law, and she said to me, Jackie, you should go because you're coming from England, so take all the things you need. Take a generator, take your solar panels, take whatever you need to live the life that you need to live there. And so I was like, of course. And that's how I ended up coming to Ghana. So I'm here now with my husband and my twins. So, that's kind of been my journey through getting here, to getting to Ghana. Working, I've gone from being a teenager working in the lingerie department at Marks and Spencer's all the way to working in a gaming company, producing games, and then working in IT. And then when I left IT, I was doing project management in IT, left IT and went into education, working with children with special needs. And that was what I was doing up until the point where I came to Ghana. So it's been a journey. My whole life has been a journey to get here.
Okay.
But I'm here and I love it.
Wonderful. Are you here to stay or?
Yes, I've been here nearly 5 years now.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Half a decade.
Yeah.
Right. So you said up until you came to Ghana. So now that you're in Ghana, what next?
So I've been settling and finding where we want to live, areas, things like that. Now that I'm settled, I've actually, I can't even say I was called to start. These things just happen to you. So I was called to start a foundation.
Okay.
So one of the things that happened prior to me coming is my sister, who was actually planning on coming with me when I was coming, she passed away during the COVID.
Oh, sorry
so
to hear.
Thank you. So when I came here, I always said I have to do something here for her, to just bring her here, even though she didn't actually get to physically come. And I've done a few small things. It was always to do with children. Her passion was children, helping children, raising their self-esteem. And so everything I've done has been to do with children. When I came, I brought clothes for children. I bought toys, dolls, things like that. I've done a sponsored bike ride to raise money to get bikes for children who have to walk far to school.
That's impressive.
So everything has always been around the children. And then this year, a friend of mine was coming from Jamaica, and she said to me, are there any schools that need help? And so my children go to Beacon School in Abri, and there's a school that we drive past every day, and I'm always saying, must go in there and ask them if they need any help. And so I said this to my friend, and she was like, well, go and find out what they need. And so I have to say to you also that I am very shy, even though I'm here. I've been taken so far out of my comfort zone this year, right? To even be sitting here is almost a miracle for me. So
what an honor. So I'm one of those people that you gave the first interviews. Oh, wow. You guys, she hasn't done a lot of interviews, so you better watch and share this thing. So, yeah. So
then she kept badgering me, go and see the headmaster, go and see the headmaster. So I was like, okay, plucked up the courage, went to go and see the headmaster. And he showed me around the school, and it was heartbreaking for me to see the conditions that the children are learning in. Okay. And what was more heartbreaking was the fact that this school is literally right behind the government building, the Padwasi Lodge, and yet it's in such poor conditions. But the worst part of it was that they had no washrooms. The building was so dilapidated that they can't use the washrooms. It was unsafe. So I just decided, rather than bringing pencils and books and pens and things like that, let's get this building renovated. so that they have somewhere. It's not just so much the fact that, you know, the teachers as well. And one of the teachers was very heavily pregnant. And I'm like, where is she going to use the washroom? Do you know? It's like...
Oh, excuse me for laughing, but I couldn't.
You know, and then the teenage girls, you know, you imagine many of them probably have to miss school because there's nowhere for them to go and change, things like that. So I said, right, okay, let's reach out to the community. Reached out to my community, and we've been renovating this. Literally, we've just finished it this week.
Wonderful. Okay. Wow, congrats.
Thank you. So, but that has taken me on a journey through, you know, having to reach out to people to ask for money, having to go into the local businesses, you know, just go into people who I don't know, you know, and say, look, I'm doing this project, please can you help us, give us some money. So it's been, that part of it has been a real journey for me for my own personal development.
That's amazing. So it seems like you're finding your purpose in Ghana through, or should I say, your sister's spirit now is helping you find your purpose in Ghana.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That's really wonderful. Okay, so our topic for today is Gold Onyx Ghana Foundation.
Yeah.
Okay, tell us more.
So that's basically, it's what I wanted to do was do something more sustainable. So where I'd done the bike ride and that was just one-off thing, and we'd got the bikes, giving them to the children. All those things were one-off things. And what I wanted to do was build something that was more sustainable.
Right.
You know, that we could just keep doing. So with setting up the foundation, what we'd like to be able to do is do this for other schools, you know. So we'll set up the foundation. Schools can then apply to us to say, oh, you know, it will all come under health and sanitation and that kind of thing, you know. So we don't want schools writing to us to ask for computers and things like this. This is all about providing the very basics, you know, because to me, having a washroom is
a
basic thing. And the reason why I do feel that it fits in with what you're doing when you're talking about entrepreneurship and things like that is a lot of, it's like your previous interviewee said, when people are looking at Africa, they're looking not to just take the mineral resources, they're looking to take the people resources. But when these people are taken out, who's left to help build the country?
Right.
You know, when you drive around here, all you see is go and study abroad, go and finish your degree in Canada, America, UK. So when they take all this talent out of the country, who's left? Who's left to help build and
That's
go
the vital
back
question.
into the communities to help their communities? So this is my point, is to teach the entrepreneurs that it's not just about going out and chasing paper, going out and making the money. It's about providing a service, remembering your community. And to me, the first thing should be, okay, yes, as an entrepreneur, you see a solution, you say, okay, how can I supply, and then how can I monetize this? But I think that what's missing, especially in Ghana, is how can I provide a service? And then how can I improve that service and keep improving the service? So many people just want to go out, yeah, I can do this, I can make money. But how are you helping the people? And how are you helping the people in your community?
Right.
And even those people that are patronizing you, how are you helping them? If you just sell them something and they're gone, how do you know how you've helped them? You know, so provide that service.
Right.
Provide this, don't just sell them something. Provide it as part of a service, you know, and then improve. That service.
Right.
Yeah. So that was one of the things that I working in IT, I was a project manager, and that was always one of my things. This was about how are we servicing the business, and then how can we improve the service to the business. So this is one of the things that I really feel that the entrepreneurs, not just entrepreneurs, anyone going out to work in Ghana needs to think about the service that they're providing and just wanting to provide a good service.
Right.
You know, and as basic as smiling when you're serving somebody. It's, you know, these it's the small things that make such a big difference.
Right. That's amazing. I'll come back to the foundation, but when you discuss this topic, these thoughts that you know you've so eloquently highlighted, and that's insightful, by the way, because the foundational aspects of entrepreneurship is service, right? And service comes from identifying a need. So when you discuss it with some of your friends and maybe the Ghanaian collaborators that you work with, what do you hear?
The most I hear is, I want to go to England. I want to go to America. And this is why I'm so passionate about people staying within their communities and helping the communities, because if all you're thinking about is building your empire so that you can leave, you know, that doesn't help. It doesn't help to build the country. It doesn't help to even just build your community, you know. And so that's where people should start small, start within your community and say, how can I help my community? So I'm building my business, yes, but how can I, rather than thinking about, oh, how can I make $1 million and go and travel the world? Yes, travel, but always think about your community and don't leave your community behind. Because where this school is, there are plenty of very rich entrepreneurs, but why are none of them helping their community?
That's a very good question.
It's because it's not instilled. It's always this thing of, oh, you know, go to America, go to UK, go to Canada. But what about fix your community? Fix the people that live around you.
Right.
Not even to say go to Kumasi, go to fix your community. If everybody fixed their own community, we wouldn't have all this problem.
Right. Amazing thoughts. Okay, so now it seems you found a new direction for the foundation. What is it?
So the direction is to help the schools that the government haven't helped.
Okay.
And then people have said to me, you know, when I've spoken to people about this, they've turned around and said, but that's the government's job. If you do it, then the government, you know, you're letting the government off their job. And I'm like, yes, but in the meantime, who's helping these children? Who's giving these children the resources that they need to learn, to just learn, you know? And then these are the children that you want to come out of school and then turn around and say to them, oh, go and become an entrepreneur, right? But they haven't even had the basics in the beginning life,
right?
The beginning of education to go and then become this wonderful entrepreneur, you know. And if they can see that the entrepreneurs within their communities come back and help,
right,
and teach them and support them, then this will even give them that encouragement, that desire to go out and do more, and then to come back and help the community. So I don't like to say it like this, but you know, I don't. It's this thing of always looking for outside to get help. Okay, so rather than looking outside to get help, and yes, okay, I've come from outside, but I've been here for 5 years. I haven't just come and I'm just looking to make a name or looking to do something to get into government or get in with people. This is just about helping the children, you know. And I think that this is really important for the children to see their own community helping them.
Right.
Because that is what has really lacked. That's one of the things that has really upset me doing this project, is that the actual community don't want to help. And you're like, what message are you giving to your children when you as a community aren't even helping. You've seen somebody coming and saying, I'm going to do this for your children,
right.
and yet you don't want to help.
That's impressive. That's an impressive observation that you're making, because sometimes my pastor usually say I'm a Christian, so I would always refer to his teachings because they are the foundation of how I found balance.
Mm-hmm.
He always says something that I like. He said, sometimes God opens your eyes to see something because you are the one destined to fix it.
Mm.
So perhaps you are in Ghana at this time for that purpose, and I see that you are discovering so many things in changing mindsets, supplying needs where there are lapses, and you should be encouraged to do it. Yeah,
Thank you.
You should be encouraged to do it. Okay, tell me more. What's the future looking like for the Golden X Foundation?
I am just one person. Okay. We have a small team, some very good workers, which is how we've managed to get the job done. I wish I could have let you see some pictures of the before and after
Right.
what we've done. We probably could have, but anyway, so if you went onto the website,
Right.
you could.
And the website is Golden X.
Ghana, yeah.
What's the secret behind the name? Gold? I know.
Gold Onyx was my sister's charity in the UK. Yeah.
Okay. It seems your heart has been tied or destined to Ghana because Ghana is Gold Coast.
Yeah. Well, her philosophy behind the Gold Onyx was the gold obviously was because Africa is rich in gold.
Yeah.
And then onyx is black. So
Okay, I see.
and then we are as resources black gold. We are precious. Yeah.
Okay.
So like I was saying, I'm only one person, and I know there are many, many, many schools in many, many communities which are suffering the way that this school is suffering. So what I would like to do is see some more of the young entrepreneurs who are doing well, helping their communities, helping their schools, so that there aren't as many schools suffering this way. But for now, what we're trying to do is set up the foundation so that schools can apply to us.
Right.
And then we would send a team from that local community, because it's also about giving the local people work. So the people that we use are all local people. When we went to buy supplies, we went to the local people to buy the wood, to buy the water, to buy the sand, to buy the cement. So it's keeping the money in the community and keeping the people working in the community.
Yeah.
So
that's impressive. Okay, so I mean, sometimes people have, one of the issues you raised is why aren't the people who live in that community the first to jump on your chariot, so to say, in providing this solution to the school that desperately needs it? And it's a good question to ask. But now think like this. Somebody will say, okay, we've seen lots of these foundations and NGOs. They do 1, 2, 3 to get attention, get international media, and then that's it. So to such individuals, what is your counter argument?
Why do you need an NGO to come and fix something in your own community? Because if you, as a community, got together and said, we're going to fix this, you wouldn't need any outside help. And that is what I'm trying to push. Stop looking for that savior to come and fix your problems in your community. Get together, work together, and fix it yourselves. And then you wouldn't have this issue of, oh, this NGO came and they did this, but it was just for, government, or it was just to get on TV, or it was just to get money. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So that's my answer to that is stop living in this savior syndrome. Start working in your own community. Work together. If you work together and collaborate, you can do this. You can do it. I don't know anything about building. I don't know anything about, fixing washrooms, but we got good workers, and we were like, okay, what do we need? How do we need it? Well, one of the things that I wanted to say as well, when in talking to the young people, have a good network, okay? Because that's what's important, and that's what's going to keep you going. Because for me, I was able to go to my networks and say, look, I'm doing this, I need help.
Right.
I haven't got the money to do this myself.
Yeah.
Okay. And I got a lot of help.
But don't you think it's easy to prescribe that after years of building your social capital, being who you are? I mean, it could take one WhatsApp message and you will raise loads and loads of money, because I mean, people already, your network has been built over several years. So it might be difficult to put a young person in that position and say, what if you built your network? You would have done the same thing I did.
No. What I'm saying is that for me, is to make that a point. Remember to keep your network.
Right.
Remember to don't forget your community.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not just, you're 20 and you need to have enough people to. That's what collaboration is all about. You might be 20, but you might have a mentor who's 40, so they will know more people than you.
Right.
And that's what it's all about: collaboration, networking.
Yeah. Okay, so let's move to the next point. So now, do you know Mr. Beast?
Mr. Beast?
Yeah.
No.
There's a gentleman called Mr. Beast. His real name, I can't even remember, because he's so popular with Mr. Beast. Nobody calls him his real name. So he's an American, and what he does is he's a YouTuber. I think he's the #1 YouTuber in the world.
Okay.
Yeah. So what he does is he mobilizes funding through his YouTube engagement and things. Mobilize funding, go to different places. Maybe he will go to an Asian country, build houses for women living under shanks and things like that. Or he will come to Africa, open water borehole for a bunch of individuals, maybe in a village where they haven't seen tap water before.
Okay.
He will open borehole in a matter of maybe 10 days or things like that. Guess how the internet reacts?
Well, he'll get funding from the people watching it, won't he? He won't be.
You know what's funny? I usually, since he made that observation, I started paying attention. He would do this wonderful thing, which I know there are so many big foreign NGOs that are here for many years, and some of them haven't achieved as much traction like that young man. And then someone would tweet, oh, this guy is too wicked. He's using people to make money, and he's this or he's that. So, the thing about the work you do is not everybody will support it. Yeah. And it should also not make you, the fact that not everybody will support it should also not deter you, from the purpose that you've chosen. So if it's good for people and it's good for your conscience, then you should put all your effort in making it happen. I think it's a worthy cause. I mean, only the kids using the facility that you've rebuilt now can tell exactly how they feel and how their psychology has improved. And we need more people like yourself. I'm privileged also that you're here to share this story with our audience and network. Okay, so
So one of the stories that I wanted to share,
yes,
just
please,
going on
tell
what you
me
said,
all the stories.
There was a time where, a point where I was like, why am I doing this? Because I had gone to, we've had a lot of people really help. I had somebody donate all the roofing sheets for the roof, okay, and the wood and everything, but we were short some wood and things to fix the roof on and stuff like that. So, like I said, we were trying to keep everything within the community. So I went to the local timbers yard, whatever you call it, and I told them what I needed. And so I'm sitting there and I'm talking to the lady and I'm saying to her, this is what I'm doing. I'm rebuilding the washrooms at the school. Now the school, all their children go to the school, okay? And I said, so I was wondering if you can help us, because, I'm not an organisation. I'm not coming from I've got no big sponsors behind me or anything, this is just me just trying to do something for the community. So the bill came to something like 1,120 CDs. So I said to her, how can you help us, please? And she said, well, she sat there and she wrote and wrote and wrote, and then she said, I can give you 20 CDs off. And I was like, what do you mean? How can you only give me 20 CDs off? At least I said, please take off the 120 and I'll give you the 1,000. No. She was totally adamant that she couldn't give me no more than 20 CDs off the bill. And I'm saying to her, this is your children. My children don't go to this school. This is your children that go to this school. Surely you want to help. But she was just adamant she wasn't giving any. So I paid her and we left. And on the way back to the school, I was saying to my driver, I don't know if I can do this, because I was so upset. And then that evening, one of the ladies, she'd had some of the children from the school. She has an after-school facility for the children in the community. And she sent me a video of the children saying, thank you, Auntie, for fixing our washrooms. We're so grateful, we're so happy. And then I was like, okay, God, that's my message to say I have to continue. And so these are the things that keep me going. So it's the small little things that keep you going. So, that's another thing I would say to people, that don't look for the big, for that big finish or the big outcome. Sometimes it's just the little things that will give you more joy than that big finish, that big outcome that you think you need to succeed.
Yeah. On the WhatsApp platform, there's a gentleman called Prince. He's the country manager of a company called Samaritan's Feet. In the Bible, the Samaritan that was, Samaritan's Feet. So what they do is a global company. What they do is they locate underprivileged, just like what you located, underprivileged young people, or maybe I should say pupils, and they ensure if their shoe is not good enough, they fix it. They buy new shoes, wash the kids' feet, give them new shoes, and ensure that they never go to school barefooted anymore. So, there are so many good in this world, and it doesn't happen by itself. It's people who make them happen. You never know how big your mission is going to be. So, and we are glad that you are, starting that operation from here. But the question becomes then, how do you sustain the delivery of your services if you choose to proceed in this new direction that you're going now? How do you expect to make it? Because again, you need to think big, not just that one school. Now you need to start isolating. You need to look at the map and say, okay, Ghana has this number of schools here and here and here are places where we could be needed. For such mission, how do you expect to finance it without it becoming one of those other foundations that, you know, just fizzled out?
Yeah. So once we've got the foundation set up properly, then I want to go to the government for funding.
Right.
Yeah. And because we come under one of the 5 headings that they have said that they want to cover health, I have been speaking to people who deal with funding and things like that, and they've said that, you know, yes, once we have the foundation set up, we can then go and apply for funding. So this was a pilot. This project was just a pilot one, just to see how it would go. Also, the reason why I did it this year was because this was the 5th year that my sister had passed away, and I wanted to do something to commemorate that.
Right.
So that was why I just went ahead and did it this time. But what our plan for the future is to have the foundation set up, get the funding, and then what we would do is not have the schools apply to us, but then not just give them the money.
Right.
Oh, we need washrooms. Oh, here's 20,000 CDs. No, we would then get the people, get all the tools and resources, everything that we need, and go and do it.
Right.
Because what I've been told as well by other people that I've spoken to is, yes, I was speaking to somebody, and that was when they said, yeah, somebody came to say that they were going to do some work for them. They got the money, and then they just disappeared. And the work never got done.
Oh.
And so I'm like, and I've heard that story more than once.
Right.
So I'm like, well, this is why we have to be accountable. And accountability is one of the things that everybody has to have in their heart. I have to be accountable for this, so that you don't spend a penny of that money or a peso of that money outside of what it's supposed to be spent on.
Yeah.
And not have that on your conscience. Okay.
Yeah.
So for me, it's about being accountable. Somebody can come and say to me tomorrow, how much money did you raise and how has it all been spent? And I can show them, because these are the things that will help us become more credible. A lot of people, sorry to say, don't want to give because they're like, how do I know where my money is going?
Yeah.
So I have made it a point of every stage of the way. I've sent people, I've put it out, I've put it on my WhatsApp, everything. People can see exactly what's happening, how the money is being spent. So to now where it's finished, they're like, everyone's like, oh, wow. There was one lady who, I didn't know her, but she knew somebody else. She'd heard about what we were doing. She's from the UK, she's from Jamaica, living in the UK, but she just happened to be in Ghana at the time. And she was like, I need to come and see it first before I give any money, because I have to be sure that where my money is going.
Right.
And so this is why you have to be accountable.
Yeah.
Because some people aren't going to just give their money, oh, this person wants money here. You have to be able to show that I'm doing something of purpose, and this is what I'm doing. And
this is the proof of work. Yeah.
And so that was another reason why I wanted to also do the project, so that I can then go, when I apply for funding, and say, look, we've already done it.
Right.
This is what we can do, So rather than just going, no, this is what we want to do, but we have nothing to show for it, nothing behind us. At least now we have this behind us. We can say, this is what we've done, and this is what we want to do going forward.
Okay, so this is Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, so I'm thinking in that spirit of entrepreneurship. And let's say you say you're going to the government, correct? Let's say you go and it's not priority right now to fulfill that obligation that you seek. What next? Then
we go to other communities. So, you've got big companies. There is money out there, okay? And I'm sorry to say, Ghana has money,
Oh yeah, Ghana is rich.
Ghana has money, it's just knowing where to go to get it.
Right.
Yeah. And going to the right people.
Mm.
And that's where, again, networking comes in.
Right.
You have to know who to talk to. You have to be able to talk to the right people. And you have to have that personality that people, when you speak to them, they'll go, oh, yeah, that sounds interesting. That sounds like something I'd want to get involved in.
Okay.
You know, rather than just going and being, oh, I want to do this and I want this amount of money.
Okay.
And this is one of the things, you know, that we speak about even to my own children, because they're teenagers, and where they're into the TikTok and the Instagram and just talking to each other on Snapchat and stuff, it's having that, you know, a lot of the time they can't talk to each other. You can go into a room of 10 teenagers and they'll all be sitting there on their phones, you know. And one of the things that we try and instill them is you have to know how to talk to people,
right,
to get on in this world.
Right. Okay, so I like to focus on the keywords, and you know, I have questions that I've written, but this one is so pressing now. Communication is one of the recurring themes of all the conversations I've had here, whether it's pitching to entrepreneurs, whether it's selling, whether it's espousing your unique selling proposition to your stakeholders to be able to recruit the right kind of people, whether it's, you know, it doesn't end unless the individual has learned communication. And you seem to have perfected that craft. So for the young people that, you know, the target audience that you wish they have, you know, these values imbibed, if someone wants to learn to communicate like yourself, to start conversation with strangers, because obviously, as you would have observed, our culture is such that people are private. So I still need people to be able to get ahead in the world. Mm-hmm. I'm not a people person, so how do I get ahead? You know, letting people know what's running in my head. What do you think I should do?
The first thing I would say, like, as you say, if you say you're not a people person, is read and improve your vocabulary, because just being able to speak and articulate what you want to say is so important. And if you haven't got those words, if you're sitting there and you kind of know what you want to say, but you haven't got the words to say it, that's where you're going to struggle. So read a lot, and a lot of different things. Don't just read about cars or, I was going to say trains, because that's what. But, you know, don't just read about one subject. Read about everything. Read as much as you can on diverse subjects, because that will improve your vocabulary, and then that will help you to become a good communicator. So that is one of the first things I would say. And then just have a friend or two friends that you can practice with first.
Right.
Because especially if you want to be able to go out and pitch and speak to stakeholders and sell your business ideas, you have to be able to speak to somebody. Mm-hmm. So find somebody who you're comfortable speaking to with, practice first, and then you'll have that confidence to be able to go out and speak to people.
Right. Wonderful. Okay. Back to the foundation. All right. So, I read this quote a long time ago. It says, all charity is a business model. Every philanthropy is a business model. Do you agree?
Yes, because at the end of the day, even if you're setting up a charity, you still have to run it as a business. You still have to have all the things that a business would have. You have to have accounts, you have to raise funds, you have to manage projects. So it's all the same things that a business would do. It's just that you're doing it under the heading of a charity. Churches are charities, for instance.
Right.
So, you know, but most of the churches I know are businesses.
Okay, so for your foundation, would you be recruiting, let's say recruiting, what role might you be recruiting for? You know, one of the things that we do, the main thing that we do really is to train entry-level job seekers and early career professionals, equip them with the skills, digital skills that we all need today to get ahead in the world of work: digital marketing, finance, data science, UX design, and AI literacy. And actually, the focus of this event is to launch the fourth version of the Ready for Work platform, which is how the magic happens. So I'm like, you're pitching to me, I'm pitching to you as well. So if you are recruiting, then Ready for Work can help you find the best of the best of the best without having to go through 1,000 CVs that has been massaged and remassaged, you know, to find your one. You pick your one, you know, is your one. So would you be recruiting?
If we got the money, I would definitely need somebody to handle all of the media side, social media, website, all things like that. Getting the word out there. That I would definitely be looking for. Somebody who can do admin.
Right.
You know, maybe somebody who can do some small accounts.
Right.
You know, just managing the money coming in and out. But yeah, that would be a view, a very ideal view.
Okay. So is there a timeline for that? Say by this time, Q1 2026. All right. Okay. Let's see. What else have I not covered? If I'm listening to you now, I'm in the UK or the US, and I have a passion for what you're doing now to do for my people, or, you know, maybe I'm part of the African diaspora that is burdened with the heart of service for the continent, and I want to invest in the continent. How should I explore that opportunity?
I would say come here.
Right.
I'm not a lover of people investing without seeing first. That was one of my things, is that I had to come here and be here to do it. I couldn't have been in the UK and trying to do this.
Yeah.
You know, so I would always say to people, come and see what it is you want to invest in. Come and see what it is you want to help with. If there's a community that you want to help, come and see them first. You know, don't try and do everything from far away.
Yes,
I'm not saying that it doesn't work, but I don't think it's as effective as your feet being on the ground and actually being in that presence and seeing what needs doing, because it's very easy to give an overview. Even when we looked at the project as an overview, we were like, you know, you're looking like, it's not that bad, we can do this. But then when you get into the nitty gritty of actually doing the work, then you're like, okay, this is a bit...
Maybe we should have waited.
No, I'm glad we did it. I'm so glad we did it. I'm so proud of all of the workers and everybody who has helped. You know, it's an amazing job that's been done. You know, and I'm very, very glad that we just, you know, sometimes when you sit back and you go, oh, maybe we should wait till we get this, or maybe we should wait till we do this, you end up just dragging it and it doesn't get done.
Right.
Whereas when you just jump into it and then you started, so you have to finish it no matter what.
Right.
I think that can push you to places. I've been going, like I said, I am very shy. People tell me I'm not shy, but
yeah, I was thinking the same. Yeah,
I am very shy. So for me to have to go to businesses and go and ask them for money, I was inside, I was screaming, you know, but with my hat of purpose on, I was like, no, Jack, you've got to go and do this.
That's impressive. All right. What else do you want our followers to know about this wonderful project you're embarking on? If somebody wants to support you, how do they reach you, and what do you expect?
Okay, if anyone wanted to reach me, they can reach me via the website goldonyxghana.com. We have contact details on there. Our mission statement is on there.
Right.
Pictures from this project that we've done. I haven't put the final pictures up yet, but yes, when you're a one-man band, it's quite difficult to get everything done.
Right.
But they will be going up there. So if anyone wants to help, it's not just about giving money. Like I said, we had people donate roofing sheets, we had people donate paint, we had, so it doesn't have to be monetary. It can be resources as well,
right.
or even time. Oh, I'll come and paint. I'll come and do a thing. And it doesn't even just have to be for our Gold Onyx Ghana Foundation.
Mm-hmm.
I'd also say look in your community and see
right.
what you can do to help.
Right.
To me, it's the children, to help the children.
Right.
Because the children are the future. And this is what I express to the business when I go and see them. These children that you're helping will probably be working in your facility in 10, 15 years' time.
Yeah, good marketing. You're good at marketing.
So it makes sense for you to help them now,
right.
and they can know that, yes, this business helped my school, and
right.
now I can go and work for them.
Show them why.
Yeah. And show them what they can do when they're successful. Look how you can go back and help your community, not just run out of the country with the money, take all the resources, take all the money, and who's left to help those who are left behind.
That's amazing. All right, so there are young people who are starting their careers in today's economy. As you know, it is the way it is, and they might be confused about what to do, how to get involved, how to find their purpose. You found yours. So if I'm a 16 to 35, which is our age bracket, listening to you, it seems you've had an amazing journey before this journey starts, and so you are qualified to advise people in that category, 16 to 35. So what would you tell them?
When you're thinking about your purpose, don't just think of one thing.
Right.
Because one of the things that I found, and it's not just in Ghana, because
right.
it does happen in the West Indies as well, is that you're kind of ushered into this life of, oh, you're going to be a lawyer, you're going to be a doctor, but that might not be your passion. It doesn't mean that you can't still do your passion.
Right.
So you can become a doctor, but you might want to dance. Okay, don't let one thing stop you from doing the other. So keep an open mind. Don't just go, oh, my mum wants me to be a doctor, so I'm just going to be a doctor. Have an open mind. Always don't look at, oh, that's too low or that's too high. Your dream is, it's like the lady before said, your thoughts are what create your world. So if you think this is what I want to do, you can create it. And also share. Okay, a lot of people, they'll have an idea and then they won't want to share it because they thought, oh, somebody might steal it. But what people need to understand is we're all connected and all our thoughts are connected. So just like how you might be thinking something and then somebody else will come and say that same thing that you were thinking, and then you'll be like, oh, how did they know what I was thinking?
Yeah.
It's not, it's because we are all connected. So don't sit there on an idea thinking, oh, I'm not going to say anything because somebody else might steal it. Because the world is abundant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't have to sit there thinking, oh, if somebody else steals it and then they make all the money and I won't make any money. No, it's about sharing. It's about collaborating. It's about putting minds together. As I say, great minds think alike, and two heads are better than one. So think about what you want to do, but don't only think about that thing, okay? Because the lowest of things can bring you more than the highest of things. There's a lady who we drive past her, and my driver was telling me that this lady, she was planting on the roadside, and he was saying to me that that lady, she has put all her children through university. She has built her house, all from selling planting on the roadside. So she is an entrepreneur because she knew what her community needed. She knew what service she needed to provide, and she provided it.
Right.
And it has got her through her life, got her children through life, and got her a roof over her head. So don't think that, oh, if you want to do this, oh, it's too low, it's too lowly for me. You know, people will go, oh, roasting planting by the roadside. Oh, you know, what's that? What's that going to bring for me? Don't think small. Always think big. So even a small thing can bring you more than going for that big thing, and you end up just only getting a small return. So my advice to anyone of that age, especially the teenagers, because it's so hard for them with this TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat world, right? They all wanting this fast money, you know, and don't chase the fast money. That's one of the worst things is don't chase the paper, provide a service.
Right.
Think about what service you can provide. Don't be thinking about chasing paper, chasing money.
Impressive. Thank you so very much, Jacqueline. I hope that, you know, beyond the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, the Guinness World Record, we can be able to collaborate at some point. We do a careers fair. You seem to, were you a teacher before?
I wasn't a teacher. What I did was I worked with children with special needs who couldn't go to school.
Because when you do the voice, he paints a picture of... Yeah, so we can collaborate during our careers fair. We do career coaching for entry-level job seekers, as I said, through the Ready for Work platform. I would love to show you what the platform looks like. And of course, we just like your fundraising, we are raising as well. Part of what I want to do with this Guinness World Record is to mobilize tuition for 100 entry-level job seekers to equip them with those digital skills and access to jobs. We are so excited about this because the platform we've built is so unique in the sense that it has taken us 12 years to get to this point. And perhaps one of the days when, if you are available, then we can do a demo for you.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. I'd love to.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your support. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
You have my positive wishes and prayers in your new journey. May everyone who is involved in your vision and has the thought to support you, may they locate you as well.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Well, thank you. And I'm wishing you all the best. You've done so well so far.
Thank you. Thank you.
And yes, I'm praying for you for the next. Well, you've only got, not got long. Not got long. So 21 hours.
I'll be getting to 80 with, by the time I'm done with his interview, I'll be getting to 80.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're nearly there. And you look well. So.
Well, I don't know. All right.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Just a few moments with transition so that it doesn't become like a break.
Are you ready? Okay. Good. God bless. Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you. You too.
Godfred, finally you get here. Okay. How's it going? Wonderful. You have? Okay. I'm doing well. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. So I know we have your LinkedIn here, but would you want to say a few words that would make our listeners understand how you are supremely qualified to talk about AI transformation and industry shift?
Okay. Yeah. So that's a good one. Yeah. So yeah, my background is basically in computer science, right? And I think more than a decade ago after school, I've worked through um, the IT, value chain. I began my journey as an IT executive in an agency, which opened me up to discovering digital marketing and whatnot, the business side of tech, right? And then the prime of my career was with a multinational sports company, where I worked as the country digital and e-commerce manager. So my role was in two scopes. The first was to be a manager in charge of a business, that's the e-commerce business, as well as oversee the strategy of digital for the country, and where I also undertook digital transformation projects. Right, it was in the era of the digital marketing boom in Ghana.
Right.
Yes, so our primary purpose was to transform our employees, who are also my colleagues, to understand digital and unlock digital value by leveraging, the best practices in digital, especially when it comes to digital marketing, because it was a retail brand, right? So we wanted to sell as well. Fast forward after that, I've worked in product management, other diverse roles, and currently I'm working in the financial institution, as an IT capacity analyst, right? But aside all of that, I'm also trying to get my hands dirty with AI. I've built about 12 AI products thanks to AI coding. That's I think 3 of which are already online. I think on our exchange I mentioned that I had. So you can check out Career Lead AI. It's a platform which is positioned as a career workspace. I think often than not, we go through our careers without any repository where we get to keep track of our career. Where am I? The goals that are set, have I accomplished them? I mean, where did I pin these goals so that I can always, fall back on them? We need to democratize access to career coaches as well, because it's not quite, straightforward finding somebody who will be aligned with your values, your purpose and whatnot, right? And then, other perks that comes along with that. So that's what the platform was really about. I built it and then I pushed it up. It's live. I think I've already gotten some few testimonies from people that, okay, this is useful. They've been chatting with so there's an AI career coach, a chatbot that you can chat with, and the AI is grounded on your profile. So your values, your passion, your work experience, and then any other information that you add, your CV, the AI is able to pick, by grounding information from these and then advise you on the best career path, the choices that you want to make. And then the other features that we want to, scale along. But then aside that, there are a lot of other AI products that I built myself, and of course, I started a community because after seeing that I've been able to create this value for myself. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm the most technical person, and I'm probably non-technical because I've worked business roles, right? But the sheer fact that I could get up one day, just get my hands dirty, look online, what AI tools are available, use it to bring an idea to life, right? And then ship the idea. It was really amazing for me. And I told myself, what if thousands others can do this? And what if all the entrepreneurs, out there can in a day pick up the idea and say, okay, I don't have a tech background. I may not be qualified to, build a platform to materialize my idea, but let me try and see. Right. So that's interest gave birth to AI Leap Africa. That is a community that's putting together, where we get to train people on, early stage AI skills like prompt engineering, and then AI automation via NNN, as well as AI coding, which today I believe everybody else, so far as you have very good power over your English, you can describe very well what you want. You should be able to prompt your way to getting at least an MVP of your product from your idea live. So this is that has been my journey so far.
Wow. Okay. Nice. Okay. So back to the topic, AI transformation and industry shift. let's start with the industry shift. What makes you, for me, I know I'm really very excited about the future of AI and the future of work, but what gets you excited, and what do you see that makes you go like, but this one, so.
Okay, so like I did mention, right, my journey on transformation started with the digital transformation project that I had to execute. It was called Digital at the Service of the Omni Sport Leader, right? Because it was in the sports company, and the goal was to build digital skills so that the normal retailer can pick up these skills and leverage it to do business, right? And I understood one thing, okay, that our entire plight in life, going up and down, is really about empowering humans, right? And so I understood the 3 core drivers of transformation as people, process and technology. But I also saw the mismatch in the industry. Often than not, we are technology first. A lot of people put technology first ahead of the transformation, and they put people,
Let me push
last.
back on that.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
You said people put technology first before
people skills building.
So you mean by people who are you talking about? Business owners or society in general?
Yeah, I'm talking about the industry at scale in general, right?
Put technology first before
people.
Beings.
Yes.
And human beings here are in what category? You mean clients, customers?
So that'll be people in general.
Okay.
Let me say the general consumer base, right? And I think it's very definitive, because if you look at what is happening in the industry now, per week, the number of AI launches that are going on, right? People are there's a proliferation of tools, out there in the industry.
Okay, and so you're saying that the AI first principle is making humans human of non-relevance, or
so that is not my angle.
Okay.
So let's fall back on the 3 core drivers of transformation, right? There is people, there is the process, and then there is technology, right? So what I mean by visionaries normally prioritizing technology over people is you see, we spend a lot of time.
So you mean visionary, meaning
yes,
people who create
technology,
yes,
exactly,
prioritize the technology over other human beings or their clients,
over clients, over the consumer base, over the people who are actually going to use the technology. Yes, because
it's not objective. It's not objective, because at the end of the day, the only sufficient and compelling reason for a startup is a paying customer. I might have missed one of the words.
Of course, yes.
So you don't create technology for technology's sake. You create technology for utility. And for now, we know that humans are the ones that use technology. No, speaking loosely though, humans use technology. So, but I get what you're trying to say, just that in the sequence of the
thought process. I can understand.
In my head, so I wanted to see if we are still in the same alignment.
I can understand.
Okay.
So I mean, if I could take a moment to level that up, right? So you can see that often than not, there are a lot of tools out there that people don't even know exist.
Right.
There are a lot of tools that have been pushed into the system, but we are yet to close in on the skills gap. Right. I do believe that even in SFAN, you have this milestone that you are working on to train people, building digital skills and all of that. But the point is, the tools already exist. It was easy. One idea came, we spun up an investor round, and we built an amazing product. But the point is, how many people can use the product now? And so just like the broader topic on AI, there are so many tools today. We are shifting into agentic, right? But do we have the masses of the population ready to use these tools? Do we have the requisite skill, especially
if
in AI
everybody
too?
has it, then people like me will not be in business.
Okay, that's it.
If everybody is digitally savvy, and they have all the skills they require to make their lives fulfilling in the future of work, then maybe I should go and be cultivating in the village, because
but that's
training for digital skills might not be of utility anymore to anyone.
So it does, right? So in the broad spectrum of the transformation,
right,
that is the key contribution that you are doing in there,
yeah,
right?
right.
But the point here is, why not prioritize skills building when you've launched your MVP, especially for the visionaries, right? When you've launched the MVP of, let's say, GPT, right? Why not prioritize the skills building, train as many as possible?
Role. That's for education.
For education, indeed.
In the entrepreneurship ecosystem, as you know, you have the operators, the entrepreneurs. You have the education system that train talent. You have investors. You have policy. You have media. You have what else do you have? But these are the foundational. So the operators require education to train for them to build. It's only because the education, or academia, we should say, not education. It's only because academia seem to be a step behind that operators now
have to step in,
start training for what they need.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but continue.
No, yeah. So no, it's a very good dialogue on this, because the question, I mean, you can raise question as to why there's that gap at the academia part, because it looks like the operators are now, or the inventors are now, going a step further on building online academies, to train people on these tools. Yeah. I mean, if when you sprout up, a technology revolution or transformation, you have to also do the responsibility of making sure that your how-to of the tool that you are building is very well established. Right. I mean, if you look at the digital marketing era, right, Google had to step in to put together a full-blown course, certify people in digital marketing, and it was really centered on how to use Google services to deliver digital marketing value. Before people could, now with confidence, step in their roles, in their perspective, sectors and industry to deliver, that kind of value. But the point I'm making is, I was thinking different. I mean, why can't a giant like Google prioritize building the skill before they even mature the tool?
No, we don't want them to.
You don't want them? I can understand.
We don't want them to, because their role is not to train for skills. They can train for specialized skills required in certain roles.
Yeah.
But the moment they start training for skills, that means academia has no utility anymore.
Well,
because if every company, think about it, if every company now train for what they need, then where were the ones coming from university working?
Well, you make a good point.
Yeah,
you do.
So it seems to me like the real problem is that, that disconnect between A and B, because there are two possible destinations that anybody who leaves school go to. Either you go and start it by yourself, or you join forces with one that is already existing, and then you build your personal brand, you bring solution, and you seek, monetization.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we align on that. I guess the industry shift we are looking at now is how are individuals who are looking to align with the direction of the industry, how are they going to be going in consonant with the pace of innovation?
Yeah.
Which is where you come in to teach how you've done it. So
yes,
the question becomes, if I'm entering my year 2 in the university today, how can I ensure that I don't graduate before realizing what is happening in the world, in the real world? So what do you tell the mentees that have asked of you?
Indeed. So that's a very crucial, question to answer. And I mean, it is the reality. The odds are, if you're in year 2 now, within the stretch of over 3 to 4 years, you'll be out of the industry. So the dilemma will be, what are you coming to meet, right? In our current industry today, we are witnessing the first, first indicators in the AI transformation. So we've not even seen the full scope of the transformation yet. It's just like the early stage of something like the .com boom, right? Yeah, and then the value, there's question on value creation and here and there shaking up and all of that. But the point is, in the space of 4 years, a lot will change. Right.
Yeah.
So the dilemma is what you are being taught in school now. Let's take programming for a use case, right? What you're being taught in school now, in 5 years, today AI is able to build full-blown products. So what would programming look like in the next 4 years? Right. So if you're a student, that should be one of the subtle concerns that you pick up. Right. So practically, what can you do? Well, there's a lot of providers, around who are, doing good
Ready for work.
Providing skills. Exactly. Ready for Work is one of them, right? And the SFAN global community is really, playing a strong role in that. And by the way, congratulations on that, because when I was reminiscing, right, I realized we had engaged before.
Yes, my mind tells me.
Exactly. There was this event for Africa Digital Festival somewhere in 2019.
Yes.
You were a speaker, and I was also on the bill as well.
Right.
I think they were referring to you as SFAN. Actually, I thought you were called SFAN until later I had to reconcile. But yes, back to the top. But so yeah, my point was with that was, it's really good to know that after all these years you are still, on this, journey, because what you spoke about, the vision you spoke about is what is still, here, and the consistency is very, very inspiring. Very, very inspiring. But yes, back to the topic here. So it's a very interesting use case that students have to pick up to understand what the industry look like in the next 4 years. You can try your hands on some basic AI projects. So far as you are able to, like I said, you are descriptive enough, you can take on prompt engineering. Prompt engineering, I know it's probably, underestimated by a lot of people.
Right.
But what people don't know is globally it's already creating a skills market.
Right.
As of 2023, there was more than $220 million of an economy created by prompt engineering. So it's an essential skill. So far as AI will continue to seek input to deliver outputs, prompt engineering will remain relevant.
That's a good phrase.
Yeah, it will remain relevant. So, I mean, as a student, that's the lowest hanging fruit that you can embrace now. The techniques of prompting. How do I structure my prompts? How do I build, context, when I'm prompting, so that you can get the value that you need out of it. But when you move beyond that, then you have to also identify your career goals. Okay. And so I would typically fall back on the journey of the programmer again. So if indeed you want to go out of school, perhaps you're studying computer science, IT, and you envision that in the next 4 years you want to be in a tech role, then you must ask yourself that what would the role that you're gunning for look like in the next 4 years? What would the life of a full stack engineer look like, in the next 4 years, knowing that there are so many AI agents today that are assisting with code or probably can build the full solution, by itself. And I think, like I said, so with AI Leap, right, over the past 1 month, we were trying to take advantage of Oracle's RACIT certification. There was a promo that they were doing, right, and they were certifying basic, foundations in AI. And I think we opened up a program, 83 people signed up, and then about 15 people have certified. So today they are fully qualified AI certified, foundation associates, right? The other out of the 83, they went through a sort of cognitive dissonance because most of them didn't have a tech background. It was the very first time they were being exposed to deep learning, machine learning, how to train your AI, or the mathematical, computations that come with it. And we got all this feedback. They were coming, I've tried, I'm not getting an understanding of this. What should I do? So we tell them to repeat. We also get into sessions where we get to explain with them. Myself, I did a lot of those sessions to explain the basic concepts, of AI, especially at the deep learning part. Because that's where mostly the difficulty is with convolutional networks, neural networks and all of that. It gets a little bit blurry if you are not from a tech background. But I mean, we are pressing on. There are other certifications that we'll be exploring. We want to, in the future, seek partnerships with, these certifying bodies like AWS, Oracle and whatnot, to try to get one of these certification promos. Because yes, you can get the content, but to write the exams, you have to pay a minimum of $100, right? And we took advantage of the promo, and so 15 people, got their head through and then are certified now. So these are some of them. I think, to speak about SFAN as well, it can be interesting for students to get into programs like that, where, real-time AI skills are, being, build thoughts, and then you have training. Of course, I'm sure you provide sandboxes for people to try their hands and all of that. So that really can be the roadmap for second year, students.
Wonderful. Okay, speak more words. What are you seeing in the AI realm?
The AI.
Yeah.
Yes. So I mean, there are some myths. I mean, AI is very new. It's very recent, but yet they've already developed, some myth surrounding AI. And one of the buzz that I hear a lot has been AI is going to take our jobs. Everybody seems to be,
you don't think it will take your job?
Yeah. So I think we have to put that in the right perspective.
Okay.
Right, because the perspective of AI taking the job is very basic and so loose without context. Right. Because what AI is doing is sort of redefining the industry,
right?
Okay, on how we used to do things or how we are doing things, right? One of the biggest value that AI has unlocked today is not monetary, but it's speed, right? And speed is one of the crucial values in an organization's operation, right? How to deliver speed. I believe that AI is not taking the jobs, but the right perspective will be that people with AI skills will come for your job.
What about agents with AI skills?
So that's
that act like people.
Indeed, it is, and that's an interesting one. I was having a conversation with one of my colleagues about the whole agentic thing. People seem to be afraid of AI reaching singularity. Singularity is where AI is fully autonomous and hey, you're humans, we will kill you all. I mean, yes. So that can be a reality, but that's very far back in the future. So I made a statement. So far as an AI will need your input to deliver output.
That's a good phrase.
Yes, it pushes that whole idea of singularity backwards a little bit.
Well, the thing is, Altman recently said he no longer thinks is a useful terminology, singularity. You've seen the news?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. Some people think, oh, now you've raised your millions and billions, and you're now remembering that singularity is not there. Meanwhile, that's the premise of everything he did to fund. But I'm more concerned about how we get into productizing instead of continually being hangers-on using the consuming the tools and services. I want to see how we can unlock young people's potential to create, to think, to dream, to advocate, and participate in the future of this technology. Because whether there is singularity tomorrow or today, if we are not part of the platform designers and creators, it's still not going to But like I said, I'm very, very excited about the future of technology, which is one of the reasons why we have these conversations. These past few days, it's been amazing, the thoughts that has been shared, and we would do our very best to produce the content, some of the content, not all of them anyway, as much as we can. So looking at how your career has evolved so far, what would you say were some of the good thinking that helped you to remain, because you say you were not a developer, right?
Well, my background was in computer science. I have hands-on developer experience, but it was for a few years.
Okay.
Because the prime of my career was in the intersection between business and tech.
Okay, so there was a gentleman that I interviewed yesterday. He's a UX practitioner. Let me remember his name, Darren Hood.
Okay.
What he said something which I agree with. He said, if you have expertise like foundational skills, then you will be of more relevance in the world of AI, because then you already have critical thinking capability, and you are able to understand when the tools make mistakes, hallucinate, or deliver slop work that you can, refine, which I think is true.
Yeah.
So for you, for somebody like you recommending vibe coding, but you already have some foundational skill in coding.
Indeed.
So would you say that played an advantage, or anybody, regardless, can still do what you do?
Also, it did. It did. I mean, these days, I don't even tell people that I vibe code. Okay. I'm really positioned as AI products engineering, right? Because beyond making an input to get an output, which is the vibe code, the core of the vibe code, the prompt, right? There is understanding the architecture, right? So I think before I stepped in here, I was having a conversation with one of you guys, right? And he was asking, so is vibe coding, is a product made out of vibe coding scalable? And I told him it depends on who is vibe coding.
Yeah, because on that note, actually, let me show you this.
Okay.
Vibe coders, companies are now hiring software engineers to fix. Have you seen the news?
Yeah, to fix the mistakes of vibe coders. Yes. So, I mean, like I said, the biggest part of my enthusiasm is the fact that AI is still very new,
right?
In this whole transformation, right? And like I said, we've not seen the full scope of the change in the industry reviewed yet. Just like the .com boom, right?
Yeah.
When it started, there was a whole hype. Everybody's hyping, driving huge investor, values and all of that, and then there was the collapse, and the collapse gave birth to something very beautiful. The platform revolution.
Right.
We saw platforms, springing up, and platforms has proven to be a very sustainable business model.
Right.
So far. So I think, yes, at the early stage, of course, vibe coding in itself is a concept that was developed. Right. And I believe that just as the concept was developed, it will be sustained, or to be the better version of vibe coding, and will come up. But the pick here will be for academia and people who have positioned themselves to, be at the forefront of the transformation, train people and all of that, to also understand that we can never have over-reliance on AI. You can have 100%, and reliance on AI, because hallucination is not going away. The inventors of AI are saying they don't even have a way to permanently fix hallucination. As a matter of fact, before I came in, I was reading a concept on hallucination. Actually, that 100% of your output is hallucinated by the AI.
Well,
depends
on the definition.
Exactly. You only find relevancy with the output because of the grounding, the training that has been done for the AI. So when you prompt something that is in line with the database, like the AI's vector database, you get
the margin of error that is fixed.
Exactly. So hallucination is not going away. So yes, indeed, there is a huge responsibility on really understanding the domain within that you're operating. So if you want to pick up vibe coding because your interest was that you prayed GPT era, you wanted to get into tech and you were struggling, now AI has come to do it for you, you can do it. And then you must understand at least the software development life cycle. Okay, how you move from an idea, go through discovery, go through design.
Anyone who goes to learn vibe coding wouldn't just learn vibe coding as in prompting and delivering output. I mean, again, speaking from our experience of the programming that we deliver, what we do is organic and artificial, right? Organic is human, artificial is AI. The truth is, AI is only going to become increasingly useful in our lives, in our work, in our future. The system will get better, the policies will be refined, governments will make legislations that will fix some of the errors, or who knows.
Yeah, indeed.
However, there are things that we know as sure as light. One of which is AI is going to change everything that we know. You know, as at today is 31st of October. By this time next year, the tremendous level of innovation will make everything we are seeing today be like,
indeed.
Yeah. And the earlier people understand that and start developing the literacy, the critical thinking to benchmark and start using the tool, the better, because it's already here. There's a concept called Amara's Law. Amara's Law says people overestimate what AI technology's capability in the short term, but people overestimate technology's capability in the short term, but underestimate its capability in the long run. So
that's a good one.
Yeah. I always think about that because think of when e-commerce came into it,
Yep.
Everybody was like e-commerce. And then at a point, people were like, oh, no, e-commerce rubbish. But e-commerce is still there today.
Yeah.
So that's how these things are going to evolve. So let's transition to, we've talked about skill development. We've talked about pattern recognition. What else are you thinking about?
Yeah. So on the I mean, with the myth, right? Like you were saying, a lot of people are now shaking up the value,
right?
That AI is creating. But what a lot of people don't understand is that every form of technology or transformation or innovation goes through a cycle. Okay. So there's the technology adoption life cycle.
Yeah.
Right. Where there are innovators and then there are the early adapters and all of that. I do believe that AI today is going through the chasm. Okay. Right, where the solutions are being shaken. Say again?
Are you talking about this graph?
Yeah, the technology adoption life cycle.
Okay.
Yeah. So I believe AI is going through the chasm stage now. Okay. Because even as the hype is still going around, I believe that there has not been a very equitable distribution, of the technology, especially in Africa. We can only linger on the skills part today, but we don't have infrastructure put in place yet. Enough.
That we don't have.
I mean, well, you can put it that way. I mean, is there any known, infrastructure planting?
There's a data center in Ghana. There's a data center in South Africa. Those are starting points.
Well, yes. I mean, they were serving different purposes, right? I mean, I'm sure pre-GPT era, there are a lot of data centers, I mean, where I work, there's a data center and all of that. Serving business.
AI data center?
AI data center? Okay, well, I'm yet to see,
because Google has an AI data center in South Africa.
Well, yeah, South Africa. Okay, well, yeah, you make a good point with that.
There's a guy I interviewed the other day. They have one in Ghana here.
Okay, the Google AI hub.
No, not the one of Ghana is not related to Google. It's
okay.
I'm not actually sure what they call the company name, but the guy has been inviting me to come there. He's one of the speakers. It's called Sam Polly. I can connect both of you.
Sure. Yeah. It'll be something very good to pick up.
Yeah.
Actually,
you're in the group, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay, let me see. Godfred Apps.
Yeah, that's me.
No, that. Let me also.
Okay.
right, back to our back to our big conversation.
Yeah. So on the topic of the infrastructure,
yeah,
right, and yeah, so whilst I do believe that in the long term, I mean, it will become a reality.
right.
I think this guy from Zimbabwe, Strive, is it Masiwa?
Yeah,
if I got the name
Masiwa,
right, yes, already making some
Yeah.
quite interesting investment into AI cloud and all of that. So in the long term, yes, it will be a reality. But I do believe that what Africa really needs now is to pivot on the skills building, right? Because there's already enough tools, produced from the West and then East as well, and then circulating around the West that we can use to build AI competence, so that when finally Africa's infrastructure is ready, you have a population that is ready to use AI and consume AI the right way.
Yep. And that's why you need to partner with Ready for Work.
Yeah, indeed.
Partner with us.
Yeah.
If you have constituents that require digital marketing skills, AI literacy skills, or you want to use the platform to deploy your own training, that's possible. If you want to create, we've partnered with organizations like Visa, GFA Consulting to bring their thought leadership to the platform. So
Indeed.
you can do that.
For sure.
Instead of, raising $750,000 to build it yourself, you can use Ready for Work and create the course, get the service to the people, and they will get the best experience, Yeah,
indeed. I mean, I do believe in on the pathway to Africa's, growth to an ultimate level. Partnerships are very important.
Absolutely.
An ecosystem is very important. To create that inclusive, community. So yes, I mean, we can catch up after your incredible, activity that you are doing.
Yeah, when I would have gone and eaten back all this flesh that.
yeah. It's really incredible what you are doing.
It's amazing, really, how the human body functions, because you will be wondering, where did they go? Did they evaporate into the air?
The bigger question is, how are you doing it? How are you still doing it? Because nothing has changed about you anyways. I mean, it doesn't look like you've been doing this for the past 5 days.
Yeah, because I get to sleep now longer, which is, I do 24 on day one. I structured it in such a way that I can do a long haul, because every 1 hour you get 5 minutes of rest.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you take that micro 5 minutes, you won't get enough rest. That was what happened to me last time.
The last time, okay.
I was past.
Okay.
So the good thinking that we did this time around is to bulk it up.
Okay.
It will stress you, but then at least you get 1 hour
rest for longer hours.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that's why you still see my smile coming out. Otherwise,
No, I think you are doing fantastic. There's not everybody who can do this. I definitely know I will not be able to do.
Oh, I have a support. The thing, one of our values in the company is, as a team, as one person you can do a lot, but as a team you can do so much more.
Indeed.
So, when I train entrepreneurs and professionals and operators of any kind, one of the emphasis I make is teamwork, because you'll be surprised. One person's contribution can take you further than you can even imagine.
Indeed.
Yeah. All right. So what are you working on next?
Yeah, so well, the next thing I want to work on, I mean the scale will be another thing to tackle another day, right? But I'm building a platform that can be like, let's say, the first AI affiliate marketplace. Okay. Because the need that's in the system is, there are a lot of tools, that are around. We can count more than 72,000, AI products that have already been built.
Right.
Everybody is talking about. I launched last week my AI agent, EAPD app, going on around, right? So it's kind of creating this cloud of noise that you as a consumer, you probably struggle to find the best among these tools, right? So my first try was, I think I published something on LinkedIn with about 220 plus AI tools that I have personally, tested myself, and I put them together on a Notion table. I published that. If you want to find it, I put the link. I also address the use cases, that the tool can help you to do.
Right.
And I've seen that some of my friends are already, benefiting from it. Some are creating, their brand concepts with some of the tools that they found there. And then it really got me to think, right? Because I have not seen any platform like that anyway. Okay. I mean, I'm sure there are a lot of people doing it, but it's not launched yet. Okay. So that's one of the things I want to work on. And publish it very soon for African startups. So if you are building any AI solution in Africa, you can create your account, like your tenancy, your workspace, publish your tool, so that masses can just go there, find the tool that they need. They can search for the use case that they are looking for.
So it will be like a directory.
Yes, perfect. That describes it a lot. Like an AI business directory where you get to be discovered. Your tool can be discovered, and then the usage can be built from there.
That's interesting. Yeah. I mean, people like that. I would like to list mine too.
Yeah.
If I have a standalone tool, Ready for Work is AI assisted, not necessarily AI tool.
Okay. So it's not AI native.
No, not like that. It's AI native, but not, the misconception is this is AI assisted. This is not AI tool. Right. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So it has other things that are not necessarily enabled by AI.
Okay.
Yeah. Like there are human coaches on the platform.
Of course.
Yeah.
So you put emphasis on the human quality to develop the human quality.
Of course. One of our values is organic and artificial.
Okay.
We believe that the future of work is a collaboration between organic and artificial.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
It's a hybrid. Yeah. It's a hybrid, positioning.
Yeah.
That's incredible. I mean, I was speaking to, like I said, one of your guys. I think he's a developer, right? Yeah, and I was complimenting the platform, because I did try to snip around it. It's really powerful, very powerful, and the way it has been positioned. You have created authentication for students, for speakers, and for what's the other group? Is it coaches or mentors?
The coaches.
Yeah, so a three-way, and that's really powerful. And we were discussing this. It's really interesting, and I'm really excited to explore more.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, we're looking to partner with as many people as have the interest of supporting our young people who I believe are young geniuses.
Yeah.
And also I feel like in the future people would not value people who create things that don't include people. You get what I'm saying? So if I'm a consumer and you create your wonderful product or service without any human interaction or involvement in it, I wouldn't like to support that kind of vision. Yeah. I want a world that still involves people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is, and that's actually a very good point that you delivered out there. So the thing is, personally, my future, speculative about the future of AI is always going to be better with a human in the loop.
Oh yes.
I mean,
and everything gets good with, because when you travel, what do you miss? Communication with
humans.
Yeah. There is no world where you are better off without people.
Yeah.
I mean, you can reduce the number of people, but you still need human being, unless there is something wrong. I don't know anybody that, well, I love people. I love to help people,
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, even more so, you get to realize that technology in itself is at its best when it's at the service of humans.
Yes.
I mean, we've had all these innovations, spring up because people observed humans and how we can do things better.
Even a step forward is the tech economy does not grow on its own.
Of course.
It grows when people choose to fix problems or to take existing solutions to the next dimension. So innovation doesn't innovate itself. Innovation is driven by
humans.
Or should be driven by humans. At least we can now say, okay, how many humans? We can complement the excessive one. So let's say that we have a canteen down there. Let's say we occupy the whole of the building and we use the floor to make like canteen or cafeteria for students. And we say, okay, in the whole 100-seater capacity, we have only 5 people. The waitresses are there. Then you can just order your thing there, and the robot will, pick the food to you. But still, we need at least crisis management should be done by a human being.
Yep.
Any oversight should be a human being and not a robot. Yeah.
That's a really powerful, perspective. And it kind of ties into, my perspective and belief in the myth on as to whether AI will take your jobs or not. Right. Yeah.
Okay.
So like I said, I believe that the people with AI skills will rather take the job from you, because at the end of the day, it is people that will be, replacing you, not agents. We must always remember that those agents, they will be built by people. So now, if you have the skill set to build an agent, it means that you qualify for that future job, or probably the now in the future job, right? When I was doing my research into AI, right, I got to realize that there are already some unique roles that are already springing up, like an agent performance tester.
Yeah.
An agent quality assurance, tester, an agent performance analyst. So yes, even if AI can code itself or replicate, an agent, you still need somebody to measure its performance.
The only problem is that some of those roles might not be anytime. Well, we don't know yet. We don't know. But
anytime soon?
No, not anytime soon. Like tangible for sustainability's sake.
Well, allow me to present to you an interesting experience.
Okay.
Right. So a couple of weeks ago, I was trying to motivate the community as to the opportunity with AI out there. So I was doing a quick search on Indeed, right, and I searched for AI jobs. More than 10,000 openings came up. It was running through diverse AI roles. Prompt advisor. Can you imagine? Prompt advisor is a role. That's bringing up.
It makes sense.
Right.
That one might be policy. Prompt advisor. So what will he do?
Yeah, I mean, basically, the naming, the naming convention of these jobs, mostly.
Yeah, it's cryptic because a prompt advisor might be for intellectual property, security, data privacy, security. Because,
exactly.
You know what's funny? Some people dump all the company
data and all of that. Yes, I've seen a lot of people do that. Yes, so that's when they're prompt advisors. But even the critical part is this week I checked again, and between just a split of a week, the number of openings had moved from 10,000 to 63,000 AI jobs.
No doubt.
So we can project by next year there'll be all these openings, for AI, and the interesting thing is the minimum average salary. Because they are really rating AI roles at that high level. The minimum was $100,000 a year.
Makes sense.
And so the opportunity is, while new jobs are springing up, I mean, jobs that probably understand because you've not perhaps taken the step, to build the basic, AI skill that's available to you. So yes, AI probably will come for your job, but it will be people who have developed AI skills who will be taking up, those.
Well, we'll see how it evolves. I mean, we may end up deciding to create alternative realities to jobs anyway. But that would not be good because human beings need to work. I wouldn't like a world where I don't work. Work makes me happy. Work fits my identity because my work is an expression of my value.
Indeed.
Like my output is an expression of my value. So I wouldn't like a world where I'll live on universal basic income. Nah, I wouldn't like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would still like to work. I would still like to have to think. I would still, what's funny? Regardless of how difficult work gets, the absence of work is the worst. Yeah. Because the process of finding solutions, struggling, so to say, to resolve the issue that maybe will take you the whole night to be. Yeah. But when you're done with it, you don't feel worse. You feel better. Yeah. And you even feel the day that, for example, I know already my worst days are going to be the day after Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, because then I'll be like, so now what am I going to do with myself?
Indeed. You'll probably be thinking about next.
Yeah.
Next big thing too. Yeah.
Yeah. But then that week after the program, your body will be like, because now it's been conditioned to be like, we are driving to something, we have to conquer, we have to
be withdrawing.
The withdrawal symptoms, and you'll be like so miserable. That's why goal setting, people don't like goal setting, because when you set a goal and you achieve your goal, you feel worse.
Hit
it.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah, that's special. That's special. So yeah, I see that we have some few minutes to go.
Yeah,
maybe I can
have 8 minutes.
8 minutes, yes. Maybe I can drop some recommendations.
Yes, pile it up so that we can be bringing the other guy while you.
Sure. Yeah. So there was an interesting discussion that I was having with one of my friends on the value that AI is creating, right? And so that there are two concepts, right? There's the speculative hype. Of course, the hype is part of the transformation.
Of course.
For every industrial revolution and also the booms, there is always the hype. And then there is also the sustainable growth. I mean, there are businesses that have survived through all these transformations, right? Because they kept true to their economic principles, which is to focus on value creation and all of that. So I do believe that AI transformation should start from your income statement.
Okay.
Should start from your P&L.
Right.
Because on these statements, you get to see which layer of your business is not really delivering value.
Right.
What are the non-value added aspects of your value chain?
Right.
I think that is where the necessary conversation of how do we implement AI should start from. Yes, because if your transformative strategy is going to pinpoint to that part of your value chain where there's no value coming from, it means that then if you are able to use AI to create that value, you can experience, exponential growth, and then of course your investors and your ecosystem is going to be happy about your AI strategy. So I guess I can leave.
Please don't leave yet.
I guess I can leave you with that.
Right. That's a powerful one. That's a powerful one.
Yeah. But really, it's been incredible. I think I'm drawing a lot of inspiration from your journey and the project, because this is my first time on the set.
Right.
So when we were engaging on LinkedIn, I was like, okay, I wasn't really getting the concept. I had to go back and sweep through the website, understand. Okay, everybody told you I'm not a student, so why do you need me to? Why do you need me to sign up? Because I didn't really get the concept because it was really my first time. I think.
Yeah, I know. Because the name is Student Entrepreneurship Week. People think it's for just students and.
Yeah, but I think one thing is people should never underestimate student projects.
Well,
it is the most crucial.
I get it, I get it, because people are busy.
Yeah.
There are too many competing interests. So you pick and choose based on if it's for kids, and you think you don't deal with kids, even though who is a kid now. But I get it. I remember back in the day, somebody said, I sent the information, was like, and I don't deal with kids. I say, wow, babies grow though.
Yeah.
Babies grow.
Yeah. No, but really, congratulations to you.
Is a
yeah.
Without this tribe of serious-minded backers, my co-conspirators. Without them, I don't even know. It's never possible.
Indeed.
Yeah, you know what's funny, eh? When you are doing something like this, you can never be sure. Maybe ECG will go off. So imagine if I'm the only one, I'm just here, ECG goes off. What do you do?
That's an interesting
start running.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, even though we have a UPS, but still
backup.
You need an operator to go and
switch it. Yeah. But super massive congratulations and kudos to you and the team. I believe systems like this, really will go a long way to create lasting value. I mean, peculiarly because you are recording it, right? And so these contents can be shared. There will be that ripple effect and all of that. So it's really like I said, I'm inspired by it, and I think you deserve, or you and the team deserve all the encouragement and
the net's ready for work. That's the encouragement.
The
net's ready for work. I mean, you're a big boy. You can sponsor 50 people, you can sponsor 20 people, you can sponsor 10, but try underneath.
Sure.
It will be fulfilling for you.
The sky is the limit. We can always see if we can deliver such value. Yeah.
Please call Oscar so that he was calling us the other day that he wants to be on standby just in case. Now is his turn. Is it the one typing?
Okay.
All right, my man.
Tom.
Thanks for coming by.
Thank you so much for having me and giving this platform as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really appreciate it.
Wonderful. Oscar, are you ready? Hello?
Okay.
Hello, Oscar. Just one sec.
Sure.
Hello?
Please, can you hear me?
I can now. Okay. That's so much. Thank you. Yeah, sure. I thought you'd be here. Why are you not here?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Something came up and I realized that if I come all the way, it's going to cost me. So I had to switch to the virtual platforms.
Okay, so how many Oscars are you? Is your twin joining us as well?
Yes, hi.
Yep. How's it going?
Sorry?
How is it going?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
Wonderful.
How about you?
I'm alive.
Sorry?
I'm alive.
No, I can't see you.
I'm alive. Don't worry. I'm alive and I'm awake.
Ah, you are alive. Right. I think I was listening to that conversation.
All right. I'm alive. I'm awake.
I can see. It's good to hear from you again, actually.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah.
So what's new?
Immediately I saw the ad on you trying to attempt again. I was so excited. I was like, oh, let's go again. So,
yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's new?
What's new? I So we are still building, but I started this thing where I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
All right. So we are still building, but I started this thing where we are trying to move into helping students learn a bit of the game development for free, something like that.
Okay.
So I mean that for them to just learn it for free, but to help them build a skill, because in the creative space, the creative space is untouched. That's the truth. And it looks like specifically game development is so it seems like nobody is drawing close. And the people who have made those bold initiatives are still few in the system. That's like Mr. Aram, who I admire so much.
Yeah.
Then there's a few others as well. But the Nigerian space seems to be blooming each and every day, right? So it's just me in my head thinking and trying to see how best we can, make things work out and involve these kids so we can all build the ecosystem together. So I think that sounds set up.
You know, Aaron was here the other day.
He was?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought it was supposed to come tomorrow. Oh, you mean to visit the stage, right?
He rescheduled, like he switched his session with somebody else.
Oh, I wanted to listen to him. Oh, wow. I think I missed that. You know, the funny thing, immediately I saw he was going to be part of the panelists, right?
Mm-hmm.
I went online, I checked each and every single person, I checked where his slot was, and I booked it down. It's started with like, what's that?
He said he's traveling.
Anyway. Right. Must be nice. Where did he say he was going to go?
I didn't ask. Maybe UK.
That's nice. You know, he's representing the country quite well, so I'm surprised. I think yesterday he got an award. I don't know if it was yesterday to be exact, but somewhere this week. Yeah, I think the France embassy gave him an award for representing us well with his stories and his fictional representatives of the African folklore and narratives. So I think, yeah, we really love what he's doing. Yeah, we're proud of it. Some of us are trying to follow in his footsteps anyway. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, really good thing.
Please stop showing me when I'm eating on Facebook. Stop this. No, I mean, cut the Facebook one. Cut the Facebook stream. What's going on with your camera?
Hi, Tom, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. I can hear you, but your camera has gone somewhere else.
Sorry, is that my camera?
Yeah, you are facing east, west, north. You are facing north.
Oh, I think I just right. My God. I was trying to see what I could position it properly. So, oh, right. I think I'm back now.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No worries. I'm trying to feel 10% of my flesh that has gone away.
Sorry? Yes, I heard about that as well. Oh, I think you do fine. I'm sure you pick up fire.
My wife has made pancake for me, so
I have to come for some.
she makes the best pancake I've ever eaten in my life.
Right, at this point, if your wife is watching, I think there's an official
promo, right?
Yes, please, because I have to show.
No problem.
Yeah.
All right.
But
So, go on.
oh no, I'm listening.
I was going to say, let's lift off so that you can still have enough time to deliver all you want to say.
Right.
So I'm guessing that a lot of our followers already know you, but just for emphasis to the new ones and anyone who might have forgotten. So you can introduce yourself and
Right. Okay, so my name is Oscar Blessing. I am a lot of, but currently I co-own a gaming studio called O Games, and personally, as a career myself, I'm a graphic designer, and currently I do a bit of, let's say, game assets for the games we create. Yes. So I'm sort of like a product designer, but in the game dev sector. So that's what I do. Just like I started with sometime this year, I realized as much as so I've just been studying the Nigerian timeline for some time, right? And I realized that things have actually been moving so well because you see they are hosting like an esports tournament here, they are hosting one in Lagos. So the Nigerian space and the South African space, and I felt like it's not about my feelings actually, but you realize that Ghana is being left behind, right? Mm-hmm. So since we already have a gaming studio and we've been able to build a certain level of audience and what's expectation for others, and it's a field right now I'm really invested in, right? I decided that why won't I start something in the same sector, especially since it's underdeveloped. So, which means when gracefully and hopefully, and it will, it becomes something sustainable and something strong at a point, it will be able to add up to that portfolio of strong feats in the country and on the continent as a whole, right? Because, I think I went for Mr. Aram's let's see, at the anniversary. Well, I think this was last year, sometime last year. And you remember, and we were watching the video of how we started and things, and it was just like this, And fast forward now, you can see how big and global it's gone, right? Because, and it just started as passion, a big dream, and lack of sleep. And if you can see my stature very well, you can tell that I hardly sleep as well. So I'm healthy though, please. I know very well that I know very well that there are few people who would come preaching to me about sleeping healthy. I sleep healthy, but I'm just trying to make a point that sometimes it's part of, I guess, the when you're a young entrepreneur, creative entrepreneur, it's one of the sacrifices you have to make in order to leave a landmark or make a footprint in the system. So yeah, I think that sums it up. I think that's who I am right now anyway. So. Still learning, I'm still growing.
All right. Hope people don't. So
sorry?
No, not you.
Okay.
So the direction now is to create a learning studio, right?
Yeah, so that's the direction. Yeah, to build. I've started building it. I have a few good friends who have been so supportive, and I'm learning I was advised sometime that you can't take a path and try to figure it out on your own while there are other people who have created what like bold footprints or landmarks there. So I'm learning from some people. I'll mention their names specifically in the creative field, like design junkies. I mean, I admire them so much, and you realize that they did this tour where they had speakers like Park Wesi, from schools teaching design, UX, and all that. So I think that's the kind of pathway, right, I'm trying to follow. Just following in that stead, trying to create something of my own as well. And this time it's not just about me, but it's also about people also learning from me and the little experience. And that's the thing. I'm not even coming out there as someone who knows it all, right? I'm coming out there as someone who has been blessed to be, like, I've been introduced to a system, right? And I'm just creating a way or a space where others can learn with me as well. Yeah, so that's basically it. So when you go on I'm more active on Instagram, I'm sure you realized.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when you go on my Instagram page as well, that's Warp Africa, you realize that for now, all I'm doing is just highlighting like bold games that have been developed across, right? So like South Africa, I did one on like Cameroon. So for now, I'm just journaling, right? It's just journaling until I work towards getting an actual platform where now we can go around and teach these young ones what to do. Because I mean, I've been there where I was struggling on exactly how I wanted to contribute to the system, right? And so I think I'm just trying to offer what I wasn't given, right?
So
specifically in the development. Yeah. Sorry, I'm listening.
It's okay. Who will be your target audience then?
Yeah, so for now, I was thinking we are hoping to target specifically the senior high school students.
Yeah, makes sense.
I would have loved to generalize it though, but the thing about the game dev sector is it also has a bit of, some systems are a bit complicated for young ones in the JHS to grasp. I mean, there'll be more difficulty. So if I want to go for JHS, I can start it, but I would have to start from a very progressive state, right? So we gradually get there. Unlike the SHS where they already have programs like computer science, they already have courses like political science and all that, math, elective math, and this sector is like a combination of everything because we have 3D development, we have a bit of coding in there. I think your previous guest was talking about vibe coding. So yes, now there's vibe coding as well. There's 3D animation, and it sort of merges everything into a single framework, right? So yes, for now I'm targeting senior high schools. That's what I'm specifically going for. Yeah. I do think it's a good idea, though. I mean, I must ask. You have more experience than I do, so yeah.
you see my secretary at the front for an invoice. Yeah, so what I would say is make it targeted. Senior high school is not bad. Senior high school is not bad, but the only problem you have with choosing senior high school is they might already have a lot on their hands because they're about to go to college and they are sitting for exams and those kinds of things. So they might not have time. So junior high school will be easier for you because then they are not, unless they are writing for special school exams, but you will have more people, you have more target audience to choose from,
Right. Makes sense.
Yeah, senior high school is only 3 years, and some of them they don't even finish before they go on to college.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. I think maybe I think naturally I subconsciously picked that up because we were invited to Wesley Girls, right? That's
Right.
sometime this year. And we went to have a talk with these girls, and you realize that after several conversations or layers of conversations with them, some came out to us and you realize that, oh, so I mean, I have a whole conversation on Instagram where I was talking with one girl, and that's Dorinda, hi Dorinda. And she came up, you realize she was asking them, how do you do this? How did we know what our passion is? I mean, we weren't the only ones at the list, but we went to other, we went along with a few ed tech guests who were invited as well. But I realized that they came up asking questions like, how do we figure this out? How do we do this? How do you know this is what you want to do full time as a career? And there are several bits and layers of confusion in there, right? And I think it was maybe I was a bit empathetic because I can relate very practically, right? And yeah, so I think maybe subconsciously my mind just went directly to the senior high schools because of that experience as well. But yeah, you're right. I'm still researching, just like I mentioned. I think one thing I learned about the entrepreneurship field sometimes is also as much as you need to build a strategy and you need to get do your research. Sometimes you just need to take risk and also step out there first. So
That's
I have to
correct.
be honest. I did research. I spoke to the right people. I mean, a few right people, and I've started right. And I'm not doing it alone. I'm having like good advice from the back, but I still have a lot to figure out. So you're right. I think I'll take that into consideration. I'll work one or two things, and yes, just like you mentioned, I'll come to your front desk as well, and I'm sure we can
Okay.
continue our conversation in private. Yes, it's definitely needed.
All right. So we are discussing the reality of a young creative entrepreneur in Ghana. So what is it?
Yeah.
What is it?
What is it?
Mm-hmm. What's the reality?
I mean, was it? I wish I had a single answer, but just from a personal point of view.
I mean, we'll be here. We'll be here for the next. I made sure to give you a full 30 minutes because people were booking all the sessions. I didn't want to make it 20 minutes.
Right.
So.
And I'm so grateful, honestly.
Yeah. One thing I well, I don't know if I told you the last time, but as long as this Global Student Entrepreneurship Week is concerned, I don't know what the structure. Maybe I know. It will not do another Guinness World Record next year. So this one will be, as long as it's longest interview marathon, this will be the final one for now. So,
right.
But as long as again the event is concerned and you are available, I will always like to have you as a speaker so that you can track your career growth with the event.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I learned a lot from last year. I'm not gonna lie to you. So thank you so much. I owe you a big one.
Let's succeed. That will make me happy.
Yes, and we will. I am so determined.
I have no doubt. I don't have any doubt at all. I know you have all you need. All you need is within you, and hopefully you'll be patient.
Yeah.
Okay, back to the topic.
Yeah.
So tell me, what's the reality of a young creative entrepreneurs?
Right. So I think I mean the conversation started without a question, but I think that's just a bit of what I've covered. It's tough. Right. I was recently let me just put this out there. My favorite podcast right now is Unscripted with Reagan. If there's anyone who doesn't watch Unscripted with Reagan, please subscribe to that channel. It's really educational.
Okay.
But I was listening to his podcast, and he was speaking with Richie Mensah, and he talks about the struggles of a creative entrepreneur. And I realized that to an extent, I mean, yes, I'm still young and fresh in the system. I mean, quite literally and also in the sector as well. But it's tough because, sometimes it's easier to know that at the end of a month, you have, you are bound to have a certain amount of money that's coming into your pocket, right? It's I won't call it soft work. No, it's not easy, but it's quite straightforward actually, because you go and sit in the office, you work, you do whatever you have to do, you come back to it, right? It's of course yes. Anybody who says you cannot build you cannot make millions out of it is a lie, just like Rich Mentor said. But it has its limitations, and I think that's the same thing as the creative world as well. It also has its limitations because the struggle. There are days where you don't feel like doing something, but you have to do it. There are days where your account is empty and you're broke and you're wondering, maybe there are a few family problems here and there. So I think the reality is it's tough, but it's about figuring exactly what you want to do and what level of impact you want to put out there. I've just like I said, one thing I've learned a lot from a scripture Reagan is about value, right? So what value can I offer, and what value am I worth in the first place? So because I realized that these years, I mean, when it comes to the technical understanding of things like from the animation to design and all that, I wasn't so advanced, yes, but I was a bit there. I can consider myself like maybe an intermediate, right? But you realize that I still do not know a certain level of value I offered, right? So you would have people walk up to you, or you'd have certain conversations, and you realize that either maybe someone belittles you, or you are given something that it's no, or maybe you are placed in a space where you could do better, which is fine actually. But my point is that was a struggle trying to figure out who I was and where I stood at a point, right? So it's been an interesting one, I have to tell. But I think it's not easy. And with a young entrepreneur, you have to accept failure, right? I think Richie Mensah also wrote a book. He said it's your fault. So you have to understand everything is your fault as well. I think immediately you get to that point, you realize you're responsible for yourself and you're responsible for every action you take. So if the initiative I took that's Wild Africa does not work, it's my fault, right? If the studio I own has messes up at a point, it's my fault. I think you learn the attitude of overcoming excuses and working hard towards achieving a common goal or a dream that's worth something, and something that's bigger than you, actually leaving a legacy down there. So yeah, it's been tough. It's been tough generally. Yes. That's all I'm trying to say, honestly.
Well, no one said it will be easy.
Yeah. Yes, nobody did.
So
nobody did.
How are you maneuvering the process then?
Right. So if I'm to list a few things, I think number one, I think I said it last day actually. Number one, you have to hold on to something bigger. I'm a Christian, so when you're a Christian, you hold on to God, right? Because at the end of the day, He's your sole source of creativity and purpose. So that's something you always go back to when you feel like you're getting lost or missing along the way. It helps drive you back on course, right? I think that's the meaning of being steadfast, right? Then number two, loved ones, because it's always right to have the right people around you. And three, I think I'm learning to learn, right? To humble myself and learn, because I think that's also a Gen Z problem as well. I realize that and I've been there. I've had when I was working, sometimes, I mean, not always, we can be humble, right? But there are days where your ego is not allowing you to just humble yourself and learn one or two things from people who have more experience than you. So I'm sure there are a few other things as well, but this is what keeps me going. So on days that I realize I just get some good music, I speak to a special someone, and I think we laugh about things. So yes, I think these are the few things I put out there, and it helps me anyway. I'm sure everybody has something they hold on to, but this is my remedy. So if I'm ever to write a book, I'm sure that's what I'll put inside once a day. Yeah, so,
that's nice.
yes,
Oscar, maybe we should continue because Dr. Khadija is not here yet.
right. I would love to keep it up. You can ask me in any direction. I think
okay.
And that's the thing as well. You know, I'm trying to. I realize that naturally, I've maybe not just consider, but I was never the smart kid back in school where they would ask for calculations and it's like I raise my hand or some big grades and all. And I think I met a few people in the creative sector who are doing amazing things, right? And funny enough, they had such stories. I think it's encouraged me, and I'm deciding to do the hard things, right? I'm deciding that it's not about. I mean, I'm sounding like a motivational speaker. That's not the intention, I must say. But I realize it's not really about whatever struggles. I mean, nobody wants to hear about the struggles. It's about what I'm able to build out of whatever experience I had. Yeah, so I'm moving. I'm hoping to move, like now put my face out there. So I'm starting this thing called WAP Talk, yes, as well, where now I have conversations about the game dev system, how it can become a sustainable business, or even in the creative space here in Ghana, where I create content on it. I can have a few people. I've spoken to a few people in the space as well as the creative space, and I got like good positive. I mean, I was so encouraged, I must say. And you realize that I would have never even known this if I never took the initiative to even start it in the first place, right? I must say. So yes, it's a good thing. Sometimes failure helps. Yeah. It puts you in a place where you realize that no help is coming and you just have to be on it and push yourself hard. I'm still not there, yes, but I'm getting there and I like the feedback I'm getting so far. So through questions I'm not expecting it. If I can answer, I'll let you know. Yeah.
What I would say is
yes, sir.
Always convince yourself that help will come. You are not alone in the world. You are not alone in the world. You are not forsaken.
Right.
So help will come. It might come as an advisor. It might come as the voice of a stranger. It might come as forgotten scripture you wrote down and talked out somewhere. It might come as your own voice. It might come as happiness that you don't know the reason for. But help will always come because solution is looking for problem.
Right.
What you are looking for is looking for you. So the real task is for you to anchor yourself at that position of abundance of answers, abundance of resources, abundance of connections, abundance of support, regardless of whether your optics can see them or not. Frame your reality around that abundance thinking, and your life will be easier because the process of getting to where you're getting is as enjoyable as you being there. I keep telling, I keep saying that a lot these days because it means it rings true every day. Think, for example, having these conversations is not easy. And when I look at the number of people I will have to interview, if I focus on it, I'll feel miserable. But then every one person that sits down here or joins the call brings something unique that if I do a very good job, then it might be the answer to somebody's prayer or trouble. So I just want to trick my mind into enjoying the process of getting to the final mark, which is where we're going. And what I've realized is that it works. Your mind doesn't know whether it hurts or it doesn't, unless your brain. Okay, so when we say mind, then we interpret it also as brain. So yeah. So let's say your body doesn't know whether it hurts unless your brain tells it that it hurts. So you can brainwash yourself into enjoying the thing that would have been miserable for you if it yields positive output. Do you understand?
Okay.
Yeah.
I understand that perfectly well.
So people keep asking me, why am I, where do I get strength, or how do I? No, it's like that.
Yeah, I've heard that question several times.
Yeah, you have to tell yourself the things you wish to hear, and then before you know it, everybody will start telling it to you. But it will take time. It will take repetition. It will take you being stubborn to stay there. Reality will try to knock you off. Then you continue to anchor yourself there. Look, if you learn anything in this life, learn the principle of abundance, because the world will force you to think scarcity. Situations will force you to live a life of it's not enough, a life of competition, a life of chasing, a life of misery, because businesses, if there are 1 million Oscars producing games, do you think customers will value yours? Businesses exist because of scarcity.
Yeah.
However, you in your brain, you must work from abundance. Right. Abundance. I think that's the best lesson I've learned in my young adult life. Everything, never speak debt, never speak lack if you can. Never speak lack, never think lack, never act lack, never. It doesn't mean you must no, you're not trying to impress anybody. You are trying to create an equilibrium, where you disconnect yourself, your thinking, your reality from any kind of lack. Before you know it, people will start coming to help you for no reason.
That's true.
I did the thought experiment during this Guinness World Record. I say, if I can fill the slots, I think everyone would have seen it because I posted it a lot of times.
Yeah.
Yes, it was the imprint. I said, if I can fill it in 2 weeks, and ordinarily it wasn't possible. I mean, I had a lot of things to do to fill 109 slots in 2 weeks.
Which is impressive.
So
very impressive.
So it was all part of the bigger goal. So it was like, I know there are how many millions of people on the planet, and all of them, all they need is to log, all they needed to participate is to just on their Wi-Fi. Even if I don't get somebody in Accra, there are people in Japan.
Right.
Japanese people will wake up and join this meeting if that's what it takes for me to get to 109 people. So I live in a state of abundance.
I'm definitely writing that down, honestly.
Yeah, it's important. It's very, very, very important, especially if you are, I don't know, maybe you're a trust fund baby. Maybe your parents has $10 million in the bank waiting for you, and I'm here teaching you abundance. Meanwhile, you have $10 million you used to meet your milestone.
I always admire the sense of humor, because I remember the last time I came to the city, I laughed so much. I mean, I wish, but maybe I'll be the one to make the difference.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll never believe in impossible, because if there is abundance of solution, then there is no impossibility.
That's true at all. At all. And it works for you. Words actually work for you.
Yeah.
And they brought me very far. So yeah, they are right.
Okay. I still have to ask you more questions. I'm talking plenty.
Oh, ask me. I came to learn and to speak, and ask me.
Okay. So
yeah.
You have chosen direction. How are you activating it then? Are you going to establish or the students will come to your studio, or you establish campus clubs for them?
Yeah, so I think the latter. We had something mobile. The cost of hosting them is also not quite stable. I mean, I'm working towards it, but I'm not quite there yet.
Okay.
So yeah. So the plan is to go mobile, just like when I started with the design junkies, right? So an example is how I think they recently hosted a hackathon, a UX hackathon, something at Ashesi.
Okay.
You see, so that's the idea where you can collaborate with educational platform, not necessarily schools, but maybe any establishments that encourages education, right? Where we can, so I go mobile, I move to their space, and I do what I have to do. Yeah. They are, just like you said, I think you said this last year, the idea is to help change or offer things we weren't offered, right? And yeah, so even as young as I am, I'm working towards it. And I'm following the right people. I mean, look at you, for instance. I mean, you've probably not slept healthy. You're even talking about losing weight and all that. Is I'm taking inspiration from the right people and the right minds as well. The right mindset.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
Okay, seems Khadija wants to join virtually, but she hasn't logged in.
Okay. Immediately she comes on.
Alrighty.
And just
okay, thank you.
But for now, if with all those listening, I think kindly look up WAP Africa. You can go to our socials. You can hit the follow button. We are trying to push the game development sectors, but not just gaming, right? I mean, gaming is a whole world on its own. We have esports tournaments, and I'm not hosting any tournaments. The idea is to educate young people on how substantial the game development sector can also be, where we can also build a whole ecosystem that's more jobs, just like what SFAN is trying to do, build more jobs for the youth, focus it on a very underdeveloped sector, right? And I'm not focusing on just a particular company, but even when you go to the platform, just so you don't have too much expectations. But I realize I've highlighted several companies like Malia, like Letias, like All Games, like Yellow Lab from South Africa, like and even events and things like that. So yeah, I think I just want to put it out there. Thank you so much.
Coolly. Okay. Sharon, would you like to go? Okay. Oscar, hold the fort for a few minutes, okay?
No problem at all.
All right.
If you have any random, you can just throw it. While we wait for Sharon to get prepared.
Random question.
Yeah.
How much are you donating to Ready for Work?
We'll talk about that one in the video.
But you said random question.
Yes, and I answered you. Yes, we'll talk about that one in the video. Oh, but truthfully, I would have to pass by. I mean, after the program, I'm sure we have more things to discuss as well. Please.
No worries.
So, yes, sir. You're still my boss, so I'm following closely.
All right.
Following closely.
Oh, wow. 81 hours. We're getting there. So 19 hours left.
Wow.
Just
19 hours is a lot of time.
Just about 19 people.
Relatively, it's less, because I mean, if you've been able to cover 81,
yeah,
you do the 91. We trust you.
Yeah.
We are really routing for you. You know, when I posted on Instagram, I had a few people question. Oh, I mean, I preached to you. I'm not going to lie. It was actually, I was honored to know that the one putting speaking to a few people don't know about you. So I think about 3 friends looked you up on LinkedIn. Some came to your Instagram profile as well. They were asking, oh, so what does he do? Oh, Oscar, you the one? So like, no. Like, no, I mean, maybe one day, but no, it's not part of my plan. Please calm down.
All right.
But yes, it was a privilege. And thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome.
It's nice to learn from the several speakers that come on as well.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Okay.
Sharon.
Hi.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Hi, the money girl.
Oh, nice.
Bye, Tom.
Okay. The talk. Let's see what here. No, the microphone is not working. Okay, just fix it. Shall we continue, or we'll be fixing it while? Anyways, let's be talking about business first.
Yeah.
So, how has it been?
Oh, it's been great.
Since then, have you opened a new shop or?
Not yet. There's a lot that goes into opening a new shop, so I'm taking one step at a time.
Okay.
Yeah.
But there's been a growth in sales, yeah?
Please come again.
But there's been growth in sales, right?
Yes, there's been growth.
That's good.
The last time
That's good.
I got some customers from here.
Yes, that makes me happy because you are one of our success stories.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so continue. All right. Sharon.
Hi.
Please introduce yourself to the global audience.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I am Sharon Elikem Joanupodo. I am an entrepreneur and I also run a foundation called She Alpha. So my business is called Bed Care and More, which is located at Teshinungwa Estate. We deal in beddings, cosmetics, undergarments, and you can reach us on 054 1366 161.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
I like that upfront promotion. So nobody will be in doubt.
Oh, yes. You shouldn't.
That's great.
Yeah.
Last year we had a wonderful conversation, and then that YouTube thing, the video blocking thing, took down the exciting thoughts that you shared.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll go back from there just in case some people don't know how your journey started.
Okay.
We're talking about defying the odds.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
So let's start from the very beginning of your education and then career journey.
Okay, so I had my basic education at Kiddie Care School. I happened to write the BEC in JHS2. So I passed and then I moved on to Keta Senior High School. Then later to...
Wait, did I hear you say it correctly? You wrote your BCE?
Yes, JHS2. Yes, please.
And not 3?
No, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That means you are smart, eh?
And then, so I moved on to Keta Senior High School, where I studied general arts. Then I went to the University of Professional Studies, where I did business administration. Yes. Okay. So that's my educational journey.
Okay. So how did the business one, was the business passion, was it from school or just something that started from home?
Okay, so I think the business passion was just at a young age. I didn't like people to do stuff for me. I wanted to be the one to do stuff for them. And I just wanted my life to mean more than the ordinary at a very young age. And so it started from there. And my ability to connect the little dots in my life also fueled my passion for business. So my mom is an entrepreneur, and she usually goes to the market to source for products. So I'm a mommy's girl, so I'm always with her, wanting to go with her and all that. So when we go to the market, I see these young ladies, the Kayais, they carry this heavy load. They work so hard. They're always on their feet. You see some who are really young as I am, but they are carrying really heavy load. So anytime I go with my mom, I say, oh, I want to carry the things myself. And the things are so heavy, I can't carry. So sometimes you say, oh, carry something small. Let the ladies carry the rest. So I had no option. So I was thinking about them, and fast forward to senior high school. I was still thinking, I was like, oh, these ladies work really hard. So if you channel this energy into business, you're going to make a lot of profit, because they are on their feet until daybreak. They sleep in the streets and everything. So I said, channeling that energy into a business will be will be of great value, and you make a lot of returns. And in the long run, you help them better their life. So I had this friend, I think on my way back home one time, I sat in the car with a friend. He's called Edmond. He's my business partner. And we're discussing about his plans for his future. And then after listening to him, I realized that, oh, I could actually make something out of this She Alpha project, or these ladies. And so I decided that the only thing I knew how to do at the time was to prepare sobolo, that's beverages, like these local beverages, and we used to do it now. It was nice. So I said, oh, then making those beverages are easy, and there are things that people consume on the daily. And so if I train these ladies to prepare these beverages and we mount stands by the roadside, they are going to excel. So I decided to launch She Alpha. So that was my first business idea. So in senior high school, I came across a page that was for young ladies who were ready to start a business, but they didn't have funding. So I think I was very young at that time, I think 16. And so I applied for it. It was in Nigeria. So amongst a lot of ladies, I was chosen, and the email was very convincing. They were really proud of my idea, and they wanted to see me in person. So I told my parents at the time that this is the opportunity I had gotten, and so I want to go to Nigeria to go and pitch my business to the people. I really believed in that idea. And so at the time I was so young, my parents are busy, their businesses are going well, that's what we are fending on, and they don't really know the validity of this opportunity I've gotten, and I'm supposed to travel somewhere else. So they were scared for my safety, and so they said I should stay back and just not go, because my safety is important. And so for that opportunity, I had to forfeit it. And so fast forward, I don't know if it's right after senior high school or going to the university, then I came across SFAN. So with SFAN, one of the things I did was, at the time I hadn't registered the business, but I had a plan. And this was a big opportunity. It was going to be held at the EcoBank head office. I was supposed to be there and to sit directly with investors and pitch my business. And so I said, wow, this is a very, very great opportunity. So I must show that I am ready. Because if the investors come on board, have I registered my business? No. What plans do I have? So I had to quickly draft a business plan and also register my business within 1 week. I applied for the slots to actually be there before registering my business. So I picked the car to Accra to register, Registrar General to register my business, and then I came for the Student Entrepreneurship Week. And so I had the opportunity to pitch my business to an investor directly. And during the process, I was very sure of my idea, but I already pitched my idea to a lot of people, and they were impressed. They're like, oh, you're a young girl and you have this kind of idea and all that. They were very impressed. So I said, okay, I'm going to make it, because I believe that I'm going to make it. Like there's not these people are going to love my idea and they are going to fund, and I'm going to emerge the winner of some of the funds. And so we were pitching the idea to the woman, and then she asked, your business is more charity driven than profit driven, and I'm an investor. I need my profits. So how am I going to make this profits within 1 year? And there I was. I couldn't speak. I was filled with tears and I just didn't know what to do. So the woman was like, thank you for speaking to me. Your idea is a great idea, but I think that you need to go back and restructure your business. And so after that, there was one man who was also on the panel, I think Mr. Christian. Yes, so he saw me. I actually cried. I was crying. So he saw me crying and he called me. He owns a foundation called Human and Kind. So he spoke to me and then he listened to my idea. So he said he wanted to be a part of the project I was doing. So that is one of the major setbacks in my entrepreneurial journey when I started business, because everywhere I go, I was successful. Whether it was school, whether it was little things in life, I was successful. But my first business pitch, and you know, before going, I told my family I'm going to pitch a business. Everyone believed in me. You know, like if you are always achieving great things and you tell people I'm going to do, they are expecting results. So after that session, so I spoke to Christian and he said when he goes back, he's going to help with funding. But there was, I don't recall his country, but I remember there was a problem they had there. So things didn't go as planned. Switzerland. So, but things didn't go as planned, but he used to check up on me frequently. And it was nice. I actually did build connections, and SFAN gave me redirection. So through SFAN, I birthed 2 projects. I have a foundation, and now I have a business by itself, something I'm also very passionate about. So that's my entrepreneurial journey, leading to the birth of Bedcare and more.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now you start Bedcare and more.
Yes.
Okay. Well, what gave you the idea? How did it come about? How did you start? Tell us everything.
Okay, so I was looking for a business that I would make money all right, but I would be passionate about. I would want to do every day. And for me, I like beautiful spaces. I like decor. One of the things I love to do is to tidy up places, lay beds, you know, make the room neat for people. So I went into a shop one day with my auntie. She was going to get beddings, and I saw this beautiful decorative pillows. And as at the time, it was going for 20 Ghana cedis. So at that young age, I could get 5 for 100 cedis, and I could make profits on it. So when I saw those pillows, I was like, it instantly dropped that this is a beautiful idea. Like, this is a beautiful business I can start with what the savings I have or what I have. So I decided to purchase some of these pillows, and then I started selling on my status on WhatsApp. So I was selling the pillows for so long. That was the birth of Bedcare and more. And so from pillows, we grew to beddings, then to cosmetics, undergarments, and then many more to come.
Wow.
Yeah.
Impressive. Okay. So how did the business get physical space? How did you find clients? How did you grow it? And, you know, you can share the challenges that you faced as an entrepreneur, because I know some people will see you now talking big on a global stage. They don't know what you've been through. So let's finish the good side, then we can talk about the challenges.
Okay, so how I got a physical space.
Yep.
Okay, so blessed with a family of entrepreneurs. So we have a number of shops. So when I was ready to launch my business, like when I was ready to get a physical space, my family gave me a place to actually run my business. Though it wasn't an easy feat, because I think that people think once you have an idea, you should automatically get support from your parents or your family. But I think that when you decide to give people results, or you have to give people reasons to believe in you, because making money or genuinely making money takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of thinking, a lot of planning, and money comes and goes. So to be able to retain money, you have to use it wisely, act wisely. And so I got the physical space from my family, but the contents of the shop was for my savings. So building the business right from I think that was first year in uni. I was selling on and off through WhatsApp, because I wasn't really active on other social media platforms like Snapchat and others. And I think what's brought about a lot of clients is how I relate with people. I think I am very open-minded. I love people just the way they are. So once you are like that and you give people room to be themselves, they feel comfortable coming to you. And so that's one of the strategies I use in building my business. So for the content of the shop, it's from my savings, but the physical shop itself was gifted to me by my family.
Impressive.
Yeah.
Okay, but then of course you needed to find a place for sourcing your products.
Yeah.
Okay, how did you source your products?
Okay, so I source my products from different vendors because I believe in quality over quantity.
Right.
And so if you purchase something from Bedkenmore, you are sure to get great quality.
Yeah.
And so what I usually do is testing. So I get products from suppliers, then I test it myself. Will my clients love this product? Because it's not just about setting a business, but it's about people enjoying the value of what they buy, and also having to retain the clients that you are able to, like, you get as a result. So what I usually do is I speak to people who have been in the business space. Oh, where can I want this product? Where can I source it from? Because I am not, I'm going to buy from a wholesaler, because I'm doing both retail and on some occasions I do wholesaling. So I speak to people who have been in the business field, who are in the sector that I am, so they can show me where to go and how to get the items I want.
Okay. But of course, you needed to understand which one is original, which one is not original.
Yes.
The kind of items to source.
Yeah.
How did you... I'm guessing that, okay, you will make a list and say, okay, I want to stock A, B, C, D.
Yeah.
Yeah. Give us this step by step.
Okay, so prior to opening my shop, I did a lot of market research. So market research entails going to places. Maybe you don't need something, but you just try to buy from different sources, and then you study the product. So let's say maybe a body cream, right? They usually on their official pages, they have a list of things you should look out for if you want an original product. And so those are some of the things that helped. I'll buy from different sources, check the signs to look out for, and then check if it's the same as where I'm buying from. And then if it is, I stock up my shop with those products. Yeah.
All right. So what about how, because some people, when they start new, pricing is always a difficult thing.
Yeah.
How did you set your pricing?
Okay, so with pricing, again, market research, because if you're about to start a business, you should be able to speak to people, wholesalers, because they are wholesaling to you and they're always looking for new clients.
Yeah.
So you speak to these people and tell them that, oh, I am starting a business and I want to buy from you, but can you give me the average market price, or how much if you are retailing? So most of the wholesalers also do retailing. So you ask them, how much do you retail this product? And so sometimes the price of product differs based on the area you are in. So someone will buy maybe a product at 200 cedis at East Legon, but will get that same product for 95 cedis in maybe Teshin. So pricing is also based on where you are located and where you source your products from. Right. So for pricing, I did a lot of market research, but my mom is also in the business field. So speaking to her gave me an upper hand with pricing my products.
Okay, so now comes branding, and did you brand the place?
Yes, I did.
Okay. How did it work?
Well, it worked well. So there were highs and lows. Okay. So for branding, I prefer a very neat space, and I like nice things. So I want the place to look nice. So you can do something nice on a budget. Okay. And so one of the things I noticed was people who look at the place may think that, oh, this place looks very good, so I may not be able to afford the product in there. And some people also love nice things. So when they see the place, they like to walk in and see, oh, wow, this place is very nice. So it posed the challenge with branding. I branded my place in that way because I want people to understand that the kind of brand you build also communicate the kind of products you have in the shop. Yeah. So it's neat, clean, and classy. So you know that when you walk in, you are going to get quality products, but the prices are going to be just normal. Yes, exactly. So with branding, I did a lot. Like for me, it was simple, clean, and classy.
Right.
Yes.
Impressive.
Yeah.
Sharon.
Yeah.
So how long ago has how long has your business been in operation?
Well, my business has been in operation for 7 years.
7 years,
yes,
almost 10 years.
But the physical shop just a year.
Okay.
Yes, because I started in school. I started in uni. So on and off, when I have savings, you know, at the time, maybe not knowing how to balance your finances, not knowing how to strategize and all that. So maybe you get some profits and you need something urgently, you pay for it. But it was great because I've been able to build my brand till now, and I saved money to be able to stock my shop. So I think that I've done great. But we've been in business for 7 years.
I think.
Yes.
I think you've done great too.
Yeah.
Because I see some of the pictures you post, and it seems you have lots of clients. How did you get clients?
Okay, so again, I said I am very open-minded, and I treat everybody equally, whether it's whoever it is. Once you come in contact with me, I'm very respectful. So I think that one of the major reasons why I get returning clients is because of my personality. Yeah. And also one of the things we don't take into consideration is customer service in Ghana. So when someone purchases a product from me, I call the person later to say thank you. And after a while, I call and check on the person and say, okay, you bought this product from me. Any feedback? Do you have any challenges with the product? Then, so they give me feedback, and I'm open to feedback. So it helps me build my business in a way that whether you buy a product that doesn't go well with you, you're always willing to come back because I'm receptive to feedback and I'm receptive to change.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Competition.
Well, I don't.
Competition.
Well, I don't think I have ever paid attention to competition. I'm just doing me in my own lane, and I'm doing my best. So one thing is that when we focus so much on what others are doing, we lose touch of what we are actually achieving. And so I try my best to grab all the opportunities around me without thinking so much about others. What I usually do is rather to learn from those who have been in business before me. And so maybe someone is selling beddings and they have a social media profile. I may look at their profile and see how they are doing their marketing and the feedback from the clients. Yes, that's what I do, but I don't intend to compete with people. I believe in what the service I'm providing and what I'm doing. And I know that people who love quality, people who appreciate good things will always come to Bedcare more.
Impressive.
Yeah.
That's a good mindset.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have an idea.
Yeah.
You start experimenting to see if it will work out by buying a few, sell on WhatsApp. Then eventually you realize that you can do it. Then you go and pester your parents to give you a shop.
Oh, it took a while to get a shop.
It took a while.
Yeah. I just opened the shop last year.
Right.
Yeah.
How did you convince them? Because that's a big shop.
Yes, I think that's when you produce results. So I always say that give people reasons to believe in you.
Right.
Don't feel like people owe you that belief.
Right.
Because even in our normal lives, we believe in things because we see. Even with God, He has given us reasons to believe in Him. The Bible exists, and that's why we believe in Him.
Right.
So I think that being consistent gives people reasons to believe in you. Even when there are reasons why you should give up and you still keep going, even when there are obstacles, even when people speak to you in a manner that says that, oh, this is your vision, I don't think it's going to go through, you are seeing the bigger picture. And so keep going forward. Keep giving people reasons to believe in you.
Yeah.
Don't feel like they owe you that belief. I don't believe in that. So I gave my family reasons to believe in me. And thankfully, they're also open-minded. And I come from a family of entrepreneurs. And so they understand where I'm coming from. And I produce results. Because with my online business, there was a time I had to deliver 20 orders of pillows. I had to restock consistently. So they saw the results of what I was doing. And so that's how come, I got the shop.
Wow. Yeah. You are completely into the business world. And I have zero idea that you'll be a superstar soon.
Oh, thank you so much.
Okay. So for young women who are, planning of what to do, they have an idea, they want to create a business, and they're listening to you, hearing these wonderful stories from you.
Yeah.
What will you tell them on how to, one, turn something they want to do into something they get to make money from?
Okay.
And then, of course, not be pressured into unnecessary competition. So, what do you tell them?
Okay, so if you have an idea, I think one of the major things to do is to research about the business you want to venture into, and it should be thorough research. For me, it took a while to find my feet, and through the student entrepreneurship week, which I attended at EcoBank, I had redirection.
Right.
And so for me, my first business idea was a social enterprise, and so I had to apply for grants from companies and others, but I didn't know that was where I was supposed to be. So through exposing myself to knowledge, I was able to get the redirection I needed for my business.
Right.
And so I think that if you want to start a business, it's important to do a lot of research, approach people who have gone ahead of you and ask questions.
Right.
Don't be afraid to ask questions, and also learn indirectly. Don't always, I think that people usually see people who have made it and they always want direct relationship with them. Like you see a big man and then you want that association, but you can learn indirectly. Some of these people have social media posts and make social media posts on the daily. Some of these people have blogs. Some of these people have podcasts. They go for interviews. I think that you should listen to these people and see how you can launch your business. And also, one of the things I felt I didn't do right was, usually I have the idea, but you think you need so much to start the business. Yes, so with my business at the beginning, I was on and off because I was like, if I have this little product and someone wants something I don't have, then I may not be able to provide their needs. So I don't want to sell at this particular time because I don't have enough money. But the product you have may be just what someone wants, and that money could triple if you keep selling, like buying and selling. So don't be in a rush to start big. I think you should do so. What I basically say is that do a lot of market research, get close to people who have been ahead before you. And one of the great things to do as a person is to have a teachable spirit.
Right.
And so always be willing to learn. And people think that you can always learn from people who have big businesses. But even the woman who owns the shop, the little shop by your house, who sells bread, self-porridge. There's a lot to learn from them as business people. So I would tell them that a lot of research, have a teachable spirit, and you can always start small. You don't always have to start big.
Yes. Did you start small though?
Yes, I did. I did start small. I started
ones.
Come again.
The WhatsApp.
Yeah, WhatsApp wise. And I started, at the time the pillows were going for 20 Ghana cedis.
Right.
If I had 100 cedis, I would buy 5.
Right.
Yes. So I did start small.
Okay. I'm glad we got to do this interview again because your story is a powerful story.
Thank you.
Yeah. I like the fact that you picked yourself up even after you encountered your first failure, which is where some people end up.
Yeah.
You picked yourself up, you dusted yourself up, and you created something that today is, you're proud of.
Yeah.
Okay. That's brilliant. Okay. I have 2 questions for you, and then we will be going to Dr. Khadija.
All right.
What does the future hold for Bedcare and More?
Okay. So for Bedcare and More, the future is very bright. I would urge people to look out for the trademark of Bedcare and More. Bedcare and More is going to be a global brand.
Yes.
And also, anything you need in relation to decor, beddings, cosmetics, you're going to find it at Bedcare and More.
Yes.
So we are going to grow to a point where hospitals are going to source their bed from us.
Approved.
Normal real estate agents are going to sell their products from us. Bed sheet suppliers are going to source their products from us. So anything beddings, anything you need, cosmetics, wholesale, retail, is going to be one of the biggest brands ever. So just look out for us. And I can't there's no time to it, but we are actively working to build a brand that Ghana is going to be proud of. And also, not only for personal achievement, but you also create employment for the youth. And so, yes, so just look out for Bedcare and More. It's going to be big, very big. There's a large vision for Bedcare and More. Yes. So if you want to partner with us, we are very open to it. Yeah.
That's very, very good. So keep speaking these words to your business. The business has ears, they will listen.
Thank you.
People are hailing your YouTube, Miss Bodo.
Oh, I see. That's nice.
Okay, so give them a shout out too.
Oh, thank you to everyone who is watching me and commenting. I think I have the best people in my circle, from my family to my friends. They're always encouraging. The people who asked for the link to watch the interview long ago before today. And so I'm very grateful for everyone who has supported me. And just know, the woman in which you have trusted is not going to let you down. Bedcare and More is going to grow. And also, I do have a foundation, and I'm planning on launching that next year. So don't worry, I'm going to give you back to back. You already know how we do it.
That's good. That's good. Okay, December is coming. Have you started preparing?
Yes, I've started preparing. Okay. I'm ordering for my products. People have started buying already, and so it's looking good for us. Wonderful. We have no bad days at Bedcare and More.
Wonderful. Yes. That's good. All right. So, final thoughts.
Okay. So, one of the major things I want to put across today is that it's one thing I've noticed, and it's people always saying I started something and no one believed in me. I think we should let go of that mindset and be open. We should give people reasons to believe in us. We should be consistent with our work. We should be results oriented, because what people see is what they believe in. And I would also like to please plead with you to shop from Bedcare and More. We are located at Teshinugwa Estate, and the number is 054-1366161. Anything beddings, cosmetics, undergarments. Whether you want it in bulk or less, we are always ready and available to serve you. Thank you.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, so we will be transitioning to Dr. Khadija.
Okay.
Hello. Are you ready? We will be transitioning to Dr. Khadija.
Okay. Is it Tom?
It is.
Oh, hi,
Hello.
Tom. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Are you ready?
I am indeed.
We will be transitioning to Dr. Khadija.
Okay. Is it Tom?
It is. Try that again. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Wonderful. Okay. Thank you so much, Sharon. And congratulations once again.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Dr. Khadija. How's it going today?
Hi, Tom.
Hello.
Pardon?
How's it going today?
Busy. I'm annoyed I couldn't make it to the studio, but the traffic would have made me so late.
No worries. Maybe when we get the certificate, you can come drink champagne with us.
Yes, that'll be nice.
Wonderful. Okay, so I know everybody knows you, but would you want to introduce yourself still?
Yeah, sure. I can go ahead. My name is Dr. Khadija Owusu. I am a medical doctor based in the UK, but also founder of the Akaya Foundation, international speaker, and founding member and trustee of the organization Melanin Medics.
Wonderful. So we'll be talking about the girl I am, the change I lead, empowering the next generation of African female leaders. Impressive.
Right.
Okay, so for individuals that are listening to you for the first time, what do they need to know about you for an accurate comprehension of this beautiful topic you've expressed here?
Oh, very broad question. I would say I'll probably point in the direction of, I guess, key causes that I'm very passionate about. And that's when it comes to the education, health, and empowerment of young women and girls. And that's through the work that we do at the Akaya Foundation. And how that, I guess, links to the topic or the theme for this year's International Day of the Girl Child, which was on the 11th of October, is the girl I am, the change I lead. And at Akaya, we're focusing on building the next generation of African female leaders. And so it definitely resonates.
Wonderful. Okay. How does it work?
What we do at Akaya?
Correct.
Yes. So, ton. Where do I begin? Our flagship program is the Like Her Project, and that's something that we started from the beginning, which is nationwide high school workshops focusing on tackling period poverty, but also elements of a lack of confidence and self-esteem that we see in these young girls, incorporating elements of public speaking training and empowerment. Sometimes we often add key topics like mental health and also raising career aspirations. We have leadership and mental health programs for the female university students. We have a wellness program in the UK, as well as partake in curating events, conferences, and every year we have a school building and renovation project where we essentially build schools.
Wow.
In Ghana. Yeah.
That seems like an amazing work.
Thank you.
I remember you highlighted, you're welcome. I remember you highlighted some of these accomplishment the last time, but I'm just going to act as if we haven't done the interview before because, you know, the recording wasn't available the last time. So I'm going to be asking you some of the questions I asked previously. So,
okay.
Yeah. Tell me everything. How did you get to develop the idea? What inspired you to work on this?
Yeah. So how did I get here or to this place?
Yeah.
For me, I think it goes all the way back to maybe halfway through medical school, where I was really keen or really interested in ensuring that medicine in the UK is as diverse as it needs to be in order to serve the population that it serves in terms of its diversity. And so that's what led to the start of my other organization called Melanin Medics, whereby we work towards supporting African Caribbean students in the UK who want to pursue medicine in terms of supporting their applications, but also providing support for current medical students and doctors who are known to be more likely to face certain challenges because of their ethnicity in the UK. And that also includes health inequalities that some of our patients experience. So Melanin Medics today or this year is 8 years old. However, when I got to the end of medical school, I thought to myself, we're doing an amazing job, but personally, I see my impacts going beyond global. And the first place I would start is back home, and that's Ghana. And so that's what led to the current journey that we are on with Akaya and developing.
Awesome. Okay, so how did you establish, do you have a physical space or you organize periodic events?
So we organize periodic events, especially during the peak times. And then we run our programs in a hybrid format. And then our high school workshops are all in person, depending on the school and location.
Wonderful. Success? What's success for you today? I can imagine.
Say that again, sorry.
What's success for you today? I can imagine that you have recorded tremendous success already, which you are a sought after speaker, and some of what you share is the work you do. So tell me everything. What are the success stories?
Oh, too many, I would say. When it comes with respect to the organization or both organizations that I serve at, we have our impact numbers are great, and especially within the time frame that we've been operating, especially at Akaya, we have, if we look at our numbers, we probably touched 10,000 lives over, which is amazing. In the span of 2.5 years, that is crazy. Looking at Melanin Medics as well, we are serving and sitting on boards of the General Medical Council and the British Medical Association. So the top of the top when it comes to dictating healthcare and medicine and, I guess, doctors in the UK, making sure that we have a voice representing the African and Caribbeans who work there. Aside from that, personal success stories, I guess since the last time I was in your studio, a lot. I just came back from New York at the UN, where I got to speak and share a bit more about the work that we do at Akaya, made the Forbes Africa 30 Under 30 list for social impact and philanthropy, amongst a range of success stories that I've personally had. But most important is the impact that we have or get from serving the young women and girls through Akaya.
Yeah. Exciting. I can imagine the one that is most fulfilling is when you see your work making a difference, when you see the young girls, becoming their true self as a result of the services that you deliver to them. So what's the big goal really?
What's the
big goal?
Oh, the big goal is to do more and more and more. We want to hopefully, the vision in our mission statement, we state building the next generation of African female leaders. And we know that our work at the moment is currently restricted to Ghana and the UK, with a few beneficiaries that we touch in Kenya. But we want to get to a point where we can replicate our programs across the continent and continue to touch more lives. Every day we get DMs, messages. Oh, are you in Nigeria? Are you in Kenya? Are you, what was the other country the other day? Uganda. The demand is there, but God willing, once we get the resources to expand, we can definitely do so and continue to serve.
Impressive. I'm sure you will. You are very resourceful, so I'm sure you'll get the resources you need.
Amen.
So, how do you get to finance all these operations?
This question. Very tough. I'm sure you know, and anybody that's watching that's really into nonprofits, social impact space, funding is crucial. It's where you need to do anything. And so, especially in this day and age where it's becoming more challenging to be able to access funds, it's really important to, as people say, diversify. Just like as an individual, you diversify to get multiple streams of income. The same applies with a charitable organization. How we get support, we have quite a lot of individuals who really support and champion the cause and are generous enough to, I guess, want us to do more of the work that we do. We also have some really great corporate partners on some of our programs, which is amazing, and we love them so much. And then also we look at grants as well. So as and when we're able to get grants successfully, we are able to utilize them and continue to make an impact. It's not easy, comes with a lot of rejections, but you take it and move on.
Right. Well said. Okay, so I can imagine there are so many young women who wants to be another Khadija or be their true self.
Right.
Yeah, you coach, you mentor. What do you tell them?
For me, well, I do, as you said, I do get quite a few DMs of I want to be like you and all of that stuff. First of all, my thoughts go to me. Why would you want to be like me? But I always say the aim is not to be like me. The aim is to be the best version of yourself. And what that looks like is making sure that you are showing up for yourself consistently. Working on yourself as an individual, personal development is key. But also understanding that you shouldn't let your fear stop you from going for what you want to go for. The other day I was speaking, I think I had a speaking engagement for some young women in the UK through the Girl Up United Nations Foundation. And some of the questions were really focused on young girls having this fear of being seen. You have a desire to want to be visible, to speak, to impact lives, but this fear of being seen is keeping you or holding you back. But really and truly, if you're going to continue to dwell in their fear, you're not going to be able to do anything, or you won't make the necessary steps forward, take the necessary step forward to do what it is that you desire or what you want to do. So definitely that's what I would say, really.
Right. So I'm going to ask you another question that, well, if you don't feel like answering, I will understand, but I hope you will give me an answer.
Uh-oh.
No, it won't be anything anything that you cannot answer immediately. I always think to myself, if I go back to when I was starting my career over, there are so many things that I would have been able to not do the way I did them that will make the journey faster. So curious to understand, if you were to start over again today, what are the things that how would the journey be for you? Would it be the same journey, or are there things that you would have done that perhaps will make it a different journey for you?
Oh, I would say I don't really think it would have been any different. Sometimes I'm often asked, okay, in your journey so far, do you have any regrets, anything you would do differently? Would you still want to be a doctor? As much as I've had a lot of moments where I've questioned whether this career was the right decision for me, I still think this is the same path I would have gone down.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, for me, I would have done a better recruitment decision. I would have made a better recruitment decision. You know, I would have perhaps recruited individuals that want to be there, not those who need yeah. And when they don't kind of give what are supposed to be reflective of their job description, then I would have made a better decision as well in that sequence. So do you have, how big is your team now? I'm always asking entrepreneurs who are building fast growing businesses or movements, how do you deal with recruitment?
Oh, so what we do is, well, it depends. So we have a core leadership team of about 10, including me. And that includes, well, majority of the team are based here in Ghana, and then myself and 2 others are more UK based.
Right.
But aside from our core leadership team, we have let's say, quite a large bank of volunteers who are program alumni.
Right.
So we rely on, or we utilize the support of the alumni in order to make sure that we continue to, I guess, do the work that we need to do, and, you know, utilize their resources and their knowledge. And why we prefer that kind of method is on our programs are quite long. Right. I think the shortest, we just wrapped up a 1-month program, but generally in Ghana, our programs range from about 3 months to 7 months. And so we literally have these young ladies become family, and we build that sort of leadership capacity to the extent whereby once you've graduated from a program, you are ready to serve. And even on your journey, you are given opportunities to serve as well. So that is kind of how we operate. And I would say overall, what we call it our community, which includes team plus alumni plus few long-standing volunteers from the inception of Akaya. I think we come up to almost 100.
That's impressive. Well, so some of those mistakes I made in the early period of growing the company, specifically in the last 5 years, I think also they helped me in understanding what, SMEs go through in recruitment and staff training and things like that, which is why we've built Ready for Work to help employers, assess talent with data and not recruiting with CV, which, as you understand, many entry-level job seekers don't show their true self in their CV, and sometimes you onboard and then you realize mismatch of skills and attitude issues that you should have been able to find out if you had used a platform like Ready for Work. So we are launching actually the new version through this event. So if you need any individual that must have unquestionable, at least a minimal viable skill in digital marketing to be able to do the job with or without your supervision, or financial analysis, product design in the area of UX, or data science, those we can help you recruit sustainably.
Right.
Yeah. Actually, let me play this for you. We had Romeo F in the studio the other time, in the office the other time. So he came around because he will be speaking on Saturday. So we showed him the platform, and this is what he had. Excuse me. This is... yeah, this is him.
I'm really impressed by it, to be honest with you, because especially as an employer, right? It's a big challenge for us to build out a team, especially in Africa, which is where we want to expand. And what this platform does is that it would give us the opportunity to do many things. One is, even if we have people in-house that we want to train, we can onboard them on the platform and they can do the courses and get trained. But we could also join any of these cohorts for any of the skills that we need and be able to employ people coming out of it, because the platform does a lot of the upfront work that we would need to do manually, which is a good thing about it, right? We're able to put up micro projects for clients for the candidates to do, the students to do, and the system analyzes the results and gives us strengths, weaknesses, yes, all of that, which is stuff that we would have to read through every line and do ourselves, right? So it saves a lot of time where that is concerned. But then on the back of that as well, we're also getting candidates who have gone through a training program. So we're not relying on what they say on their CVs. Too many times I've employed people here in Africa who says, oh, I'm great at this, I've done that. And then when you bring them on the job, they know nothing about it. Exactly, right? They're just lying on the CV. But what this does is that it eliminates that, because they would have to have gone through the digital marketing course or the software development course or the financial analysis course before you actually put them in front of us. It's extremely user-friendly as well, right? I think candidates would really enjoy it, but I'm looking at it from the standpoint of an employer. Yes, this is just going to revolutionize how we actually hire people and how we actually get them trained and built up as well. So yeah, good job.
Yep. So it's called Ready for Work.
Nice.
And
yeah.
Okay. Just
wow, that's amazing. Have you already had people do the courses?
Yeah, we have 126 through the pilots.
Wow.
So this fourth version is magic. Wash.
Searching for a job as an entry-level candidate often feels like a lonely walk in the dark. It's a daunting journey filled with uncertainty, self-doubt, and endless dead ends. You sit alone at your desk, scouring job boards, tailoring resumes, and crafting cover letters, hoping your words will resonate with a faceless recruiter. Each unanswered application feels like a whisper into the void, leaving you questioning your worth and wondering if you'll ever find your place. What if you could turn uncertainty into opportunity in weeks, not years? Meet Ready for Work V4, an AI-powered platform that lights the way to your dream career. Discover your personalized opportunity readiness score, unlock your unique strengths, and get real-time job matches with expert guidance to land roles faster. No more guesswork, just clear steps to success. Join ambitious job seekers securing their future with Ready for Work. Get ready for work today. Ready for Work. Unlock your potential.
Wow. Impressive platform.
So if I'm sure you your friends, startup founders in tech, SMEs looking to either recruit on the continent or invest in their teams. So I'm just giving you utility areas of what we can do. We can train for them. We can recruit for them. We can help them invest in young people who are entering the job market. So
Africa's graduates face the same cycle every year. Over 12 million leave school, but only a fraction land jobs within months. It's not about talent, it's about workforce readiness. Too often, skills aren't market ready and finding the right opportunity feels like searching in the dark. Ready4Work V4 changes that. This isn't another place to scroll for jobs or watch tutorials. It's where proof replaces guesswork, skills meet opportunity, and potential becomes realized. Learn in-demand digital skills and build employer-validated portfolios. Get a talent intelligence profile, complete with your job readiness score, resilience metrics, and job placement probability. Use Career Pilot, our custom AI job search map, to see your talent DNA, best fit roles, and how to get hired faster. Connect with coaches and employers directly before you even hit apply. For job seekers, employers, and organizations shaping Africa's future, Ready4Work V4 is your AI-powered operating system for human capital development. Learn more at www.readyforwork.africa.
So let them know. And you too, when...
I think... Sorry, I was just going to say, I love how there is the part of it being able to kind of match you to jobs that you would be best suited for.
Yeah.
Automatically, which is very cool.
Thank you. If with by next week, anytime next week, later next week, if you're available, let me show you how that magic happens.
Okay.
I can do a personal demo for you to show you.
Yeah.
So yeah. All right. So we have like 90 minutes. So what's next? What are you working on now?
So, well, why I am here in Ghana is mostly because we are wrapping up our mental health program, so the AYA initiative, tomorrow. Our ladies that we've had on the program for about 7 months now will be graduating from the program. We also have a couple more of our Like Her projects, so high school workshops to do in Kumasi next week. So we are off to Kumasi. And then, in between, it's been a lot of sort of up and down interview, shooting and stuff. So, it's been a great trip so far, very tiring, lots of up and down, as usual, but gonna work.
All right. Okay.
But that's nothing compared to talking straight for 82 hours.
Oh, yeah, 82 now. I haven't even seen it. So right now, thank you. So right now, if I stop now, I would have beaten the one they have on the website, because I have the unofficial one, I should say, the 100 hours from last year, right? So if I stop now, I would have beaten the one they have on the website, but we'll keep going.
Yeah. Oh, so you were right. Okay, so you've beaten it basically.
Yes. She has 55 hours.
Say that again.
She has 55 hours.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. You've done 82. Amazing.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Final thoughts?
Ooh, final thoughts. I think something that we got to touch on was a bit more on youth participation, which was something that really came up a lot during the recent UNGA or General Assembly and at the end of September. So the UN did their first high-level conference for youth during the UNGA, and we received a special invitation to attend. And it was UNGA in general, it was my first UNGA. That week in general, crazy stuff.
Magic.
Lots of things happening at the same time, and you want to be everywhere at once. And New York is like you have to walk everywhere, which is crazy. But it was an amazing experience. And in particular for the youth conference, the second half of the day was more, they were more speaking on youth participation. And what I really, aside highlighting the work that we do at the Akai Foundation, what I mentioned was a lot of the time when we invite young people, even sometimes young women, to these rooms or these high-level meetings, it's often like maybe one or two people. And when you do have young people in those rooms, everybody sees it as though it's an achievement, whereby in this day and age, it shouldn't actually be an achievement, considering how fast the youth population is growing. It has to be a necessity, and it's not something that we need to be excited about. It has to happen with no question. And this is more so especially to the fact that when most of these high-level decisions are being made by individuals who may not even get to experience the consequences of the decisions that they're making, it even makes it more frustrating to know that those who will live to experience it don't even have a voice to shape what they will experience. So that was something that really I thought was really important, that was pushed and made sure that it was stated during UNGA. And I think quite a few organizations or individuals made sure that there was that presence, but generally speaking was still got a bit of way to go.
Yeah, I saw your speech. It was good.
Thank you.
No worries at all. All right. Iron sharpens iron. Maybe one day we can all come together and organize our own National Assembly of the next generation. Yeah, we can do that.
Needed.
Yeah. All right. Emmanuel, if you're ready, we can start transitioning. But thank you so much. You know, the work we do has the tangibility of the work we do. It cannot be understated in any way, because it directly impacts human life. And again, people are the most important thing. No piece of technology can replace a human person. So when we continue to champion these programs, empower these individuals, and help them find direction, purpose, and live to their best potential, that's where the magic really happens. And I'm excited for every one of you that have joined me to, set this record straight, because it's very important for me that I do it again, to not just showcase some of these things that I've played for you, but I know there are many young people that through this they can now see the reason to dream bigger than what they thought was possible. And if there's any excuse, that was primarily the reason why they would have said, okay, now they can say, what if? So thank you for being part of my story. We hope to keep partnering with you. Just know that I'm always excited to have you in the work, participate in the work that we do.
Thank you so much for having me once again. I'm wishing you all the best. I mean, you've broken it already, but I'm wishing you all the best, more strength to keep going and hit the 100 mark. And we'll be there to celebrate when you're done.
Yes. Ciao.
Bye.
Hi, brother.
How are you doing?
Do you mind if I give you a little handshake?
Small mental bill.
Let me actually hug you. You're doing really well. You're doing really well.
You smell nice.
Thank you. Well, I don't need to ask too many questions, because you look great and you're doing well. You're doing great. Well. Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm alive, I'm awake, and
that's what matters, you know. Good to see you.
Likewise. I thought my break is at 10. I didn't realize it's 12.
Oh, so that's almost close to 3 hours more.
Well, the beautiful thing is that this is when I get 2 hours break.
So right.
To sleep.
I get to sleep. That's good. So you do 4 hours, four to get 2?
No, like every 24 hours you have 2 hours of break.
Okay.
Every 24 hours stretch.
Wow.
So day 1, day 2, I think day 1 I took 2 hours break. Day 2 I took 1 hour break so I could push it forward.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Because I know from day 3, day 4, it gets to your body.
Yes. I think the strategy this time is better.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's way better.
Yes.
And also I have people bringing me pancake and everything else.
Oh, lovely. God bless them.
Yeah, my wife. She's angry that I don't, because when my mind is fixated on the thing, I don't get to eat.
She's not it doesn't sit well with her.
No, she's not happy at all.
Right.
Okay.
Just gonna have a chat.
Yeah. Funny thing is, Sharon, yourself, Khadija, you guys were still the one from last year.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Sharon has finished a session and Khadija Khadija came the last time.
Right.
And you came earlier than Sharon.
Yes.
Than her.
Yes.
So it's inverse proper. This is a sign.
Yeah.
I'm always looking out for signs.
Yeah.
All right, let's start with introduction.
Of course. I look straight to you. Okay. All right. Good evening. My name is Emmanuel Bansi, and I'm excited to be here supporting my dear brother, big brother, and Tom-Chris Emewulu. What do? I guess that would be the next point. I'm a leadership coach and also a trained digital marketing or creative digital marketing professional. I do a lot of things from education to, of course, marketing. You need to practice what you are trained on, and also I get to consult for schools on school improvement plans, strategy, and most importantly, how to be able to sell their brand outside. And also recently I started something that is really dear to my heart, and that has to do with People Who Inspire, a program designed to bring in people who are leading positive change and inspiring change globally into a small room to converse and get to hear their story, their journey, which obviously is inspiring many people, stirring up hope and bringing about direction. And I had the opportunity of interviewing Tom-Chris, and it's reversed today that he's engaging me and of course getting to know a little bit more about what I do. So that's a little bit about me, and obviously get to learn more as the conversation progresses.
Okay, so since our previous engagement video was so I'm just going to ask you similar questions to what you answered already.
Right.
Only this time we are talking about persevering towards excellence.
That's correct.
All right. You said you are a marketing professional helping schools sell themselves.
Yes.
Okay. How did I guess that?
Well, good question. I think it started in 2020, right? When the world was hit by a storm, and that's COVID-19. And everybody was trying to figure out ways of providing the same service they've been providing over the last many years, for some 60 years, for some 50, and some, of course, who are new in the system. And every business was challenged. Every small, big, multinational business were challenged. And everybody's trying to figure out a new way of doing what they usually do. Parents sitting at home are wondering, okay, they are just eating every day. Someone needs to engage them. Schools are trying to figure out, well, usually our system is we open the doors where kids walking, We sit them down, we bring teachers, they are taught a lesson, they take a break, and that's the norm. Now the whole world is trying to figure out a new way of doing what they usually do. So what we have to do, that was when I started what I call the future solutions, to be able to provide solutions, especially because I have worked in an educational sector. I needed to be able to provide a solution tackling some of the challenges the schools are facing, and that is providing their services digitally and still be able to satisfy their clients. So we formed a team and we created a digital solution for schools, so tailor-made for schools, to help them be able to host their students or have a classroom experience online, and be able to take records, take attendance, give and submit, and take assignment, mark and send back to kids. It was a whole new dimension of providing the same service. So parents started testing the waters. Is it working? Are the kids meaningfully engaged? What are the results like? Now, when the school started trying that out and it was working, they started, billing parents. Okay, now you have to pay. And that's a new system. So we also had to figure out a very smart way of charging fees to ensure that it is, money matters is something you don't play with. So that also requires developing systems in collaboration with schools and their financial service providers to be able to ensure school fees are paid. Of course, most companies decide to cut down if they were charging, let's say, 1,000 cedis, for example, they had to resort to maybe 500 cedis because they are not here to utilize the facility. There are a lot of things, power, water, and quite a number of things were not utilized. So we had to be able to ensure that whilst that is done, we are also receiving our money as well, because it's a service that we're providing. So it's a whole new dimension of providing what we call normal service in an abnormal time. So we developed that system, and thankfully it's still working. We had to collaborate with the big multinational like Zoom, Google Meet, to be able to have such experience seamlessly for the schools that we provided the services for. Of course, it lasted for 2 years because eventually we had to come back to our normal life gradually. So that was the first experience actually launching into full-fledged marketing in 2020, 2021. So particularly for schools. Every other ones, I'm not sure they are my top priority at the moment.
Okay,
yes.
That's interesting. Okay, so the schools that you engaged with, you already have relationship with them, I should suppose.
Yes.
Okay, that's nice. Interesting. But how did the whole, I know we already know each other, but since I'm interviewing you now for this global award record, I'm going to go back to the, you making a decision to come to Ghana.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What was the push factor that made you settle instead of Benin or Togo or
somewhere else?
Yeah.
Very good question. Well, in 2016, just like every normal young person who is dreaming about where to go to, I didn't have a dream of where I wanted to go to. I was someone who believed there is something about me that is African, but I'm just here to realize it. So I always felt there is the call for self-reliance living, and that is the dream of Africa. I believe that's my dream. So I didn't think going somewhere will help me realize it. So eventually I finished the very difficult normal examination that every Nigerian youth gets to face, which is JAMB. And I got to do something a bit in law. And then I realized that's not really my interest. So I got two invitations, one from my mom who is in UAE, said I should come over for a short time to rest and get to reimagine what the future holds for me. And then another one was from an uncle who is in Ghana, who said, would you like to come to Ghana? Interestingly, my first was, I'm coming to Ghana. So that was how the dream of coming to Ghana in June, 30th June.
He was already in Ghana.
He was already in Ghana, doing well in Ghana, actually.
Okay.
And funny enough, similar to your story, my image of Ghanaians were dark-skinned people, who mostly their women were, big, quote and unquote, and their men were quite. Compared to the Ghanaians we have in Nigeria, that was my definition of who Ghanaians are, and I had my own all kinds of reservation, but I was excited about the opportunity. I always was inspired by the educational system, which seemed then very much better than the Nigerian educational system. You don't hear things like strike. It was strange to a Ghanaian when you mention strike. And they have the power, a very good power supply and quite a number of things. So I said, I'm going to give Ghana a try. So I came to Ghana in 2016 to visit. And then a visit that has turned to a long stay. This is actually my 9th year in Ghana.
Interesting. So
yes.
You were living with the uncle when you came?
Yes. So I was housed temporarily by my uncle, who was then not married. Okay. So I decided to spend a little time resting, which is really something that the main reason was to come for a holiday, if you have to put it that way. Mm-hmm. So eventually, less than a week later, I asked myself, I've never sat in a place for 1 week without doing anything. So I started asking questions. I'm going to start something, enroll into something, start planning. Maybe I should actually do my main degree here in Ghana. And I started exploring a lot of things, spending a lot of time on the internet, and also asking him questions, So I saw a program online at the British Council. It was something like a career fair, similar to what you do.
Yeah.
So I didn't know where British Council was. So I decided to attend that event. And I met a gentleman by name Joseph Kwame Duku, who was running a program called Unique Generation Africa. Okay. And quite a number of other associates of his. So I asked him, what exactly are you trying to do? So this guy said his dream was to build an ecosystem where young people will be empowered to live the African dream. I said, what? Live which African dream? I've been thinking about how to actually realize my African dream. He said, well, then you should follow me, because it's empowering self-reliance living in Africa. So I told him, well, let's set up a meeting. I'll be at your place first thing on Monday morning. And that was how the journey started. So he had a component. Part of his business is a computer training institute called UCTI then. So I enrolled in that to furnish my IT skills. And then right after that, I asked him, so what's your next move? He said he's been dreaming of writing a book.
Okay.
So I said, okay, why not write it instead of seeing a movie? I remember then he was actually seeing one of his favorite movie in his very free period. So he said, okay, fine. But where do we start from? So what's the idea? What are the ideas? Because you're always talking about ideas. You can't spend 1 hour with that guy without leaving with a whole bunch of ideas to work with. So he started writing. He brought out quite a lot of, would I say, manuscript, a lot of things he's written. I said, let's transform that into a book. So that's what brought about the 101 African Dream Business Ideas that was published in 2018. So it took us almost a year. So I finished my IT training, ventured into Unique Generation Africa, training young people, mentoring, going for seminars, visiting schools. I get to travel Ghana as a result of that. And eventually I met my introduction into educational sector came about in 2018. I said, okay, we have achieved this. We set up a system called Train the Trainer. And eventually...
what was the introduction?
So the introduction to...
Your educational system. You said...
Yeah, so it was one of those events as well where I met the daughter to the founders of Alphabet Education Centers, Dr. Naomi Japon, who invited me over. I was on her birthday or so, and I visited the school and I told her, well, this is what I've been doing. I don't know if you have anything that has to do with African Dream. And she said she had a dream of starting a program called Scale Up Africa. I said, well, that's what I would like to be a part of. And also she shared how passionate she's been about empowering young Africans with the entrepreneurial skills they need to thrive in the future. And that's with the Dinkrahini Leadership Program. Then it was just a program she's just testing the waters. She's just trying to find out whether it works or it doesn't work and all of that. But I was excited about those two major programs that she's trying to run then in 2018. Well, fast forward, before the end of 2018, Scale Up Africa was launched. I was excited to be part of the pioneers of the program or project Scale Up Africa Limited, which is Ghana's premier center for personal and professional development. We had our very first massive program called Skilled African Summit in the British Council. Everything started connecting back. I started finding some level of fulfillment and direction. So that same 2018, after working temporarily with Dr. Japon and Alphabet Education Centers, I said, I'm going to go into university. I'm going to go back to uni. So I met Dr. Fred Magbangonluri of Academic City University College. He said, young man, you need to come back to school. I said, really? Funny enough, I'm sorry to even say this, my dream was not actually to go back to school. I just felt self-education is my biggest priority. I should learn more, spend more time learning. But I realized how important owning a degree is to all Africans, and especially people in my circle. Almost everybody had a degree. So I said, okay, I'm going to acquire that. And I'm going to actually spend time in the area that I ventured in when I came new, which is the IT. So I went to do computer science engineering, information technology to be precise, with Academic City. Now, of course, with every dream comes challenges.
Yeah.
And the challenge was school fees was high. It was just high.
So how did you maneuver?
So it was a tough one. I had a little support from my mom, who I up to today, I don't like to pressure her. So support here and there from her. And eventually it became so overwhelming when I had to pay thousands of dollars for tuition on per semester, which was then a lot of money. I was trying to, navigate the whole both school, work, and everything together. It wasn't easy for me. So eventually, I had to leave temporarily from school to be able to, find other means of surviving. Steve Jobs said that he dropped out of something to drop into something. So I dropped out of school to drop into starting something that could generate revenues and then get back to school. Well, I did go back to school, but this time around I went to do business. I realized how important it is to be able to understand how, because of course, if you're going to be an entrepreneur, you need to be properly prepared. You need to have the knowledge, you need to have the skill, and you need to have the build strong networks to be able to really thrive as an entrepreneur. So I decided to go into business, specifically in marketing sales. So of course, fast forward in 2020, that is what is serving me well to today. Right. So that's just a little bit about my background, coming from Nigeria to Ghana in 2016, and today is October 2025, 9 years later.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, so what would you say has been your learning curve or learning curves in that 9 years of experience?
Wow, that's a good question. I would say, well, it all comes, sometimes they say, an opportunity of a lifetime must be seized in the lifetime of that opportunity. Most opportunities come looking like they are not really a great opportunity, but you have to make the best use of them. So number one is always making the best of every opportunity. That's my very first lessons I learned over the last 9 years here in Ghana, because it could be an opportunity to volunteer. It could be an opportunity to serve. It could be an opportunity to follow someone. It could be an opportunity to read a book. Sometimes it could be an opportunity to just sit back, reflect, and come back better. It could be an opportunity to just sit before someone and watch them, listen to them tell you hard truths, the ones you don't like to hear. Sometimes it could be an opportunity of making an audacious movement, something you don't even think is possible, breaking limits. Those are opportunities that has come my way. Well, if I'm to define or explain each and every one of them, it might take us a very long time to finish. Yeah. One opportunity that has really defined the course of my life and is kind of informing everything I do today is what has brought about the life motto which I'm sharing with you, called Persevere to Excellence, which I adopted in 2017. I had just read an article published in 2017, but I read it in 2018. And the article was arguing why the Italian makes some of the best shoes in the world. And someone would say that it's not true, that the English still make the best shoes in the world. Of course, that's based on their own preference. But that article really caught my attention. Why? Because how can what's the reason behind Italian making the best shoes, Italy making the best shoes in the world? It's actually because Italian women are very fussy. So if you make something that is low quality, they won't buy it, they won't wear it. So in the process of the Italian shoe industry trying to meet the high level of appreciation and demand of the Italian women, produce a world-class shoe industry. And that's what we call demand meets excellence. When a pressure that is on you takes you to a place of excellence, a place of great results, you produce something that you didn't know you could produce. Something that is daring, has compelled you to be on a world stage. Something that when you share the dream, people tell you, I'm not sure this is possible. Shoe industry is something that is relatively not what you use as a case study in this kind of thing, but it inspired me. It inspired me. And I said, well, it means to build something. First of all, you need to be able to find a problem. And the biggest problem is to identify, or let's put it in a business sense. You need to be able to identify a problem. You need to be able to find possible solutions to those problems. And you need to be able to ensure that your diagnoses are right. Because sometimes what you think is a solution may not necessarily be the solutions until you test it. So you got to try a lot of things, because part of the article was they tried so many things. They had to come up with so many shoes for the women to taste. And they were like, no, we're not working with this, until they were able to meet their expectation. You had to try again. They failed many times and eventually were able to produce a world-class shoe industry. So for me, that is number one. So it was just an article I read. It wasn't really anything, I didn't hear anything from God. Nobody came to me and said, this is how it's going to be. And I saw that also reflected, or in the school that I was working in, that is Alpha Beta Education Center. And it's very bold. Excellence is their hallmark. Nothing below it. You know, recently I heard Peter Obi of Nigeria interviewed, I think, BBC or so, where he was talking about the people we call Your Excellency, Your Excellency. And he said, why are people called Your Excellency? What is excellent about them? And he said, for you to be excellent, you must at least pass fairness to then good, to very good, before we say excellent. So excellent is a pursuit, it's a journey. It is progressive, you know. So when we want to ascertain it, we must put pressure on ourselves to do the extra beyond ordinary to be able to achieve excellence. So I keep comparing it to everything I have seen or learned so far about persevering towards excellence. Persevering towards excellence. Which of course I will always connect to the lessons that I have learned so far being in Ghana, right? Because everything I want to do, I want to ensure that it is excellent, it stands out, and it draws global attention without necessarily being the aim. You know, when you do something because you are passionate about it, you are putting in your best, you are giving in your very best, you are studying to show yourself approved, as the Bible said. Because even if you look at the Bible said, have you seen a man who is excellent in his work? He will not stand before mere men. He will stand before kings. And another one said, a man's gift makes room for him and brings him before great men. I'm not sure it's any kind of gift. It's a gift that is harnessed. It's a gift that is preserved. It's a gift that is furnished excellently that will bring you before great men. So that word excellence is always something that keeps ringing in my mind. Excellent character, excellent appearance, excellent communication, excellent work, excellent everything. Is it possible? I believe it's possible. For you, for example, it's an inspiration to me. I've said that to you a million times. I'm sure this is not the first time you're hearing it. So your work inspires. So I always want everything I do to inspire people. And that is even why I ventured into starting a program called People Who Inspire, right? To be able to engage people who are leading or producing excellent results, who started from nowhere, very small beginning. Probably people whose story when they started, if they shared with somebody and say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to become this, people may even laugh. Ma'am, I can imagine when you shared with people that you were going to break the Guinness World Record for the second time, they're like, listen, bro, I think you should just relax. I'm sure there were people who didn't give you support. I'm sure there were people who you engaged and who felt like this is a waste of time. No. But this is where we are, 82 That's hours life. And counting. 82 hours and counting. Yep. And we're going to break it. And when that happens, you set the mark and someone else will follow. That's what excellence does. The moment you reach the mark, somebody would then draw inspiration from that and follow you through. So those are my few lessons that I wish to share.
Okay, that's a nice one. But of course, there are other lessons learned the hard way. So
yes,
tell us those ones as well, so it can become a complete story.
Right. Hard stories. I think one of them will be the moment when I dropped out of school, when there was no plan. Because always they would ask, you hear, get a plan B, get a this, get that. But sometimes you could actually be blank, nothing. You don't know the next move. A moment of uncertainty, a moment of when you're filled with so many challenges, nobody to call, nobody to run to. I didn't actually have a place to stay. Not even, I didn't know who to call. Eventually someone said to me, but you could have called and I would have sorted you out. But you know, if you actually called at that time when you were pressed, they're probably going to tell you, well, we didn't plan for you. So it has always been a mindset that nobody owes me anything. Nobody owes me anything. So find a way to solve your own problems. So that was actually my lowest moment since 2016. It was one of my lowest moments. I didn't know exactly what to do or how to go about it. But eventually, being able to stay true to your dream, the dream of self-reliance living, which I have always advocated for, promoted, spoken whenever I had the opportunity to speak. I speak about it. Self-reliance living. Nobody owes you anything. It doesn't mean you can't ask for help, but don't ask for help as if they are coming to give you back what you gave to them to keep for you. It's a very tough time. I have experienced a lot of ups and downs. Is it registering a business? Is it trying to set up something? I have started something that failed from the top to bottom. Had financial challenges. Should I call it actual bankruptcy, where what was kind of built to stand to last because of some mismanagement from someone who I trusted with all my life because I didn't put the right systems in place, it came crumbling down. And that's something that I've learned, that building anything that will last requires you taking your time. Whenever we speak, you always emphasize on that, taking your time to build proper structures that will last, that will hold the business. Even when you are there or when you are not there, it will continue to hold it. So that is even why when I'm trying to consult for either young, small startups, I mention this, that your strategic goals and development plan must be your the integral part of your business. You shouldn't neglect it. Don't get too excited to say, let's do this, let's do this, let's do this. And then all of a sudden you launch and then 2 years down the line, you are crying for help. But when you put the right systems in place, you will realize that things will work better than when there were no systems in place. So that's number one, not building the right systems to help facilitate a better business growth. And then number two will be, I think that will have to do with relationships. Yes, okay. Relationships. So, so especially I always say this, when you are young and naive, just see it as you are exploring, but it's not something you do haphazardly or with happenstance. So think it's just okay to talk to anybody or to talk to everybody. You just have to be very mindful of who you are engaging, because it has a lot of ripple effects in your life. So I'll just keep it this way, and so we can move on.
People would like to hear that story.
Which parts would people like to hear?
All of it.
Anyway, so obviously I always say this, that you have to check before you trust. I like to use this analogy to define my experience. This is a story of a mother eagle who trying to test a male eagle, right? So it's before it accepts a proposal. A male eagle comes making a proposal. The female eagle has to test the male eagle. So it goes and pick a little twig from a tree and fly right into the sky, making a loud noise. With the male in hot pursuit, he follows it up, 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 up into the sky. And then the female eagle drops it. And the job of the male is to chase after the twig and make sure it does not fall. And so when it catches it, it brings it back to the female, and the female drops it again. The male had to do that exercise a number of times for the female to be satisfied, saying, this guy is committed, is serious, and I can trust him with my children. So I believe the same thing applies with relationship. You don't just go for dinner and then after, let's say you go for lunch and by dinner time you say you are engaged. It doesn't work that way. That's what mistakes that most young people make, because the person looks beautiful.
You're talking about yourself?
I'm giving it both myself and everyone included. So I have been in such situations. I've had that experience whereby, and I advise myself and everyone who is probably listening now, that it's always best to really test the waters. Test before you trust. Test the person's faithfulness, their commitment to God, the attitude towards work, money, understanding of money, understanding of legacy, understanding of quite a lot of things before you fully say this is the person. Don't be quick to make announcements. I have done that before and it has effects. And also do background checks. Background checks is really important.
Yeah.
I nearly married someone who is related to me. So yeah, interestingly.
How did that happen?
How did that happen? So we met in school, young, vibrant, energetic. And one thing always, something about me is that before wasting too much time, I like to know everything about where you're coming from. So I decided to do those checks, met the dad. The dad heard my surname and was like, whoa, I know this family. And he started mentioning names. I say, yes, that's my dad, that's my dad, that's my dad. Ended up saying that his grandmother and my grandfather's, it's actually my grandfather's sister. You know how, very small world. So we're actually in town, in not a different country. We have no idea where we are from until a background check was done. So I believe it's always important before you go and make a very terrible mistake, or those who just marry somewhere else and not right to home. We are wedded, we've wedded. So it's always good to go back home and find out about your roots, you know. Yeah, so just keep it that way for now.
All right. Very interesting.
Very, very interesting.
So imagine that you didn't do
the checks.
And she doesn't know.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah. That's how interesting it is. So I feel like it still connects to the mother Egu doing her due diligence, testing very well before trusting or committing.
This is too bad.
Yes. Especially when you are 90% gone into the love story.
Wow. So now you are at a point where it seems you are comfortable now.
Well, comfort is not really the state at the moment. I won't say, but I would say that I'm in a state where I am imagining what the future holds.
What does the future hold
for me next?
What does the future hold for you next?
That's a very good question. Thinking about impact, thinking about doing something that is bigger than my own current reality. How to be part of a big, meaningful project, something that I would do that would touch more lives than I've done over the last 9 years. That is what is on my mind. And I believe the People Who Inspire program is one of those. And something that will be launching very soon called Impact Africa Alliance. It's a project, a program that we designed to bring about direction and stir up purpose and provide, of course, empowering young people with employability skills. Is something that we are venturing into. Pretty soon, we will be launching it. We will also look out to collaborate with Ready for Work to be able to train the young people that we have in our system.
Who is
so
we?
I am the president of Aliwa Youth Leadership Program Network. So we have over 10 West African countries represented and who are part of this program. We will be launching next year. I won't be able to give the month that will be launching that because we're yet to finish up on a lot of things. As I said, systems need to be set up, proper structures needs to be built to be able to fully say this is a fully fledged business. So it is something that is so dear to my heart that I will be spending the next 5 years of my life working on to ensure that, because statistically, you have about over 65% of young Africans are in their 18 years, I believe 25 to 18 years currently. So that's a very huge population.
18 to 25.
Yes, 18 to 25. That's a very, very huge population. And there will be more of them by 2035. By 2035. So the question is, if we have more young people walking about with no job, And the problem is not even without job. Who doesn't even if they get one, they may not be able to sustain it. Can they create one? Or are they all looking for one? So they need to be properly prepared, like what Ready for Work does to unlock people's potentials, right? To be able to know that it's not always about you trying to find job to do, but you can create opportunities that can also impact or help other people, you know? And also to kind of transform the mindset of young people from thinking it's only when you jackpot, as we say, quote unquote, that you get to make it in life. It's not always the case. I know quite a lot of young people or people in the diaspora who are not really seeing top, as we say, who probably are not really doing what they want to do or living the life they want to live, aside from just saying, I live here or I work here. So it is something that I'm venturing into. That's how my next 5 years will look like. I want to be seen impacting more. I want to be seen engaging in thought-provocative conversation that will stir up hope, purpose, and direction for any listener and any follower.
Interesting. Okay, so I guess that means you are still here. You're not going to United Kingdom. You're not going to United Kingdom. I think it's an interesting idea because, yeah, as you said, young people need direction.
Yes.
Well, we're here. Whenever you are ready, we will see how we can support, in any way possible.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
As you've always done with people who inspire, always grateful for your support.
We are happy to help, when we can. There are so many programs that we're about to be embarking on, so it makes it difficult for me to, support even if I want to. Our work is getting to a climax from this event. Yeah, we've been on a mission to consolidate since January. We're rounding it off with this program. So from here, things will be very intense. So, yeah. But I'm always excited to see those forms of progress, from all the people who are in my community. And of course, when I have programs that will require a presence, I will also share with you.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay, so we have quite some time.
Yes.
Now, is there somebody you're going to see their father anytime soon?
Well, as we say in Ghana, it's in the pipeline, but I'm not sure I have. Let me just put it this way: I'm not dating.
Okay. Okay. I mean,
as a young man, we say that I have girls who are friends.
Let's see.
Yes.
All right. That's fine.
But congratulations. Are you comfortable if I congratulate you on your recent on getting your princess, Miss Universe?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We're making so much progress.
Well, God is good.
All the time.
One of the difficulties in having projects that require a lot of people is when there is a speaker cancellation, it just sends you into haywire working to fill that slot, because
it must have the exact number.
Yes, we have to.
Wow.
We have to. So I'm going to take the break. Was supposed to be at 12. Okay. So I'll probably have to take it at 10, and then I will shift those 2 slots to 11 and 12.
Okay. So you're going to do 1 hour?
Right now?
No, I'm saying you're going to do 1 hour after 10.
No. So the break is 2 hours from 12, which means I did it. Look on the schedule.
Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah. It's supposed to be from 12 to 2.
Right.
Yeah. Because of the ones I told you I saved from day one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, but Ademico has not responded. So I need to get 2 speakers to replace
Ademico and
so
I could stay until I think when does my session
yours is
end?
at the top of the hour.
Okay.
Yours is not at risk. You're already here.
Yeah. Right.
You're already here. Yours is not at risk. So what I'm going to do is I will take the break after yours. I'm also pressed.
Right.
So that those 2 speakers there, I'll fill them when I come from
a break.
Yeah, from break. So that will be 12 to 2.
Right. Right. Wow. Then it goes all the way to next morning.
Yeah, of course.
We're ending tomorrow evening, right?
Tomorrow evening.
Right.
The only problem now with this is that it will alter the other side, so it will make me go, steeper than what I'm supposed to do. Because if I had gone if I had gone
12.
12, so I'll come back at 2.
Which is more relaxing.
I know. And then I will go for another break at 12 p.m. tomorrow morning.
Wow. Oh dear. Nobody should cancel again.
God is good.
Amen. 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 Amen.
We live in a state of answered prayers. So even if, regardless of what happens, we would have a complete event.
Yes.
Even if I will go and get someone from China. I'll get somebody from China and the person will join on time too.
I'll try and see if I can bring someone tomorrow to add up.
Okay.
Yeah. But you're doing great.
You're doing really great. This year you look stronger, more agile. I see the agility.
Yeah, because if you know how long I started training
for this,
the spiritual exercise, both physical, spiritual, and cognitive, all around. So I guess it helped a lot because the weight, yes, I feel the weight, but not like last year.
Yes, because about this time last year, I literally been watching. I don't know if you realize I always join this Zoom.
On Zoom.
Yes.
No, I didn't realize.
I use sometimes Alpha Beta.
Okay. Yeah, I saw Alpha Beta once.
Yeah. I'm anonymous, just to observe, watching that.
I see. You are part of the Secret Service people, eh?
Trying.
Yeah, we have invigilators. They are observing the end-to-end programming now. Yeah. So this year we made lots of backup plan.
Thank God for the lights. It's been steady.
Well, we have a UPS. It went off the other day, half of the whole night, from 11 p.m. to in the morning. Yeah, so
you used the backup.
Yeah. You kicked in there, then they run.
The screen or something.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe we can close up with some of the stuff we've worked together on. The global, the career.
Okay.
The Quantum Leap Career Fair. We can reflect on that.
Okay. Well, tell me what your takeaway was. If you want to give me more money, I will. Did you give me money then? You didn't bring me money.
You can make more money. It was non-generic money that you made. We had
So now you want to give me.
I think we had more people my referral code. Then we have more students. It was actually our first edition getting students.
You're freemium people. It was freemium. Those ones did not count. They are freemium.
They are freemium.
Yeah, they don't count.
Our sponsor covered them. You know. I think Samsung, right? Samsung did.
Samsung Ghana.
Shout out to Samsung Ghana. Yeah. So I think most of the students that we brought on board are still reflecting on it.
I had wanted to. It's just that this year we were very, very busy with all this internal programming and platform redesign, ready for work, launch, and of course my staff strength is not excessive, so I had wanted to do another one, but I couldn't carry another program. So what we could do is this November, between November and late November and early December, if it works, we could have. I'm planning on something. If I recuperate on time after GSEW25, if I recuperate on time, then there is something nice that we could do. Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, I would. The focus will be fully on high school students, or maybe I shouldn't say fully on high school students, but the focus will be high school students plus. Yeah.
Okay, that would be. It sounds exciting already. And if we are catching, we need to, either we are looking at in November, we're doing it first in January. So it will look like...
No. It's not like an elaborate thing. It's just an evening thing or afternoon thing. So
afternoon would be better for high school students.
Okay.
So we catch them during school hours.
Okay.
If it's something school buses need to transfer.
It's a question. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a question event. So the only uncertainty there is I don't know how long it will take me to get back to my normal self. And I also had other program. Yeah, there's another standing program in November. So let's see.
Those stuff you're sipping?
Yeah, I do. I have my wife made local this thing. What is it called? Yogurt. Yeah. Yogurt is so nice. So they made a nice yogurt, but my stomach is heavy already, so I don't want to take that one yet. Maybe when I get to the house for the break, then I can take it.
You're doing well.
Well, tell me I'm doing well when it's 100 hours. As for now, all those you're doing well is not helping me.
It's just a motivation,
Motivation? Yeah, well, motivation is good. Yeah.
When you finally hit it, I'm not sure
you want to fix his mic? It's not coming. You can come fix it. It's okay now? All right. Thank you.
Okay.
So, what gives you hope?
Of course, I hope it's in the Lord Jesus Christ. That's the number one. the ultimate for me. I'm a Christian, and I know you are also very grounded, spiritually or faith-wise. Christ is the ultimate hope. And then the future, the aim, the end results, which is the Guinness World Record. When it's finally given to you, all of us will celebrate. That's the hope. That's what keeps your eyes open, even though you feel like you need to get on your bed and just close everything and black out. Yeah, but that's the hope. That's the hope. Our vision gives us hope. It gives us it keeps us going, resilience, the grit to stay on, fight on, keep pushing.
I said, what's your hope? And you're telling me your vision.
Yeah.
Your future, your vision.
Of course, I'm just telling from your angle. I'm looking at you as well.
I'm asking you.
My hope.
From my angle.
Well, Christ gives me hope. My vision gives me hope.
Okay.
You know, what I believe in is my ultimate. You know, if I'm trying to embark on something very audacious, and I know that what I want to achieve, let's say I want to impact 1,000 people in 2 years. And this is not just normal 1,000 people where I gather and speak to it could be done in a day, but I'm talking about tangible results being produced, testimonials. If I want to do that, I'm looking at those 1,000 people whilst I'm facing a challenge with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's my ultimate hope. And the hope that I'm trying to achieve something bigger than I've ever achieved. I always use this scenario, the story of the lion and the gazelle. It's a legend. We are not sure who told the story. That every morning a lion wakes up and knows that he must find or eat the fastest gazelle, otherwise it will starve to death. And then every morning a gazelle wakes up and knows it must run faster than the fastest lion, otherwise it will be eating for lunch. So no matter who you are, you better start running once the sun sets or gets up. So that's always something that informs or kind of helps me to stay on. For example, every one of us, we are running. Every day we are running. Every day you wake up, you're running. What's the ultimate inspiration behind that? It is what you're trying to chase. That's what keeps you running. That's what keeps you running. Or what is chasing after you keeps you running. Yeah, so that's a bit of it. So my hope is in the Lord Jesus Christ. And I'm also looking forward to achieving what I said to achieve. Even if I fail, I know I'm not there yet, so I can't stay down here. You know, yeah.
That's good.
Thank you.
So, what do you tell? Here is another thing.
Okay.
There are definitely people who would want you to be in certain places or certain positions by now. So how do you deal with those kinds of pressure?
Well, that's what we call other people's expectations of you. But the question will always be, how constructive are those feedback, right? If it's something that is clear, that is communicated, maybe coming from a mentor, a coach, somebody that you always look up to, maybe an accountability partner. Maybe you've set goals and you say, this is what I want to achieve, and they have their own expectation of you. It's clear to communicate that well. But if somebody come to me and say, well, I want you to be the CEO of Amazon, and that's their expectation, that in terms of position, like you mentioned, I think it needs to be clear. It needs to be clear. I need to be able to explain what exactly I want to do, because it's not always all the time that other people's opinion of you or suggestion of who you should be or what you should be doing should be followed. Sometimes you need to examine them. You need to be able to understand where they are coming from, whether it is a constructive feedback, criticism, or is just a mere comment. Maybe you are not doing enough, or sometimes people will say you are doing too much, slow down. It depends. It varies. So
all of the above. How do you deal with all of the above?
It's the pressure. How do I handle pressure? Like I said, you receive them in good faith, right? Pressure from family, pressure from peers, pressure from coaches. You receive them in good faith and work with them. It doesn't mean you can become or do all that they are expecting of you to do, but it should serve as an inspiration, an enabler, as a stepping stone. You don't necessarily have to do everything because you cannot please everybody. It's your life. You need to be able to achieve the things you've set to do for yourself. And ultimately, people will come around. People will come around. It's not all the time. For example, if my mom said, I want you to be a doctor, and my grandma said, I want you to be this, and the other person said, I want you to be, I can't say, okay, I'm done with being a doctor, let me go and be a lawyer. I'm done with being a lawyer, let me go and be an engineer. Just to make sure everybody feels good. Or someone say, okay, now because you go to a church, be a pastor. And then it means all my life I will live it trying to meet up with people's expectation and all kinds of pressure. The ultimate pressure, I always believe, is the pressure to do better. It's not to become, but to do better. When I hear such feedback, I work with it. I don't joke with it. I even ask people, what do you think? How do you see my current reality? And people will share. And sometimes it will add up to your original vision of who you want to be. Sometimes they could open up an aspect of you haven't even seen possible. So I always believe it's important to take up and take in all the pressures and work with it, you know. But you can't become everything everybody wants you to be.
Everything for everyone all at once.
I know.
All right. So you have 9 minutes. What do you want to do with this time?
I think I'd like to probably, I don't know how many young people are online watching, but let's just imagine this will air sometime later, targeting over 1,000 people engaging with SFAN, or more than 1,000 people engaging with SFAN, or anywhere this can be aired. If you are a young person trying to figure out what's next or how to persevere towards excellence, which is actually the topic I chose for this gathering, or this Guinness World Record second attempt. I just have a summarized something I would like to share on persevering towards excellence. I always say the way to the top is not, straight. Sometimes it can be very narrow. It comes with so many uncertainties. It comes with different challenges, different adversities, sometimes adversaries, people who just want to do you bad. It comes with all of that. It comes with financial restraint. It comes with all kinds of challenges. The most important thing is the ultimate goal. What exactly do you want to do? How are you going to go about it? Ask yourself those questions. Do you have what it takes to do those things? So I always ask myself, do I have enough? What is it that is required of me? Is it skills-wise? You need to be able to scale up. You need to be able to acquire better skills, cognitive flexibility, emotional intelligence, communication skills. These will continue to serve you well, And we are in a time of AI, artificial intelligence. Most people are using ChatGPT, Gemini, and all those other AI tools. You need to be able to understand prompt engineering, how to use it for your own advantage, to your advantage. So those are skills that you need to be able to harness. Is it employment that you're looking for? Do you have employability skills? Can you be able to really think solution when you are faced with so many problems? How are you able to process providing solutions when everybody is going this way? You need to be able to go a different way to be able to be the sheep among goats, So I always say that the number one thing that everyone must do when faced with challenges is to take a time off. Not try to solve a problem immediately. That's always something that, because you can't trust your instinct at that moment. So I'm sure you agree with me. When you are faced with too many problems, maybe take a time. Take a time off. Take a break. Reflect. reimagine, assess, reassess, and eventually you will get revived. You will come up with new ideas. You will get to rejuvenate. And before you realize, you are solving problems that because you were heated, you were so loaded, you couldn't solve. And that's how you get to solve most problems that you're faced with. But you really need to be able to also build your network, because they say your elevation determines your perspective. How high you stand determines how far you can see. You're trying to start a business, you're trying to build a business, you're trying to probably get to be part of something bigger than you, which I always advise. Find something bigger than your dream, bigger than what you are, bigger than what you're doing, and be a part of it. Sometimes those are what will bring about transformation in your life, because it takes one to do a few, and it takes many to do a lot. The Bible said it this way, that one will chase away 1,000 and two will chase away 10,000. So be part of a big, meaningful project, something bigger than your current reality. Yeah, so that's just a little bit of a summary. And of course, people who inspire, you must always aim to be a person who inspires. If you enter a room, what would you say to someone that will inspire hope? What would you say to someone that will leave them wondering, really, what is it about my life that will impact people tomorrow? It's not always about just making money, buying good stuff, enjoying and hanging out with friends. Life is more than that. Life is about leaving an impact, a blueprint on the soil of the earth, that when you live here, people will say, this man came, walked the earth. This man came, he got the Guinness World Record. This man came, he built something that has transformed millions, if not billions. It is possible. So I believe these are just a little bit of words that I aim to share with people today.
All right.
Not structured, just from my heart.
That's good. That's good. Well done.
Thank you.
Done.
Thank you.
I still have 4 minutes, but I'm told our Caress and Ivy League transformational leader is here on the call.
Amazing. Amazing. So it looks like we're going to continue. You're going to continue?
Just looking.
Wow. Wow. That's additional 2 hours.
Yeah. Our letter is on the way. So, yeah, let me just finish it. Then I'll go for break at 12.
Wow.
Okay. Please hang on so that I can seamlessly
transition.
Yeah.
I just want to
Mr. Perez, can you hear me? Hello? My speaker will show. Mr. Perez, can you hear me? So he will be on in a moment. So, but I just don't want it to be idle, because my count as a we have not broken. We are still on your session. So my baby girl. Mr. Perez, can you hear me now?
Initially, I thought my time was from 10. 10 to 11.
Hello?
on.
Yeah, he's on. Okay, so say your final words and then we can, because it's still in your time now.
Okay, so let me just
yeah.
Well, I actually want to commend you. What you're doing is audacious. It requires resilience to stay on since Tuesday to date. It is something that inspires because you are a person who inspires. And I'm really inspired, and I know everyone who is on watching this and watching you break the Guinness World Record for the longest interviewing marathon will be inspired to do something. May not be to break the Guinness World Record. I'm sure with this they'll be like it's not an easy thing to do at all, but it will help you to break something about your life. To anyone watching, to break something about your life. It could be a habit. Sometimes it could be your inability to dare to do something, to break that about your life and do something very, very meaningful, something that will outlive you. So Tom, well done, my brother.
Thank you.
Well done. We can't wait to shout to the Lord and celebrate very soon. We will be shouting, we will be celebrating because we have broken the record. Congratulations in advance.
Thank you.
So that's just my final words as we clock 10 o'clock p.m. GMT.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your support, and I thank you for, the words you said. And yeah, still stay there until we transition him in so that it will be a seamless.
That's okay.
Okay.
If we can just record a video, just want to shout out to my brother. I'm trying to send it to CT team to post.
Okay.
The video, it just could be something.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
Good. Hello world, this is live from the studio. That's the Ready for Work SFAN studio, where we are breaking the Guinness World Record, where my dear brother, who is strong and going, Tom-Chris Emewulu, can you say hello to the people? We're breaking the Guinness World Record. He's breaking the Guinness World Record for the longest interviewing marathon, over 100 hours. And that's audacious. That is what we call breaking the limits. His new book, which you definitely need to purchase. And this is going to be ending very soon. And we can't wait to celebrate another champion from Africa who has done something very, very, very daring. And that is certainly an inspiration for the rest of us who are willing to do something, who is trying or dreaming or aspiring to do something that you've never done before. Let this be an inspiration and stay on. Support SFANonline.org. Go there to see how you can support and be part of the many things that they are doing to transform or unlock potentials here in Africa and beyond. Tom, any final words?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, he's doing so great. He's doing great. Picture.
I'm not looking picture worthy now.
It's okay, woman. Okay. Well done. Should I still stay on?
Yes.
Okay.
Until we transition to him. He will soon be on in a moment, I think. The problem now is that
Might as well be catching up so it doesn't look like
all right.
So you've launched the new version of Ready for Work.
Yeah.
When was that? On Wednesday?
I think so. I'm not sure when Delight played it because I couldn't even wait for 1 second after the break. If I get to the time, I'll run home and see how much I will sleep before I come back again.
Yes. I will go check
Mr. Perez, can you hear me now? Hello? Hello? James, maybe I should start with you then.
Is James on the call?
When was your schedule originally built for?
8 a.m. please. Tomorrow, 8 a.m.
Tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not sure if Araceli would eventually join because it's just about him unmuting, but I don't know if he was hearing me from here. So let's just go.
Okay.
Okay. So,
Video.
Yeah. So what we're going to do is we would do 30 minutes with you now, and then we'll finish up tomorrow morning.
Okay.
All right.
I'm so sorry. I can hear you. Can you hear me? I've heard you this whole time. Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hi. I'm so sorry. I had to pull over. I was driving and I could hear you, but you couldn't hear me. I'm so sorry.
No worries. Okay, James, let me speak with you in the morning. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm so proud to be able to join you and be part of your cohort in breaking this record. This is wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm honored.
So I just got my topic about 10 minutes ago, and it is, I'd like to talk about how it takes a village to get into an elite university in the United States, just as it takes a village to do what you're doing today.
Wonderful. Perfect timing. And thanks to our friend who connected you. So would you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, hi, my name is Araceli Perez. I've worked in education. I worked with Jacob Walker, who is a very wonderful, dedicated educator, and in many different ways. And I'm proud that he asked me to be part of this. I have 3 children, and my youngest is currently at Stanford University here in the United States.
Wonderful. Congrats.
Thank you. Thank you. And so Jacob suggested about talking about the journey, about how hard it is to get into an elite school. She also got into Princeton and Yale. So she did a lot. She worked hard, and she would not have been able to do it by herself. It's taken a village of people to help her throughout. She stood on the shoulders of giants, and that's how she got in. So I can talk about that a little bit. And then schools aren't cheap. This year, Stanford is $100,000 with food, room and board. So it also takes a village to figure out how to finance an elite education. And I can talk about ways to get more financial aid if you're interested.
Okay, let's do that. But I would like to get some understanding of you, yourself, your career journey. And then we can talk about the education and anything else that you would like to discuss.
Sure.
Okay.
I went to undergrad to Georgetown University. I studied history and economics, and then I got a master's degree in Spanish and studied history as well in Sac State here in Sacramento, California. And I've dedicated most of my life actually to volunteering in schools. I have worked as a teacher, I've worked as a Spanish teacher, and I've worked as an ELD teacher. But I've spent a lot of time because the area that we live in is below many families live below the poverty line and don't have a lot of opportunities. So I was blessed to have enough resources. My husband works as an engineer, and he always encouraged me to follow my heart and do what I wanted to do. So my heart told me to work with children, work with immigrants, and sometimes that paid and sometimes that didn't. So that's what I'm about.
That's impressive. Seems like you've had an enriching career journey.
Oh, yes, thank you. I really think that it takes a village for everything. I've had support to do what I thought was best, and I've therefore been able to support other people to move forward and do what they needed to do. So, yeah, and I think good people kind of are like magnets. They find each other, and Jacob's pulled me in and made me even a better person, since he's so involved in so many things, and he's connected me to so many wonderful people. So
that's awesome.
That's who I am.
That's awesome. So, sometimes we find that our experience makes us better. Would you say those experiences you went through makes you a better spouse, a mom? You've talked, you seem so proud of your daughter, and I can imagine that you are using some of those experiences that you went through to mold her into becoming a better woman for herself and for the family, I should say.
Yes, I have 3 children.
Okay.
My oldest graduated engineering at 19 from UC Davis as a biomedical engineer. And then as he was getting his master's degree, he won a scholarship to medical school. So he won a scholarship, an MD, PhD. So, which basically meant medical school was free,
right,
as long as he completed his PhD program. But he was at school, he got sick, he unfortunately didn't complete the program, and is now working as an engineer. I'm very proud of him. My second son owns his own business, and then my youngest, my daughter, is now in college. But wonderful. They all followed their own path. Each one is unique, and I think that each one is successful in a very different way. The thing I'm most proud of is that they all have very large and kind hearts. So it's not just academic success, it's actually that they're, I think, very, very good people. I would be more than happy to know them and be friends with them if they weren't in my family.
That's amazing, because obviously that foundational value came from you and your husband, because you worked hard to set the precepts that they followed and become what you're describing now.
Yeah, I think my husband makes me and makes all of us a better person. He works very hard as an engineer, but then he also works very hard for his family to make time for his family. I could never have taught my kids at home all the things that my husband does, upper level calculus and chemistry and different things as they were going through school. He was the kind of dad who was always there for his kids, always taking them camping and teaching them things in nature, and also teaching them, pulling out the books at home and making the problems fun. Say, hey, this calculus is so much fun. Here, come do this with me. And at the end, the kids loved it as much as he did. So I'm very fortunate to have married a wonderful person.
That's awesome. So for individuals that, I know, or I can imagine that you may have advised, people who are getting married or newly married. What do you tell them from your own experience on how to make their marriage life fulfilling? Because of course, this is Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, but as you can understand, people have several needs, which marriage success is one of them. So I can imagine somebody will be excited to hear the strategies you and your husband used to enjoy your life together and then build a family of these successful children that you are sharing their success with us as well.
I think that someone once told me that in marriage, there are 4 key things that you need to make sure are okay, because they're the main pitfalls. So one is actually that it's Maslow's basic needs. You need to have enough money to survive. If you don't have enough money to get by, it's very difficult to have a work on your relationship. So you need to be economically secure. The next one is that you have to be comfortable and affectionate with each other and both agree on what you like. The next one is division of labor, that you have to be able to work together and apart. So let's say one person never wants to clean the house. Well, if the other person agrees and says, okay, I'll clean the house if you do the car, then maybe I'll do the car and my husband will do the house, or vice versa. So you kind of have to agree on the division of labor in your home to have things run peacefully. And interestingly, and I think most importantly for us, has been free time. What do you choose to do in your free time? Do you see family? Do you do community service? Do you have faith and go to church together as a family? Like, what your choices are to do in your free time. After those other 3 basic things are taken care of, I think that that's what helps a marriage to really grow. So being able to meet your basic needs, and then the plus is what you find is important. And in our family, education has always been important. Family itself, we live far from our family. We live in California, and we have family on the East Coast of the United States and also in Europe, so in Spain particularly. So it's always been a priority for us to put family first and live in a house that's small and not have a lot of expenses and not eat out, so that we can afford to go see our family each and every year, to do what needs to be done to be with family. So I think that the most important thing for a couple, once they agree on the basics, is what do you love to do? Where are your passions? And do those passions align? So that's my advice, to make sure that your passions align with the person that you're marrying.
Wow, that's fabulous. Okay, so let's transition to study abroad. What does it take to pursue academic degree? Like, what's your, the one that your daughter is pursuing now? For African students that might want to take that kind of step, what do they need to know? How can they fund it? Everything else that you would like to share.
So I had the great pleasure of meeting an African man, Abubakar Sarti. He does a tremendous amount of community service work and applied for a fellowship to study in the United Kingdom rather. And I think that the requirements for college here are different than my card just broke. Are different than the requirements in Africa, perhaps, because here, for elite universities, they look a lot at what are your passions, what do you do, because grades are the most basic thing. Everyone who's applying to a top school has top grades. So how do you distinguish between one excellent student and excellent student? And the way you do that is to see how they spend their free time. Right? What I said about what helps in a marriage also is what gets you into a good school, into a good college. They look at where is your heart? The 3 T's are time, treasure, and talent. You tell me where you spend your time. You tell me where you spend your treasure, where you spend your money, and you tell me where you dedicate your talent, and I'll tell you who you are. I'll tell you what you're all about. So if your time is spent on volunteering for your community, if your treasure, if your money is spent that you're not taking a salary, you're volunteering, so you're giving of your time freely, and your talent, what you're good at, is helping others, then by demonstrating those 3 things, that's critical of your application. So for example, if you want to go to school because you really want to make money, like you really want to have a large income and you want to get the job, it doesn't matter what it is, because you want to have a large income and live better than you do now, then schools tend to frown upon that because they don't see themselves, elite universities see themselves as research institutions, and they see themselves as something that expands you and makes you a better person. So if you just go to an elite university, for example, to study business for the sake of making money, then it's going to be much more difficult to get in than if you go in to study some type of renewable resources that can help a village provide electricity for itself or provide clean water for itself, as opposed to, and working on the engineering aspects of it and working on the funding aspects of it. If that's your passion, that's very different than saying, oh, I just want to start an electric company and charge people and make money. So I think that the important thing to get into a school is to have a passion and not just say it, show it. Show how every day you do something toward the benefit of your passion and how your passion benefits others. I think that's the best way to get into a school.
Wonderful.
I mean, that's the path that my daughter took to be accepted. She followed her heart in what she decided to study. And then when she was a freshman with COVID, in the United States here, it's cold. And there's a lot of people who are unhoused in Sacramento, people who don't have shelter, who don't have roofs over their head, who live outside. And it broke her heart as a 14-year-old to see young people on the street, families living in their cars. And she said, you know, everybody deserves dignity and everybody deserves warmth. And I'm 14 and I can't leave the house, but at least I can knit. And she knit hundreds of sets of hats and scarves. She did the hats, and then she went to the retirement community and had all the retired women knit the scarves. And she made hundreds of sets of beautiful hats and scarves with very soft yarn. She only used baby blanket yarn, and people offered to buy them. And she said, no, they're for the needy. Because if you have a commitment to helping others, you'll find a way. Even if it's COVID, even if you can't leave the house, you'll find a way of helping others. So I think the school appreciated that, or at least when they wrote her letter of acceptance, they mentioned that she went outside of herself, and it wasn't a project that the school invented or anything like that. It just came from her heart for seeing people that were needy and asking yourself, what can I do as a child, as a preteen or as an early teen, what can I do to help these people? So following your passions, again, is very important.
Wonderful. That's really wonderful. Thank you for sharing that.
Sure.
So yeah, that's step one. Then if I were to make a checklist, I suppose this would be number one.
Well, follow your passion for helping people, and then follow a passion that, so she's not going to be, I guess she could start a knitting company, but or in general, people work kind of tasting what they would like to do in the future in the present moment. So for example, one of her good friends at Stanford, who's here from Sacramento, really enjoys sports, not necessarily playing them, but watching them and announcing them. So he found what was this? He found the Sacramento baseball team semi-pro and started announcing for them, working for them as a young high school student, and announcing for them. And then he went to college and was announcing at all the games. And I think that's, his dream is to work with others and do sports, as long as it helps others on the side, besides doing his sports, which is what he likes for a job. He's also very involved in his church. He's also very involved in the community. He's also very involved in giving back. So your whole job doesn't have to be community service, but having community service as part of who you are helps you, no matter how far and adrift your field might be. Just another friend who's very interested in physics and is studying physics, and he's very involved also with volunteering for our immigrant community. Here there are a lot of Afghan students, and he's co-founded a company a tutoring company that helps Afghan students learn English. So and he wants to be a physicist. So I think you need the dual, have an academic pursuit that you're good at, that you like, that you'll love to do for the rest of your life. Because if you love your work, it's not work. So that old trope. So I think it's one thing is to spend time doing good for others. And another thing is whatever your passion is, whatever you want your job to be, start doing it at a young age. Follow people. If it's to be a doctor, shadow them. If it's to be a lawyer, volunteer as a paralegal in a law firm. Like, do in small ways what you want to do later in big ways to find out if it's really a good fit for you. And then if the schools see that you're working at it, then not for pay, if they see that you're working at it for passion, then they're much more likely to accept you. Whereas other people just applied because they want to make money. And believe me, to say that you want to make money is not a good way to get into a school.
Awesome.
But no. So I think the other thing we talked about was financial aid. Yeah. Financial aid for students from Africa to study abroad, you're asking?
Correct.
So I think that what would be very helpful is now with artificial intelligence, it's much easier to seek out fellowships and scholarships that are given by universities for students abroad. So if you're from an English-speaking colony, like the United States, Canada, and many colonies in Africa, there's the Rhodes Scholarship, which would be like the most competitive, where one person in the United States is from every state, is paid to go to study. I'm not sure if it was Oxford or Cambridge, some university in England, to get a top-notch education. So I don't know how that works in Africa, if it's one person from each province of their country, but that's a full scholarship to go study for. I believe it's a master's or doctorate in Europe, in England rather. Besides that, I would use AI to look for very specific things. There's so many really random scholarships for very specific things. Like, believe it or not, there's a tall scholarship that if you're over 2 meters tall, you can get money to go to school just because there's money put away for that. My daughter has a scholarship that if you live within 100 miles of the Sacramento City Hall, there's a scholarship that'll help you to pay for college. So there might be country-specific scholarships and school-specific scholarships. And also there tends to be programmatic specific scholarships. So, and also there's minority specific scholarships. So if you're a woman, or if you're an African woman who wants to study engineering, there are specific scholarships for that. The thing with scholarships is that they're so abundant and people don't know about them that they're not often taken full advantage of. So now with the advent of AI, you don't have to internet. You could look up things one by one. And then before that, you'd have to go into the library when I was applying and look it up in paper and use the card catalog. But now I would say use AI to search for a scholarship for your particular condition, and then reverse engineer that and search for the types of schools that you like and the types of programs at your school, and search for a scholarship or a fellowship for those programs. So it goes both ways. You search for your group, your interest, and then you search by university.
Amazing. Okay, these are good information.
I hope it can be helpful to someone out there.
Yeah, me too. Are there other useful details that you remember?
Yes. So for one thing, useful details I remember, that you have to be really, really good at one thing, and you can't be really, really good at one thing. It's called being angular. Before, they used to say, in the 80s and before that, when someone applied to college, it was you had to be well-rounded. You had to do a little bit of everything. You had to be in sports, and you had to be in the yearbook and theater, and the captain of this or the captain of that, and in clubs. And they thought that if you did a little bit of everything and did it well, and also did well in your school and in your subject matter, then you would get into college. And now the colleges have realized that it's kind of a jack of all trades, master of none, that you're good at a lot of different things, but you're not really showing off one particular passion. So now what they say is that they want angular people, people who are deep in one specific material. And it doesn't really matter what it is, as long as you've shown that you have the resilience and the dedication and the determination to do well in this one thing. So during COVID, when my daughter was knitting, she decided that she wanted to learn Italian because it sounds beautiful and she likes the music, and it's another foreign language, and she has a facility for foreign languages. She speaks Spanish at home. She speaks English at school, and she was studying Latin in school. So she decided, Italian shouldn't be so hard. And she self-studied Italian. And when she went back after COVID, she was in Italian 3.5, the second semester of Italian 3. Now, she did take virtual classes from Italy. She did have the good fortune of going for a week to Italy and be immersed. But it's very difficult for a student to learn 3 years of a language in 1 year, or a year and a half, unless they really, really dedicate themselves to it. So just showing that you have the dedication to do anything. Another thing she really liked was archaeology, and she was curious about the past. She was curious. We're from the northern Spain, and in the caves, cave paintings, there also been a lot of remains of Neanderthals And she was just curious about that because it was very close to where her grandparents' home was. And so she decided to do a deep dive into archaeology. And neither of those two things are something she necessarily wanted to pursue as a career. And neither of those two things were anything that she was going to profit from. But both of those things helped her immensely because the colleges said, look, here's a person who, when they are interested in something and dedicate themselves to that, they really become an expert in the field. So with Italian, she won a scholarship from the Italian consulate. They give 5 a year to study in Italy for a summer. With Latin, she was the statewide. She ran the state convention, and she was president of the Classical League of California. And for archaeology, she just did a really in-depth research paper and is pretty much kind of an expert in a very, very narrow field of it. So I think the schools respected that. Here's a person with enough dedication and drive to succeed in any endeavor. So she went to school, she tried a bunch of different things, and she decided that civil engineering, which is what her father and her brother do, was actually very interesting. So she's pursuing that now. She's studying sustainability and environmental engineering. So I don't think colleges need you to know exactly what you want to do when you're 14 or 15 or 16 years old, but they do want to see that you're very hardworking, that you're passionate about something, and that you have the follow through to see it till the end. So if I were to give advice from someone from Africa, it would be the same as giving advice to someone from the United States. Again, follow your heart, do what you think will help you and your community for the rest of your life. And that could be being a doctor who practices rural medicine, family medicine, because we don't have enough of those. That could be someone who practices engineering and sustainability measures that brings clean drinking water and infrastructure to cities and towns. That could be legal services that help people who, like Nelson Mandela, or anyone who is jailed, like is happening now in the United States for, would say, illegal or unconstitutional or inappropriate. There's want to be politically correct in the way I say that means. So there's a lot of need in the world. Just find a need that you are happy with meeting, and I think pursue that because really schools, and when you go on campus, once you get accepted, they tell you, we don't want people who just want to come here to make money. We want people who will come to help other people and help society be better. So if I were giving advice to someone in Africa, is what can you do to make your society better? What can you do to make your town better, your city better, your province better, your country better, your continent better? And just follow your dreams in that way and be persistent, because a lot of doors are going to close before one opens.
Wow, that was insightful.
Thank you. You must be exhausted. I can't believe you're paying attention and being so kind after so many hours.
No, I am the one to be amazed that you can just, with short notice from our friend, pull your car over and just share these wonderful thoughts with me. I mean, I'm so privileged, and I'm working very hard to ensure that we break the record. And a lot of people are joining forces with me to make it happen. The least I can do is to resist the sleep and try to, calm my mind.
I imagine that's got to be the hardest part.
Yes.
and I hope that interesting conversations help you stay awake and alert, and to be able to finish this wonderful goal of, I've seen that many people have in their interviews given very helpful and very joyful and very positive information.
Yes, so, indeed.
And another thing that is important here in the United States, I think, is that we're a melting pot of many different types of immigrants. And people don't realize that the immigrants that come, it's easier to stay back in your country than to risk everything to go to a land where you may not know the language, where you leave your family behind, you leave your culture behind, you leave your village behind. And the people who come are the hardest working, the bravest, the people who really are working to make life better for their children. Because if you come as an immigrant, your life is going to go down in a way because you don't have, as I said, your culture, your language, your communities surrounding you. But you make that sacrifice so that your children can perhaps have a better education and more chances of success, and then your children can give back. So I think that it's very important to support each other, and to especially support immigrants, and to especially support people who speak with an accent, because what it means when you speak with an accent is that you know more than one language, you know more than one culture. That in Spanish, you say, el que habla dos idiomas vale pa dos. That if you speak two languages, then you're as valuable in your job and your work in your society as two people, because you can do the work of one and then you can do the work of another. So I love that part of the group that is listening to you is working very hard to help immigrants succeed, and you're working very hard to help the students in Africa leave, learn new things, and bring those things back to improve their community. They're emigrating from your country, and then hopefully coming back. Many of them will come back and share all the wonderful things that they learn abroad and bring them back to enrich the nations which they left. So your topics have been, I haven't heard all of them obviously, but the ones that I've listened to have been very positive and very wonderful.
Oh,
so
thank you.
Thank you for that.
That's such a kind word to say. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So I don't see this as a selfish thing of, oh, he's breaking a record. I see this as a wonderful thing, an amazing thing, where in a very short period of time, you're pulling together incredible, interesting, giving people who are willing to share what they know to make society better. And maybe all of these people wouldn't have spoken up had you not been going for the record. And as we said, good people know other good people, and people are calling their friends and saying, hey, there's this wonderful record going to be broken now in Africa. Do you want to be part of this? Do you want to share your experience? And people are just lining up and pulling their cars over and saying, yes, yes, I want to be part of this. This is an awesome experience for everyone. So I feel very, very privileged to be a part of your group. And God bless you. You're doing great things.
God bless you too. I don't even know what to say, because the words you speak, the genuineness in your heart, your voice, I don't know, but I just feel so blessed and honored and privileged and humbled to receive all this community of individuals rallying around, going out of their way to contribute in sharing their time. Some of them cancel their flights,
You're getting a lot of love from all over the world.
Yes.
Receive all this love.
Yes.
You deserve it.
Thank you.
You're doing a great thing. And I heard that this is the second time, that the first time there was a problem with the audio recording, and it was invalidated, and now you're doing it again. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so last year about this time, we did the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, and I used it to interview for 100 hours. Unfortunately, the first day and some part of the second day, the video was sunset on YouTube because he exceeded 12 hours. You know, the standard account live stream rule is that you have to go below 10 hours. I mean, below 12 hours. So I couldn't compare all the evidence that Guinness World Record will require to validate it. So I thought, well, I thought no problem. Next year I'll do it again. So here we are. And right now I've achieved 84 hours, which is closer to my goal of 100 hours plus. So
Wonderful.
Yeah.
So you have less than a third of the way to go.
Absolutely.
Someone told me that the Marines always count things. You can do it if you can get 2/3 of the way. So you have less than a third of the way left.
Yeah.
So that means you're definitely going to do it.
Absolutely, yes.
So
you know,
the first 2/3 is the hardest. Now you get to cruise for your last 20 hours or so, or less.
Yeah.
Pure. Wonderful. Is there anything else that I can answer for you?
Well, I have another speaker standing by, so thank you so very much. I appreciate your
And
presence.
thank you. I'm so sorry about the because I was driving, about the technical difficulties at the beginning that I couldn't see you or
No
hear
problem.
you.
No problem at all.
I'm glad that. Can you see me now,
Sorry?
sir? Oh, can you see me or can you only hear
Oh,
me?
yeah. I can see you.
Okay, good. Okay. Well, thank you so much. You know, your resilience is amazing. Your stamina, being able to interview all these interesting people, I'm sure helps. But keep going. You know, we're all behind you.
Thank you.
And I look forward to celebrating at the end of your 100 hours plus.
Yes, Saturday.
To everyone listening, big hugs. May God bless you.
And you too. And you too.
See you in tomorrow, right? Tomorrow is the party.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, it is.
Okay. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Safe.
God bless you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Shasha, come to the stage. Quickly. Where is the thing? Of course, you have to, but that's what you are. Okay, don't worry. Let him bring it. Bring her things. Okay, so now you're having a second appearance.
The white bat. It's going to be really, really cute.
Okay, so is a microphone on? Okay, introduce yourself then.
Okay, my name is Shalom Honora, and my brand name is Mag Hair Culture.
Mag Hair Culture. Mag Hair Culture.
Okay, I am a hair business coach, and also I sell hair. I specialize in revamping, ventilation, wig making, and all of those things, construction, and all of that.
Let's start over again. Go on.
Okay, my name is Shalom Honora, and my brand name is Mag Hair Culture. I specialize in revamping, hair treatments, ventilation, making of closures and frontals, reconstruction, customization, and all of those things. I sell luxury hair units and also affordable hairs if you want that.
Okay. So you've had the first interview already. Now I want to see all those things you were trying to explain the other time.
Okay, what?
So let's start from the demonstration, of course.
We have to like start from somewhere, like maybe tell me which parts you want to understand.
Okay, so which one is the number one when it comes to hair treatment or hair care, I should say?
Okay, the first thing is like the treatment, how you treat your hair. You treat your hair like your own hair. It boils down to conditioners and shampoo that you have to use, and then the oil. You don't need to use much oil, just those proteins, keratins, and all of those things, all the good stuff.
All the good stuff. Okay, so what's the next step?
Styling, basically.
All right, let's go to styling.
Okay, we have different method or different ways of styling. Under styling, we have like straightening the hair, we have like coiling the hair, and then in terms of coiling, there are different types of coiling. We have like the bombshell method and the reverse bombshell method. That's like the major one that we have in the hair industry. That's like what gives the coily, the wavy hair and the bouncy hair what it is.
Okay. All right. What I actually want is the practical. You promised me that when we come this time, you do practical. So
okay,
let's do the practical.
We actually need like a socket nearby.
A socket. Bring a socket. There's a socket here actually.
Okay. So, okay, I'll first introduce the tools.
Be careful so that the clock doesn't.
So this is a coiling wand. We call it barrel.
Okay.
And this has like different measurement. This is like size 28.
Okay.
This gives like a medium sized coil.
Okay.
So if you want like a wavy type of coils, you need like something bigger than this.
Okay.
In order to give it like the wavy look. But this most especially give the bouncy. Yeah, the bouncy, and you just have like different degree that you need to move. It has like the highest. This one particularly is 220 degrees, and the least is 200. So it's like a professional one. You don't need to use it if you don't know how to. So right now it's like we try to implement certain things. And before coiling your hair, the first thing you need to know is that you need the heat protectant spray in order to prevent the hair from burning. But that is like, it does not really happen all the time. But too much heat also affects the hair cuticle, and it will not help the hair to last longer. And there's what we call like a serum that you apply on the hair in order to like give the hair a little shine after styling and all of that. So that's alone. And also for the hair to last, for the coils to last a little bit longer, you need like a holding spray. So the three major things for styling is like a holding spray, a heat protectant spray, and then a hair serum. That's like the three major things for someone who wants to just do her own style at home. Yeah, that's like the three major things.
Hair serum.
Yeah,
Which one is hair serum?
I didn't really get it here because what I just got is like the holding spray and the heat protectant spray.
Okay.
So the hair serum is not like as if it's a must-have, but is necessary actually. I just didn't get mine. This is the heat protectant spray. So if you don't have a serum, you should have a heat protectant.
Okay.
So that's just it. So I will start by doing the reverse bombshell so that you can see the procedure.
Okay.
How to do that. You should just avoid the hair from the coiling one from burning your hand, because if you're not careful, it will burn your hand.
Okay.
And you don't need to apply this heat protectant spray a lot on the hair so that it will not get the hair to be too damp. So if it's very... And then another way for brushing is from the tip. You brush from the tip down to the roots of the hair, at least to prevent tangling, because if you brush from here down, it's going to hold, and before you know it, it's having like a lot of split ends. So the combing is necessary. And then another thing is parting, sectioning your hair. Why you section it like this, as this is just like this, maybe section it, maybe like something like this, 3 fingers part section, depending on how big you want your bounce to look. So some people section bigger than this, maybe they want to just get like a wavy look. So this is a reverse bombshell. And this, it depends on the face type. If you have like a slim face, a reverse bombshell is like not bad. It just depends. But me, I don't really do like the styling. I just do on my mannequin, so I don't really care about what face I'm doing. So this is how it goes.
So this one
is a reverse bombshell.
Yes, and it will determine how the hair will sit on your head.
It will determine the direction that it will fall.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Because
so this one now will go backwards.
Yes.
Okay.
So while coiling too, you don't need to bring the two down, because if you bring it two down, the coils won't last.
Okay.
So while coiling, you just need to like at least let it just be closer to the tip, and then you'll be turning it.
I see.
And then you'll be bending your tools.
I see.
Just to be rolling it in. You'll be moving like this till you make sure that every hair gets inside.
The rolling pin will have to be almost at one place.
Yes.
Okay.
You just need to just be doing this with your hand here.
Okay.
For it to be entering the whole, well, everything should just remain. Just make sure that everything goes inside.
I see.
And this will help the coils to stay tighter than you taking it down too much. You just have to do it. You make sure that everything has gone inside.
Okay.
And then another thing is how long the coils will need to hold on it. You can see that everything has. Maybe you can just use your hand and make sure that all those other tiny parts just go smoothly into there. Just maybe hold it for like maybe 30 seconds or maybe like 2 seconds or so. Just
so they'll have to be in one row. Okay, I see.
You see how it drops?
Yes.
So for it to last, after coiling the hair like this, you just need to use a holding spray. Then
you will hold it together.
Yeah.
I see.
You maybe like 10 meters away or 10 centimeters away, and then just do it. Why? Because it's, if you bring it close, it will be like crunchy. It will not be like smooth. So after doing this, you just need your pin to hold it. You keep on doing this. If it's a common wig, you just do it till you are done with the whole hair before you just use this pin to hold it. This is a reverse bombshell, and after doing it, it's going to fall this way. Then the bombshell method is like
opposite of what we did now.
Yes.
Okay.
Bombshell method also is direction, because it's not everywhere that you do the reverse bombshell. Like if you do the reverse bombshell this way for this side, if you're coming to this way too, you have to make sure that it's this side, because this side will come like this side will come like this, not like, I don't know how to, because it's just the
direction.
Yes. So everything is, even if you finish coiling it, the direction also determines if the hair is still going to look good, because some people will just pin it like this, and maybe if they give it to their customer just puts it in the wrong direction. So this was a reverse bombshell like this. Then now a bombshell method is going to be like this, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
So that they will be in alignment, like.
Yeah. So since we are facing this way, because this one is facing this way, since we're facing this way, it has to come this way. So this now, so that it can fall like this, and not the other way around. So this is how we're going to do it. we'll make sure that we'll prevent our hand from touching the coil.
This is very hot.
Yeah, it is. We keep on moving it this way to make sure that everything has entered the coiler. We just need to take our time so that we just make sure everything penetrates in. Do that. Right. Everything just, if it's difficult to enter, you know that maybe you've not started, like you've not put it in a proper way that you can easily move in. Because if it is too tight at the top, it will be difficult to move in. Just need to like just keep making the space inside till everything goes inside. And this one to just go inside on its own and then smoothing it in. And then everything has gone inside now. So just leave it at maybe like 2 seconds or 3 seconds and then you drop it off. And then you do the same method.
Okay.
You don't need to like spray it like a lot. You hold it. So when you hold it like this, some people after they are done with this, maybe they leave it for extra 1 hour or so, because the more you leave the coils on, the longer the coils is going to last. So this is the direction of the reverse bombshell. This is the direction. And most people, after people decide to brush their own out. So if they try to comb it out, they just comb it. You see? See, if you want to still take it, just because it's there, is intact. Then this other one is still hot, but most people, like after coiling it, you just need to leave it so that it will cool down, because if it's still hot, the coil is going to drop faster. So just leave it till everything cools down when the hair is already cold, and you know that
the
yes,
will hold.
yeah. See the direction this one went now. This one went backwards. This side, it came out like this, and you can see it too. Everything. You see how the whole thing is bouncing, and this is actually like a silky straight hair, so you can actually straighten this hair or coil it. So that's like why it is so good, and I like the fact that your wife made a good choice. So you can wear it anyhow you want. You can do the reverse bombshell method, you can do the bombshell method, depending on the vibe you want to go for. So that's like basically it. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
That is nice.
Thank you.
Okay, so what else are we supposed to learn?
Not really much anymore. Not really much. Just the styling is like for professionals, maybe if you want to venture into the whole styling thing on its own, because they are just a lot. The layering and stuff like that. Mostly where people get different styles and design is through layering. It's not just about the reverse and the bombshell and the reverse bombshell. So layering is like what determines the look of the hair at the end of the day. So if you just want to go for like a basic look, maybe you can just style it without layering. But layering just gives this vibe on the hair. Maybe it gives more like a natural look than just styling the hair just like that. So that's basically not much thing. Maybe anybody that wants to learn has to like maybe go for a proper class, at least to understand better. Because it's deep. It's not something you start explaining.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. Can you teach people then?
Teach?
Yes.
I've not really like had a student. I feel like I can do more of an online tutoring, build like the hair business.
If the student wants to learn online, you tutor them online.
Now I'm just doing theory aspect. I don't think I'm that brave, or maybe I'm that good enough to start doing the practical aspect of it.
That's what you just did now.
I know, right?
So what else?
I just think that I'm not really like that good, because there are a lot of good stylists on the internet. So why would they come for me when I'm barely even surviving the whole thing. So I need, like, I have a target. So when I get to that target, I feel like, okay, I can actually do something.
I see.
Yeah.
All right. Let me see what time is it? It's 11:04. My letter is supposed to be coming now.
You need to disconnect this too, so that it won't burn your carpet.
Please disconnect it. So what else? What else is another strategy to keep the hair that people need to understand?
If you after coiling the hair, there's this net, this transparent net that mostly are used for bouncy hair. So you need to use it to cover up the thing after coiling it, so that if you want to wear it another day, you can wear it. Because if you just leave it like this hanging and just dropping like this, it's just going to drop because it's basically not naturally this coily. So it's just going to drop. That's just it.
Okay. So the speaker is here. So wait for her to be mic'd.
Huh?
Wait for her to be mic'd, then you can switch.
Okay.
Very interesting.
Hope you learned something too.
Yes, I have. I cannot do it myself.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just like a basic 101 hack.
I see. I thought this one then. Be careful.
One in the carpet.
I know. So what's the name of this? The hair you said? Silkish straight. Welcome.
Thank you.
Wow.
Good evening.
Good evening. How's work?
Fantastic. If you love what you're doing.
Yes, indeed. Okay. It's good to see you again.
Yes. I'm coming directly from the office.
Oh, yeah? Oh, I'm so honored. People have canceled their flights for me. People driving in Chicago had to pull over.
I'm coming from the office.
Oh, my goodness. I'll do my best.
You're doing great.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Developing the youth for nation building.
Just a moment.
Okay.
Today we're going to talk a lot.
Yes.
If we are not careful, we are going to take some people's time.
I have a break at 12. So,
okay, so that will be fine.
Yeah. I like the topic, youth for nation building.
Yes. Just a few seconds.
No problem.
And we'll be there.
Yep. Developing the youth for nation building. Okay,
because everything we are doing here is about the youth.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not about me. It's not about you. It's about the youth. The youth is for tomorrow.
Yep. Please introduce yourself.
Oh my! When it comes to that part, my name is Alethea Sybil Kokoglova. I love to be called the great lady.
Okay.
Simple because God has decided to make me great. People want to know a lot about me, I know. I'm a servant of God. I'm a daughter of Zion. I teach, I train, I counsel, and I mentor. I'm the customer service manager for Ghana Airport Company Limited. And I'm proud to be talking about the youth tonight because that is my passion.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us again.
My tablet says it doesn't want to open.
It will open. It will open. It does that when you're about to use the tablet. So that's when it remembers to play some games. But it will open. Last year we talked about an equally vital topic.
Yeah.
And you released some important principles and instructions and guidelines and prescriptions and useful nuggets that those who listen to you found instructional. This year, I'm looking forward to us having equally fulfilling and enriching conversation.
But you can talk. I'm really attentive to you.
Okay.
I didn't say good evening to your cherished, beautiful, lovely audience listening to you nationwide.
Yes.
Internationally.
And beyond, yes.
So, Chris, we can go.
Wonderful.
The tablet is not on, but we can go because this topic, when you're even asleep and you're called to talk about it, I know you can even talk about it.
Wonderful. So what it is about young people that make you excited, even to the point you just close late and you still had to come join me on this set to discuss developing the youth for nation building?
Chris, that's simple. Some of us didn't get people to mentor, counsel, and guide us. But good thing we had the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
That is the difference why I was proud to say I'm a daughter of Zion.
Mm-hmm.
Because without God, I wouldn't be sitting here.
Mm.
I'm not better than the people out there hustling. I'm not better than the people who dropped out from school. I'm not better than the people who couldn't make it, who had kids and had no people to take care of them. I'm nowhere better than any of them. But it's just by divine grace. And so I feel that if we could put in a little more effort, we're going to get a better society. Because remember, society is built from homes.
Yep.
When we have homes oriented well, communities grow and develop, would have good society.
Absolutely.
Corruption and all that will be minimum. We cannot uproot it. But if we concentrate on the youth today, tomorrow will be better for all of us. So that's really why I feel to give to society what society didn't give me.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay, so the topic again, for those of you listening online now, following the conversation, the topic is developing the youth for nation building. And now, for emphasis, let me read you some information about the youth of Ghana.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so Ghana Statistical Service of 2023 quarterly labor bulletin reports a national youth unemployment rate, realized definition of 32.8 for 15 to 24-year-olds, averaging 32% throughout 2024. 25.8% of this age group were not in employment, education, or training in Q4. So, throwing the hard one first, how do we convert this statistic into a positive outlook?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. First of all, before I talk about how we convert it, we need to identify which class of people are we referring to. Because when you go to law, the United Nations have it, like you stated, 15 to 24 years. When you go to African Union, it says 15 to 35 years.
Right.
But when you come to you and I, our theory is people who have youthful mind of creativity.
Right.
It's not just the age. Somebody could be 60 and will be a youth because has a vision, passion, and is dreaming. Because a youth can dream. When you even go to the Bible, forgive me, I'm not trying to be religious, but I'm talking about what I have tested, what I know. So when you go to the Bible, it says that the young ones will dream dreams.
Right.
It talks about passion. It talks about goals. It's talking about values. It's not just, we take it out of context. But you were asking a very important question. How can we turn this into positivity?
Yes.
It's just strategies that we have to follow as a nation. I would tell you that education is a passport.
Right.
But most of the times when we say education, people just think it's the secular education we're talking about in terms of going through secondary school, going through uni.
Right.
But I would tell you, education, the lady that just stepped out, I didn't listen to her, but she's educated in what she's doing.
Yes.
So that is education I'm talking about, skills.
Right.
So the best way as a nation we can look at it is first look at our curriculum. How is our curriculum like? It's just about academics.
Right.
So respectfully, it's not everyone who has the head to go through school and become journalist, doctor, lawyer, engineer, name the professions, a pilot. But there are some who can sit and be very creative. And remember, we also have dyslexia kids.
Right.
So all these people are part of the people we are talking about.
Right.
And so how, as a nation, are we going to work around it? First, let's look at our curriculum. We have to look at the skills, technical skills, creativity. Artists are earning money outside. But here, we are always hiding those people in the corner. If our kids come to us and say, Mommy, I want to get into theater, I want to draw, you yell at the kids because you have a profession in mind you want them to do. So first, the nation has to look at the curriculum. The quality of education is also important.
Correct.
What are we teaching the kids? Are we teaching them to chew and pour, to read, write, and pass exams? Because we take prestige, and my child had AA, first class student, and that's our prestige as parents. But I would tell you that it is good to have those things, but look at the other side of it. And then I also come, what is the access? We need to make education accessible.
Right.
So as a nation, we look at curriculum, we make education accessible to even the people in the deprived areas.
Yeah.
Because we are not just talking about people living in the urban areas. And then we look at the skills development, which is my passion. So a child is good at baking, cooking. And then we say we want that child to be a doctor, lawyer, engineer. You would get a doctor who would go to ChatGPT, who would go to Google to ask, who would go to Siri to ask, how do I inject somebody? But if you have someone who cooks, that person can cook well for you to eat and is healthy, and you will not see a doctor.
Right.
And then again, we have to look at mentorship. So these are the processes we can turn all the negativity you are saying, entrepreneurship and economic empowerment. What is there for the youth? Thank God in this country we have youth, a portfolio for youth. So we're looking at what can be there for youth. So youth should be in all our nation budgets that we want to empower them. So you've learned a skill and then you come out. How do you start? Startups. Who mentors you and takes you through the program? So the state should make it a point that it becomes part of us. And then I urge communities like churches. They also have a lot to do, mosque. But the nation should have it prioritized that this is what we need to do to get better leaders tomorrow. I wouldn't, talk about much, but there's one particular thing we all are silent, volunteerism.
Right.
So we teach the youth, and that is where patriotism comes in.
Yes.
We are here talking. We are not asking that we should be paid. We volunteer to share information and acquire knowledge from others because we are all learning.
Yeah.
So voluntarily, youth need to realize that they need to get involved. It's not about the money. But the states should have departments like we do internships. So you are learning something.
Right.
And if it becomes compulsory, once you're going for 3 years education, once every year, even if it's once 1 month in every level, you go for apprenticeship, internship, volunteerism. So you will learn something. And then when you come out, even if you have your certificate, you have a skill. It will solve unemployment because you would employ, you will create a job, you partner with people, you collaborate. You see, today's youth feel is competitive, it's competition, but we would tell them it's collaboration. There's a guy in uni who knows how to type faster. There's one who knows how to do graphic designing. If they collaborate, they have a business.
Yeah.
But if they compete, I want to employ somebody, you can't pay the person whilst you're in uni. But you can collaborate with a team member and then you're going to be able to make more money.
Yeah.
And so we're pleading that the authorities that matters will be listening to you and they will take some things to run with it and move. They are not doing badly, but we can always do better. And then moral and values.
Right.
We lose it. The youth today, we want quick money. Everything fast movement, everything. We know technology has come to aid us. It hasn't come to make us lazy. So what are the values we are instilling, we the grown-ups, into the youth? So a father is corrupted in the office. A mother is disrespectful to the husband. And your child is there. What is that child learning? The values we are inculcating.
It does.
It doesn't, irrespective of which religious affiliation you are. Morals and values are very important.
Absolutely.
Traditionalists, for Muslims, for Hindus, for Buddhists, for Christians, for any other religion you can imagine. We cannot go. And then we most of the time forget that our youth has mental well-being. So if we are not able to balance their mental well-being, their emotions, then it becomes something else. It's all part of the development that a nation can do. So a youth decide to take on a bad habit. It's not necessarily because he or she wants to. Sometimes it's the frustrations and then the decisions and then ideas on the mind. They're not able to join the pieces together. and then they end up finding themselves at the wrong place. So we should be very concerned about their health, and all will give us good youth, energetic, productive, and will be in the process to be creative.
Right.
So you can ask if I want to speak, I'm going to take the whole.
Yeah, I want to. The follow-up question will be: you talked about mentorship already. I know you do mentor people. So first, I can imagine young women who are listening to you who might be wondering, okay, so who is a mentor first, and then how do I find one, and how do I ensure that that engagement is as best as it could be?
Okay. First of all, a mentor, I won't bore you with grammar, but a mentor is one who is in your life to give you guidelines, to be able to, like a coach coaches a footballer. The mentor, if you're choosing subjects in terms of career, your mentor should be able to tell you, when you choose this subjects, this is the career openings for you. When you choose this is the path and the options available to you. So that person is not going to lead his or her life through you, because some people, what they wish to do that they couldn't do, that is how they are mentoring people. But a mentor doesn't first judge you, accept you the way you are, and help you to become better than he or she encountered you. So these are the ways you will be able to know. Anybody who is mentoring you, you have to find out the person's track records.
Right.
So if for instance, I haven't been through certain things in terms of academic or class of work, I won't be able to talk to those issues.
Yeah.
So as we sit here, if they say there's a technical problem on an aircraft, I'll be able to say this, that. It makes it realize that you have knowledge and skill in whatever you're talking about.
Yeah.
So you can't have a mentor who doesn't have knowledge and skill in whatever area you are supposed to be mentored. And mentorship is in different forms. You could mentor somebody in terms of health, in terms of career. You could also mentor somebody in totality to make sure the person comes out to be a particular person. So a mentor needs to have skills, have good spirit to be able to, because sometimes you're mentoring somebody and the person is going through something. The person will not be able to tell you. But if you have a good spirit and you communicate and whatever you believe in, you will be able to have a feel, sense, intuition, and you'll be able to say, no, this lady or this gentleman is having this crisis. Let me engage him or her so that we'll be able to solve this.
That's very important.
Yes, so your follow-up question?
Yep. Okay. I thought you were going to...
No,
Yeah, so how do I make that relationship the best as it could be?
Mentorship is supposed to be professional.
Right.
Some are not professional mentors. So they start mentoring you, especially man, woman. It doesn't most of the time. But if you need a mentor, the processes are simple. A mentor gives you a task and tell you, we are supposed to meet this time. We are supposed to do this and get it to me. It's like you and your teacher. So the person is technically teaching you. It's not teaching you just book or academics, but it's teaching you how to relate to people, how to solve problems, how to understand, how to even thrive when there's chaos. So that person is to be very professional, very strict, very calm, and should have all the leadership qualities. You know, we have different types of leaders, but it in every situation determines the type of leadership skills you would deploy or apply. So your mentor needs to have the one that is democratic, the one that is authoritative, because there are times your mentor needs to push you so hard. And so when you encounter one, there are centers that have mentors, there are institutions that, I mean, you would find mentors available. Some do it for free, some charge. The reason being is that people feel In Africa, anything for free is not being valued anymore.
Yeah.
And remember, this mentor is giving you his or her time. And time is precious.
Yeah.
The time value of money cannot be equated to what the person is going to pour out to you. So what happens is that when you sign on and you pay something not big, something small, it keeps you committed. Because wherever your treasure is,
Yes. Yeah.
So if you have spent money, you would be willing enough to attend whatever lessons and schedules you people have.
Right. That's amazing. Okay, so now you see the process of transitioning from school, finding a job, growing on the job, and then pulling others along. So we've talked about the foundational aspects. Now I want to choose a career. How do I?
Okay. If you want to choose a career, you need a mentor.
Yeah.
Your career counselor.
Right.
Or guidance. Right. So there are people who have done certain courses and they're furthering their education because they're not getting placed in. But sometimes you need to create it yourself. So what happens is that currently I have interns, I have national service people. So every month we have sections. I have sessions with them online. Every month we have to find out what have you learned this month, what has been your challenge, how you can turn it around. So this is how we go about. If you choose a career and you come from school, you won't fit.
All right.
But on the job, we are going to train you. And that is what mentors is. And that is what most good leaders or managers or supervisors do in their office.
Right.
And that is where it comes back developing the youth for nation building.
Yes.
There should be centers. I plead to our president of Ghana and other presidents in Africa that we should have youth centers. More. We have some, but we need more youth centers that are easily to be accessed. So that we would be saying, okay, at this center, once in every month, every Thursday, we meet the youth, we engage them one-on-one, we share ideas, we develop and prepare them from uni to work. It's still a hassle because you come to work, you're supposed to dress professionally. We do grooming standards in my office. We tell you how to dress, what to wear, and all that. So if you want to choose your career and you want to come into professionalism, we teach you how to even communicate, how to even sometimes walk, how to even talk, how to sit. All that is a process and is part of mentorship. And so I believe that the units should have centers that when you're about to end your education complete, you should be able to go through it at least a month or 3 months so that it can prepare and reorient you for the challenges you're coming to face out
in the world of work.
And when it comes to career, it's not every career you desire or you want that you get into from the beginning. Sometimes you pass through somewhere before you get to where you want to go. So as I was coming here, I cannot come straight. I have to pass through Coca-Cola roundabout. If I decide to, I meet Coca-Cola and I say I don't want to pass through Coca-Cola roundabout, maybe I have to go through the motorway. So you need to go through somewhere before you get to your final destination. So people don't really understand. That is why it's important to have a mentor. So if you want to be a doctor, sometimes you're a nurse. You can be a nurse and later become a doctor. You can even be an administrator and later become a doctor. You don't need to sit at home. So we all need mentors.
We do. Okay, so I found a job. I've just started. Now I want to grow my career and I want to also contribute to the nation. How does it work?
Okay, so when you start a job, the moment you start a job, we tell people, start knowing that your pension is closer. People think it's far away, but when you start preparing people like that, they become very conscious with their expenditure, their way of life, because it's lifestyle. Some say, oh, I have time. So if you want to develop your career, you first need to get a mentor, like I said. So you know, okay, currently maybe I'm a journalist. I'm a writing journalist. I want to become a spoken journalist. What do I do? Okay, I've been writing, but I'm shy, so I don't come out. You need a mentor to train you through public speaking. And in the process, you need a mentor to also mention you in the boardroom. It's very important.
Okay, so yeah, I asked Madison, one of the speakers, I said mentor, coach, and sponsor, because you mentioned speaking their name in the boardroom, which is one of the most vital aspects of getting recognized. So who, between a sponsor and a mentor, who is more important at this stage of I want to grow to the next level? I want to be okay.
A mentor is important.
Right.
Because you have to prepare before you'll be mentioned in the boardroom.
Right.
If you're not prepared and you're mentioned in the boardroom, you're going to embarrass your sponsor. Because if I recommend Chris and I tell somebody, Chris is very good, this, and you're not prepared, it makes me next time, oh, what did I do? This guy slapped me. No, but because you're prepared, we can mention you in BBC,
right,
CNN,
right,
and say, if you need someone to take up your show, Chris is the best person to have. He doesn't get tired sitting by the microphone, interacting with people.
Right.
When you get there, I'll sit back and be happy.
Right.
I say, yes, the gentleman has made me proud. So you need a mentor first, because you need to prepare before opportunity comes. You don't wait for opportunity before you prepare.
Yeah. So
if your sponsor comes first, you've been sponsored, but what are you doing with sponsorship? It means that you'll be blocking other people's chance.
Wow. So a person's incompetency is actually depriving other people of deserved opportunities.
Yes.
Wow. Wow. That's huge.
That sponsor would feel reluctant to be able to mention another person. I'm so confident of this person, and I mentioned him or her, and it turned out I got embarrassed. So let me just be in my corner. You know? Yes, that's the truth. So I can give you a classical example. How many years ago, 3 years or 4 years ago, someone reached out to me. Oh, they wanted to do their national service. So a cousin reached out to me that the fiancé wanted to do the national service in my company. I said, oh, I don't normally get involved with these things because I have built my reputation. If that person comes and does something untoward and is tagged to me, I'm not going to be comfortable. Fast forward, the pressure was, like the widow sat in front of the army, the soldier, and kept knocking the door. Eventually, the soldier responded and did what the widow wanted. So I said, fine, let me add my mouth to it. By God's grace, the lady was taken on to do the service. There was so much embarrassment. He did something that I stand against always. I hate extortion, and I say it everywhere. I hate extortion, and we are doing everything
to stop it.
And the lady went extorting money from someone.
Wow.
The CCTV cameras played it, and so they had to call. After investigation, the next question they asked, who brought her? How do you think I felt? So it even created a problem between my cousin and I, because he couldn't look at me in the face.
Yeah.
Because all the things I said is what happened. You get it?
Yeah.
So if a sponsor mentions, so now anybody calls me and say, I say, oh,
I don't know.
Have to go through the process. Let's just pray God favor you. Because if I'm tagged with you and you do something wrong, I feel bad because I built my reputation. And so that is who a sponsor is. A sponsor is credible to the people he or she is going to mention you to. So when you go and it doesn't turn out the way he or she anticipated, you embarrass the person.
Yeah. Young people need to hear this. Young people need to hear this. There's a young guy. Well, I know he might not feel good to.
You're not mentioning names.
Yeah. So he was given the opportunity to speak, to be interviewed as part of Global Student Entrepreneurship Week. Okay. And, and I tell him, I said, you have this wonderful opportunity. You said you want to talk about youth in leadership. So prepare. Yeah. I can't just give you the microphone and you talk like you came to joke. You know how much it took to put all of this together. You know who is listening. Do you know who might be listening online? And you fill their ear with this kind of voice. No, you need to prepare. It's your job to prepare and work and work and work until you sit down and people will listen to you and they'll be happy to receive the words that, you know. And unfortunately, I had to send him back. So now, yes, it's like we never, we only met this evening. It's amazing.
So when another youth reaches you,
it becomes a problem. So
you become a bit reluctant.
Yeah.
Until you have seen the person's work.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. Okay, so next is the one that is a bit dicey. Relationship at work.
Yes, it's very important.
Yeah. How do you cultivate professional relationship?
Build it? How do you cultivate it?
Yeah.
First of all, in every office, when we say politics, it's not Ghana, NDC, MPP. Yeah. No, it means that in the office, somebody likes people who do this like this. Somebody likes particular tribe. It's all part.
Right.
But I tell people first, be visible.
Right.
Visibility is the first.
Mm-hmm.
Be visible. Be reliable. You see, this is how you develop and build a relationship. You might not like your boss or your boss might not like you, but it's not about the two of you. You have to work as a team.
Yeah.
So you don't need to be friends to work, but you need to work as team members. Friendship is an extra.
Right.
I keep telling people in professionalism, Chris and I not need to be friends, but we can work and achieve the target that has been set for us, and we can communicate well. Oh, hello, Chris, how is it? How are we doing this? We'll be doing all that, but we won't sit to chit-chat about our personal life. That is the friendship level.
Right.
So people think that in offices, we need to be friends. No. Developing your relationship professionally is just being courteous, being polite, being reliable, being visible, being proactive, because there is not everything your boss will tell you, write it like this, type it like this. Sometimes you need to bring the ideas, and you'll be surprised. In our world, if there are certain bosses, I don't mind if my subordinates bring ideas. I would even give them the credits and say, oh, it's my team. It's not me. My team is doing it. That is my style. Others would want all the credits. That is no problem. You shouldn't feel because my boss or so I'm not going to, no, keep doing. Somebody somewhere would see you.
Yeah.
And so you have to make sure you are consistent, you're reliable, you're punctual, you're proactive, and you are visible. That's how you can. Even sometimes there's something that you're not, it's not everything in work. Number one, I forgot emotional intelligence.
Right.
That is the number one. Because you see, in our workplace, Chris, you like putting your bottle down this way. We are all sharing the office. And I come and I put it down this way. If you're not careful, and this is my space, and you come and put the water there, if you're not careful, you throw blows, punches. But when you have your emotional intelligence intact, checked, on point, when you put it here, the first time, maybe I'll lift it. The second time, I say, oh, Chris, what's your reason why you like putting the water down this way? Don't you think, in my opinion, if it's not closed well, it could pour. But when you put it down this way, at least you're better safe when we handle it that way. But when the emotions are not intact, sorry, we would always, and you see, when you cannot give what you don't have.
Yeah.
So when emotionally you are not intact, you're working around human beings, you have customers, you have clients, you have passengers, you have people coming to do B2B business with you. Tell me, how are you going to pour out? Unfortunately, you may not realize it, but you may not be your best because you're already angry before you came to that client. So if you're not careful, the least thing that person does, it will, yes, you'll flip.
It's true. It's absolutely true. Wow. Okay. So, crisis management. How do you solve problem even if you are not the line manager?
Okay. Once upon a time, I wasn't a line manager, but I was always solving problems. I don't shift problems. So I tell everybody, listen, in society, before you can be a good entrepreneur, you look at the gaps and you fill the gaps. So wherever there's a gap, there's a problem, find solution. You don't need to lead from the top. You can lead from behind. I remember I spoke on a topic in one mentorship program, how to lead from behind. People didn't understand. And I said, you don't need to have a title. So that's how come the problem solving crisis management is coming in. You have processes and procedure. This is how we do this. This is how we do this. So in this place, we sit this way. We sit. If you come and the chairs have turned, you don't need to say, I am not responsible for the event, so the event planner should come and organize it. Quickly, you know the chair is supposed to face this way. You turn it. You keep doing it. Somebody will spot you. And they would give you that title as event planner, so you start planning the events. Most of the time, we want the titles before we serve. But I tell people, it's good to serve. There's so much joy in serving. Kindness is a virtue. And kindness, service is derived from kindness, because if you're kind to people, you want to render yourself to them. It doesn't matter your title. You want to be available to solve their problem. Somebody, when you are serving, you are solving people's problem. So if we are ready before we can lead, remember Jesus. We all say we're following Christ, those of us who are Christians. Muhammad did the same. Before you become the leader, you have to be the servant. So you manage crisis by trying to put yourself in that situation, not emotionally, but if it's a customer issue, if I were to be the customer, how will I react differently? So if you put yourself in the process, not emotionally, I keep saying, because some people inherit the problem with their emotions, and if you're not careful, they end up, instead of solving the problem, they inherit the problem. So if there's a situation, every institutions have their processes and procedure. Make sure you follow them. There are ones that you need to go a bit out of the box, but not going against your SOPs. So crisis management, you look at your SOPs. If it's life-threatening, You have to be proactive and take a decision.
All right.
You escalate. Yes, I have it in my office. You, between yourselves, if you can't, escalate it to your supervisor. If your supervisor can't, you escalate to the next, then you escalate, then it comes to me. Sometimes the problem comes, the person just want to reach out to you. I said, no. I want you to see your strength. So go handle it. And sometimes they finish handling and solving the problem. So you manage crisis with your procedures, your SOPs, and then if it's beyond you, you escalate it.
Right.
And then when you escalate, always take a feedback of how it was resolved. So you document. That's how court cases are being, that's how come we got the law. So when a case is handled, it is written. Also in the case of this versus this was the judgment given. This one is a different, slightly different. This is the judgment. So the next time, the rulings will be around what was given. So if you want to solve problems, when you escalate it, always go back for the feedback. And that would help you to know the next time it occurs.
Wow. Maybe we should create a course with you, actually. Yeah.
You're welcome. I would always render my service. Don't worry.
Okay. All right. So here we've discussed about managing. Okay. So some people teach personal branding.
Yes. It's important.
How do you teach personal branding? What's your personal branding strategy?
It's very important. We are all unique. First of all, what is your goal? Based on your goal and the development you be given. So you need to brand yourself, how you appear, how you talk, how you do things. If it's individual, if your brand is you as a person. So I was coming from the office. This is not why I walked to the office. I didn't want to come here officially dressed. This is not how I did my hair. You get it? I didn't want to come here all in suit and looking, yes.
A great woman.
So the moment I changed and I came out, my workers were, hey, madam, you're going somewhere. I say, yes, I have an important task. I need to finish it. So it depends on what your goal is and then the kind of branding you'll be given. So it's not cast in stone. Then we'll say, this is how we want you to go. But you as a person, if I meet somebody in the fashion industry and I'm branding the person, it's different from if I meet somebody who is, let's say, a secretary or a lawyer and I'm branding the person. I will tell the lawyer even where to buy food based on the type of client he or she wants to attract. It's all part of it. I'll tell the lawyer, look, don't drive this kind of car. If your goal is to attract this particular client, this is how you have to. So based on your goals, that is how the branding will come.
That's next level. Okay, so for entry-level job seekers, for entry-level talents that haven't had enough of, or that don't have money to do some of this. So how do you still brand yourself as an entry-level talent?
Okay, so I always say, I don't like to bring books. I like to say what is on the ground. So people who come to work with us, we don't change your dress code. We tell you, don't show your cleavage. We tell you, wear a skirt or tra. Don't wear the ones that your tie will be exposed. We tell you, wear comfortable shoes. I tell most of the ladies around me, don't wear flat shoes. A little bit heel. It changes your composure. People don't know. It changes your composure. If you wear a little heel, it gives you the confidence that you didn't think you have, even if your dress is faded. And we tell them, wash your dress neatly, buy perfumes, not expensive or designer, because they don't have money. They're now coming into the system.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Based on the goals and the people involved, you tell people, it's not cut for a particular way and say, this is how it has to go. But based on, so you have a budget, you want to prepare food. Based on your budget, I can give you a nice food to prepare. Another person wants to prepare food, and you come and see that this was prepared by a chef, because you see different dishes on the table. It's the person's budget.
Yeah.
So based on our budget, we'll prepare a nice egusi stew and powdered yam.
Yeah.
And there will be maybe only 2 meats. But when you eat that food, you're going to be happy.
Yep.
And everybody who sees the food would want to taste it.
Right.
That is all grooming is about.
Right.
That is what branding is all about. It's not about cost. It's about quality.
So how do you develop your taste?
So the younger ones that are coming in, it's simple. You don't need to go and buy Bond Street wig and that's all the